Oh, okay, we're back. After the thing that happened, if you were watching on YouTube, we are back. Yeah. So, we are going to do all black everything. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to have great guests. When will they arrive, though? I don't know. I would like to tell you, but we've got a track record here. Any which way, let's see. Let's see how many of my guests are here. One is here. Okay, well, uh, they are really bad at this particular panel, for whatever reason, showing up on time. So,
Hey, what's up, Prime?
uh, uh, uh we'll we'll do that. We'll deal with that as it comes, right? Um, Hopefully it will be here soon, but I cannot guarantee how long it will take. So, while I am waiting for those people to show up, I am going to go to um a news site and talk about the news while we're waiting, right? So yeah, Supreme Court strikes down college affirmative action programs. That's the thing that's happening, and the thing we're going to be talking about. So stick around for that. Um, but I guess I can. Uh, um. Oh. Oh man, they've got a new article on this. I'm looking at NBCNews.com, so I have an article on this thing. So let me read a little bit from it. So first college class after affirmative action ruling struggling with feeling their identity doesn't matter. Um, so that's the title of the article. Um, and then there's a subtitle, which is a quote from a student. It says, "I think if affirmative action was taken away, it would make me not as hopeful about getting into the higher institutions I like to apply for, such as Harvard." All right, so from this article, as a rising high school senior trying to figure out the next several years of her life, Gabrielle Wilson sees Thursday's Supreme Court decision on race conscious admissions as a possible hurdle. And yeah, she says that quote that I just said previously, that it will make it harder for her to get into a place like Harvard. Um, and she's going to be a senior this fall. Gabrielle spoke to NBC News before the Supreme Court decision Thursday that vastly restricts race-conscious admissions, which is what happened, right? So, this is a big thing. Uh, this is a uh, yeah, the ruling. Like, actually, I'll wait. They'll probably go into more detail here. Um, So the process, also known as affirmative action, allowed schools to consider an applicant's race as a factor in determining admissions, with the goal of creating a racially diverse student body. I'm going to pause on this. Racially diverse student body. The court ruled on cases challenging the practice at two selective colleges, Harvard and University of North Carolina. The group, Students for Fair Admissions Incorporated, led by conservative activist Ed Bloom, who is white, said the university's admissions policy discriminated against Asian Americans, and in the case of UNC, white applicants as well, and favored Black and Latino applicants. Meanwhile, experts have long considered affirmative action at the nation's more selective schools to be key in helping aspiring college students counteract inequities that they have faced throughout their K through 12 education. Uh, so I mean that's kind of the heart of the matter. You know? The heart of the matter is that like these institutions have historically had trouble getting Black or Latino applicants in. Now you could say that, well, if you are good enough, then you'll end up there. But it's the case that a lot of these schools, and I've been to those, uh, you you don't get the prep that you need, um, and you also mm, you don't get the prep that you need. But it's also the case that like uh, you don't get access to certain like resources. And our friend Aiko, who comes on the channel all the time, has talked about this. How um, like the PSATs are a big thing. Like in some schools, they like run those PSATs again and again and again. And by the time like you're preparing for years in advance, by the time you actually do it right, um, you nail it, and then those PSATs are used to uh, basically, I'm not. It's not early admissions or anything. I forget what exactly he said. I gotta ask him again. But those PSATs, I think it make it easier to get access to like grants and stuff, so that you can then go into college, right? Like gives you money to go into college. But like you don't get those prep in other places. So it's not that those kids aren't smart enough. It's not that they're not smart. It's that like they weren't given those resources. And if you simply give them a bit of help, right? Um um and if you give them a bit of a leg up, then they can succeed. It's simple as that, right? Um the Supreme Court, though, uh well, they've struck it down for all kinds of reasons. And we'll go into that in the panel. Hold on, one other person joined in. Okay, 7 minutes in. Other people are telling me they're going to be late. Not surprising, because they're always late. Sorry, guys. I should just start this like whenever they arrive. That's actually what I might be doing in the future. Like, not start this at 8 p.m., just like whenever people fucking arrive. Because, because it really sucks. Um, like gathering this particular group, it sucks. They just don't show up on time. So yeah, Fruitless is Apple. This is the Blue Lantern T-shirt if you're still. Because I just have to stall for time right now. It's really unfortunate. I hate it. But here I am, just stalling for time, hoping that people will show up. This really sucks. Process also. Okay. But yeah, it was conservatives that struck this down. I believe so. If I remember this correctly, and I could be wrong, but like they had an Asian American who was attached to this case, a woman, to the Harvard case at least. They had an Asian American woman who was attached to it, and so because you have to have someone have standing, right? This is a white guy who was an activist, a conservative activist, push this, but they found this chick to jump into this lawsuit. But if I'm remembering correctly, she ended up separating herself from the lawsuit. That like she didn't want to be a part of it anymore. Um, I'm not entirely sure what her reasons were, but it doesn't matter. It didn't matter after that at that point. That they could continue the lawsuit without this individual, and now they've struck down affirmative action. So job done. Um, so yeah. Students of color in high schools across the country spoke to NBC News, sharing a range of concerns in the lead up to the ruling. What was on their minds, whether they should adjust their list of application worthy schools, confusion about the ruling itself, and in some cases, if they should completely ignore the court's decision. Um, I don't think it matters. I don't think it's a thing that you can do on your end. Like as in like the ruling was towards the institutions, not like students. Students can still apply wherever they want. But like yeah, so there's nothing to ignore. Just apply, I guess. Good luck. It's just that I can imagine some people. Um, I can imagine some people getting um confused and thinking, oh, does this mean that black people can't go to these schools? But yeah. Uh, sorry. I'm super annoyed with this particular group of people because they are constantly late. um, yeah. Anyway, black students I won't rule out predominantly white schools or HBCUs. This is a nice picture. I'm looking at a picture of this student who was quoted at the very beginning of this article. This is a nice school picture. Very big smile. Anyway, Gabrielle, which is the person I'm talking about, said she plans to apply to University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, a predominantly white school, and Spelman College, a historically black college in Atlanta, among other universities, including Harvard. I think I would still apply because I have confidence in myself, and you never know what the outcome will be unless you try. Exactly. She said a predominantly white schools, but I do think I would lack a little confidence in getting in. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it sucks, but yeah, it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be hard for people to do it. Sorry, Zinnerman, a 17-year-old rising senior at Homewood Flossmoor Community High School in Illinois, said she is looking forward towards Spelman College or Howard University, both of which are part of the group of schools known as historically black colleges and universities. But she added, even though I am not interested in attending a prestigious predominantly white university, I am confident that with my stats and community service outreach that I would be able to attend predominantly white university. So yeah, man, I'm dealing with, hey, Captain A Jones, thank you for using your Prime Gaming here on the channel. It means a lot. Did you win debate versus just Pearly things? Did I win debate? I mean, the thing that happened like a year ago? Say yes. Well, maybe this is not a Thursday topic though. That's why they're late. This is absolutely a Thursday topic. And anyway, they're always late any which way. Oh, thank you for being here, Joel. I'm not yelling at you. These motherfuckers are always late. There are many weeks of being late. Many weeks of being late. This is not a a new development. This is a regular development of being late. So I will tell you, this particular group is late. I don't know why. I won't say anything, but yeah, a lot of lateness. Just a lot of it happening. But anyway, um, yeah, but this isn't new, right? And this topic is exactly what we should be talking about here. So, but I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying that, yo, that's I hear your theory. The theory is incorrect. I do not have so the senior goes on to say, I do not have confidence that I will get into my backup schools, which are predominantly white institutions. Oh yeah, so I read that. I'm sorry. At 47%, Black Americans are more likely than other racial groups to say selective colleges should consider race and ethnicity in admissions, according to a Pew Research survey published earlier this month. Uh, yeah. um, uh, but I guess that's not surprising because that would help black people. So, but it's interesting. It's below half though. 47% is only 47%. It's interesting. That would mean 53% don't say that. Um, Applying to HBCUs has been a common response among black high school students planning for the potential demise of affirmative action. HBCU leaders like Daniel R. Hawley, the dean of Harvard University School of Law, and Ronald Mason Jr., the president of the University of District of Columbia, have said HBCUs will become even more integral in the push for diversity as they will become the example of racial equity in the U.S. A lot of black students are being drawn to HBCUs. Plan for Success executive director Nicole Brookins said of the teens who are part of her organization, nonprofit organizations that help mentor students to be conduits to their success will be vital with the dismantling of race conscious at selective schools. Brookings added. So anyway, before that previous comment about HBCUs will be more integral in the push for the diversity has become the example of racial equity in the U.S. I think what they're trying to say is that at HBCUs they're historically black universities, but they're not like all black, and they have more diverse campus. There are white people or Asian students and stuff. They don't say that you can't come if HBCU is just historically black. Like and by that, it's these are the universities that were created because we were being kept out, like completely kept out of other organizations. So they created these institutions instead. So they were just completely black, and then later on, when black people had other options, they used those other options, and you know, people of other races started to come HBCUs. So it's not just like straight black. Yeah. Uh, so let me see. Who are we waiting on? One. Who we're waiting on? One, two. Oh, we're okay. So we're waiting on 4 people. All right. So we got 4 people who are there. Maybe I'll jump in and have a conversation. I'm really fucking annoyed. In case you don't know, I'm a bit annoyed right now. That is what it is. So I'm gonna just jump into the waiting room and see what happens. I'm gonna talk with these guys. But here we go.
No, outside right now it's 91. 91 feels like 103. I think that's what it says on the report.
No,
Hey,
thank
Rob,
you,
how
Mr.
long was you gonna
Pace.
take to bring us in?
I was
I didn't
waiting
think
for
he was
people to
going to.
fucking show up. I don't know what the fuck. What do you mean? How long is it gonna take? I was
Well,
waiting for people to fucking show up.
You
well,
didn't bring us
we
in with
always
everybody
show
here?
up.
I know you were there. I brought you into the private room. You've been in the private room the entire time.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna bring us on. I wanted to argue with you about what you were saying.
Okay, well, whatever. But I was waiting for people to show up.
You still have at least an hour.
Yeah, apparently.
Um, so
But
I was
right.
listening to you.
Yep.
Two things. Well, actually, before that, fun update. So in the Jonathan Majors case,
I was going to bring that up as well.
Yeah,
apparently,
buddy.
according
got
to the
arrested.
evidence, well,
That,
she hasn't been arrested, but they said that there's enough evidence to arrest.
but she's not going to get arrested, and
I thought she was a throwback.
that's
Okay,
the
you
big
gotta
issue.
back up. And also, Bam, like you've been complaining, but you're like not in camera, you're not in StreamYard.
Oh, well, I didn't know that was. Well, I thought we just got in. Hold on.
You've been in private the entire
Well, I
time.
mean, I know I've been in private, but we haven't been.
Don't worry about it. Just make it in here. And someone's gonna have to back up and explain this because I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
so
the Jonathan
I literally
Majors
brought it
story
up.
did. Okay, fine. I'll let you handle it.
Thank you. Okay, so is Jonathan Majors update related to his case? He ended up filing a cross complaint based on the evidence that him and I guess his lawyer had that she initiated the assault and basically that he wasn't guilty. And they seem to have found enough information. NYPD said that they could there's actually enough more evidence pointing to them being able to arrest her than him committing any wrong.
The
So the case hasn't been
NYPD,
completely been dropped.
yeah, sure. But the NYPD has made a statement, and the statement is, "quote We have more evidence that points to her than someone else, than Jonathan
No,
Majors."
Mhm.
yes, and then there was another report that I saw that said Jonathan Majors has been exonerated, and they have proven that he did not do any physical domestic violence against the accused, and so now he's launching a countersuit against her because that defamation is really going to be smear his character. It's going to make it hard for him to find work, particularly
He's
in
already
this Me
lost work.
Too era. I know.
Yeah.
So
Well, he hasn't been exonerated. That's
Yeah.
just that's people's hopes, but we're technically not to that point yet. His case is still pending.
Well, he
But-
won't be exonerated until they actually acquit him of it. But in the court of public opinion, he's been exonerated since there's no evidence that he committed any domestic abuse.
So,
But it still fucks up his career, and
Race.
the chances that she is going to experience any legal
Wow.
circumstances are slim to none.
Bam.
Is Jabbar?
DM me the article you were looking at, please.
oh, for sure.
Her last name is Jabari.
Yep.
Is that not a black last name?
It sounds Middle Eastern, but I really couldn't say.
She's a very white woman.
I know. But a white woman with a black last name, that's
She
crazy.
could be.
I don't think Jabari would be. I don't think Jabari's a black last name.
I mean,
I've seen
well,
a
you
bunch
know,
of
there's a
black
I've seen a
person.
bunch
there's
of
a
black
lot of
Jabaris.
there's a lot of white people in Africa. Come on, let's be real.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know.
Africa has 1.8 billion people, and a lot of them are white. Not as many of them are as white as they are black, but there's a lot of them that are white over there.
Fair enough.
But yeah.
I-
Anyways, again, like information is still coming out, so I'm not like here to.
I wonder how Disney gonna handle this if he's proven innocent.
Oh well, I mean, Disney hasn't dropped him. It's
Yeah.
been everybody else. Surprisingly,
They got burned. I keep saying this. They got burned with what's his face now? I'm
Johnny
blanking.
Depp.
Johnny Depp. Thank you. They got burned with Johnny Depp. They immediately reacted, and then they got like fucking embarrassed by that thing. They don't want to do it again. So they it's not at all surprised to me they've taken their time. However, but even still, from my understanding, they've either canceled projects with them or heavily delayed them because.
Well, you
like,
better talk to Nicole about that.
Yeah.
but there's been his like PR team ended up dropping him. I think his agent ended up dropping him.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people, like I know like at least 3
I'm
movies
busy right
he
now.
got dropped
In
from.
the middle of a show when you're
You could have
bothering
been
me.
muted.
Yeah.
At this point.
Mute yourself, Odin, please. But yeah, so I'm looking at this article now. To the NYPD may arrest Jonathan Majors accuser. According to multiple reports, it's a surprising turn of events involving Marvel star whose promising career has been sidelined. Domestic violence allegations. Majors was arrested. Okay. Major filed a cross complaint. The news comes as Anthony Mackie offers Major a public words of encouragement. Love to see it. A rep for the NYPD only tells Yahoo Entertainment investigate. Yeah, okay, so they didn't say anything. This week, Majors appeared in court. Megan Good with. Oh yeah, that's right. Megan Good is his girlfriend. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
she's going.
lucky.
They're together now. That's interesting.
So fucking hot. Sorry.
Oh,
Distracted by how hot Megan Good is.
Megan Good.
Megan Good. Hot.
You don't
like Megan Good?
agree?
Disagree?
I'm fucking. with
Okay,
you.
I was gonna say like Megan Good has been in like the top black people's top 5 for like decades.
She was her late teens, early 20s. Way better than now, of course.
What are you talking about? She hasn't aged.
She
Okay,
really hasn't.
sure. You can think that, but obviously she has literally, quite literally,
Oh
and
my God.
physically. I've seen it.
I mean, yeah, she doesn't look like she did in Cousin Skeeter when she was 12. But like
12. I said late teens, early 20s.
it was an exaggeration. I'm saying that like she looked very good for her age. Like shocking.
No one's saying that. I'm saying obviously she looked better back then. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying even that's debatable.
You're saying she looks just as good now than her early 20s. You seriously want to make that claim?
Yeah, because I would argue she's like put on good weight. Like I would argue she's like thicker now than she was back then. Whenever
Yeah,
like
but her
everyone was
wrinkles.
trying to-
I don't like her wrinkles that she has.
Oh, jeez.
I don't know, man. Your wife gonna have a rough job
I'm
if like
saying.
if Megan Good has got wrinkles.
She has
It's
wrinkles.
not good enough.
You can see she aged. I'm not saying she's not good enough. I'm saying she looked better before. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, guys.
I don't even see, but I'm saying I don't even know where you see wrinkles.
You're saying she has no observable wrinkles that she didn't have. back in
Then
her
give
early
us
20s.
all right. Picks what didn't happen. Just set us a pick. All right.
No,
And
I'm
then
just
we'll
no.
look
I just want to make it clear. You guys are under absolute certainty that she has no observable wrinkles currently than what you observe in the early 20s. You're making that claim. I just want to make it clear for the record.
Yeah, I think she I think she arguably looks better now.
Oh my! That is not the question I asked.
That's not the question.
Does she have any noticeable wrinkles? I would say no. I don't think she has any noticeable wrinkles.
What year is that? Is that current?
Yeah, these are all like current pictures of her.
I don't even know who she is.
Let's see
That's
though.
correct.
Without
That's correct.
you can see
Last
the
time I
wrinkles
saw her
on
was
her
in
neck.
News Bayou.
You can see that wrinkle on her neck.
The
A little bit
wrinkle on her neck?
Wrinkles.
What?
You're looking
Like-
for neck wrinkles, my
Are
dude?
you looking for
No, I
neck
think it's
wrinkles?
Listen.
It's
Okay. How do you say like the deterioration of skin? It's not necessarily wrinkles, but you can see like skin is less soft than it was.
Oh my goodness. Dream, your standards are above and beyond anything I could even begin to
God.
think about.
Hey, ladies,
Okay.
your skin is less soft than it was before. I'm looking at your necks. It's less tender to the touch.
Well, she has makeup on, so
And
I
let me
can
go
only
ahead.
look. She has makeup on, so I can only look at the parts where she doesn't have makeup on. Obviously, I'm not gonna judge her by how she wears her makeup. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, actually, no. I'm going even stronger. Like I'm going even bolder now that I'm looking at her like younger. Like, yeah, she looks better now.
Shout out to D10 for resubbing to the channel for a year altogether. Thanks so much. My God, Megan Good is so hot. My God. So, Chad, if you don't
Look
know,
at early making good. You can't beat that, bro.
that
Look
is
at
early making good. That is early making good.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I hear you. But I'm just saying to the
It's
chat.
it's like saying that current Gabriella Union looks just as good as early Gabrielle. That's ridiculous.
What?
Not ridiculous.
I don't think that's ridiculous. She's amazing.
Just as good. You think just as good? I'm not saying that.
Hold on.
You guys,
Here's
just
the difference.
as good.
Here's the difference here, all right? So I can acknowledge that Gabrielle Union has aged. I can acknowledge that Megan Good has aged, right?
Yes.
But when I say they look just as good, I'm saying that there are qualities of a younger woman that they have, and like they are like 10 out of 10, right? But also now today there are qualities of a more mature woman
Going to their grown
that
woman
also make
bodies.
them 10 out of 10. Yeah. So that even if so we have a 20-year-old and I guess 40-year-old, I don't know how old they are, but 20-year-olds and 40-year-olds, you can have a 10 out of 10 person, right? And for different reasons. So they're just at. So when I say just
But
as
you gotta.
good,
You sound like Kevin
my
Samuels
rating-
right now. You think their like value is like inherently went down because they
No.
older.
yeah, their
no.
ratings
That's
are
what you-
exactly the same.
No,
I mean, as soon as you drive them off the lot, they lose 30% of the value. So.
Stop. Stop.
Like,
I
this
don't
is
think-
current.
Stop.
Waterkai is wild.
I don't think value is physical only. I'm talking about physical. Obviously, your physicality and how you look deteriorates over time. Nobody's gonna deny that. I don't think you
I
guys
don't
are.
think that's necessarily true.
Jesus Christ. Is
I
it
think there's a
generally?
lo-
Is
I-
it generally true? Is it generally true?
Sure, generally, but
Okay,
we're talking
take-
about exceptional women.
Oh my gosh.
Dream. Can there be a MILF, right? Like a 45-year-old
Of
woman
course, but
who
she's
is a
probably-
straight 10 out of 10?
Is it
Well, let's be
possible?
honest here. 45
But-
isn't that old.
Hold on.
I agree.
I've seen 10 out of 10 MILFs. But I think if we're using her metric against herself, her earlier form of herself would be 11 out of 10 if we're using that metric.
I mean,
Ooh.
I'm not using that metric. I'm just using a 10
No,
out
no,
of 10.
That's what I'm
metric.
saying. Like if you see a 10 out of 10 45-year-old woman, and it's not like she just had a complete makeover, right? Like let's say she's been good looking her whole life, right? I would imagine she would have been better looking earlier.
Okay.
I would bet on that.
All you're
right?
saying
Would
is
I be
that
wrong sometimes? Sure. But I'm just talking about what's generally true.
all you're saying is that you value youth in women, right? That's what you value. I'm saying that I don't
That's
necessarily
not what I
value.
said. No.
No,
That's not
but
true.
you're saying that like
That's not what I said.
You're saying it's necessarily the case that when
Nope,
a woman,
I did not. I said it's generally the case, not necessarily. That's generally the
okay,
case.
generally the
It's
case.
way
So you
different than necessary.
generally, so that excuse me. All right, fine. I'll do it. I'll do it for you. You generally think that
All people.
value youth in a woman.
All people are generally better looking as when they're like in their prime.
Okay,
early 20s.
sure.
I
Okay.
disagree.
Whatever. Okay, but like I'm saying that that I don't value youth in the same way. I think that's what Bam is also saying. He doesn't value youth in the same way. That like a woman can mature, right? And in these different
Bam.
stages, right? From a girl, like let's talk like a teenage girl, right? You know, like right to
Sure.
up to like you know in their midlife. That in their different stages, there are different qualities about them that make them very attractive. So one girl who becomes a woman can be 10 out of 10 in each of those stages.
But I'm saying that like I think even like maybe I think there's people that grow into themselves like
Yes.
with time. Like even in their 20s, you're like, oh, this is the best I'm gonna look. But then they come to their 30s and like actually now I've really figured out myself. Like
I argue
Yes,
that
that
the
could
idea
be the
that the
case.
20s is the prime is wrong in the first place, considering the fact that most that the science is now so that people don't reach full maturity, at least for men, don't reach full maturity until age 26. And even then, some people are
Well,
still growing and still have hormonal
Okay,
issues.
that is 1 year after Leonardo gets rid of them.
This
We
is
can
Missy
say-
Elliott in her 20s, and this is Missy Elliott now, like in her 40s.
But you're showing an obese photo. So
Oh no.
so just imagine if she wasn't obese during that time, how would she look like? You
you
can't.
are like Kevin said, was made over, boy.
I'm not even.
How's that? No, let's just be real. You're saying, hey, look at her 20s. She's obese. See, it just
But
proves my
even in the
point that
third
she's not
picture,
as good looking.
But even in the third picture, she's not even that big, and she's a
She's
pretty
had a lot
girl.
of
In
work
both.
done.
What third picture? What
Actually, she hasn't.
What
She hasn't
third
had any
picture?
surgery.
The one with the
The-
whites?
Yeah, she's not that big in that picture.
Well, she looks great there. So obviously, I'm not talking about that. She looks amazing there.
Yeah, but I think she looks better now.
I don't think so. She looks amazing there. Now she's just wearing more makeup and has better
I
foundation.
don't believe that either she has gotten a lot of work done or that's like a shit ton of makeup. I don't believe
Yes, look, that's like contour, bro. Look at her nose.
I mean, she probably like makeup
That's way.
has,
I actually
makeup has
prefer.
gotten better.
I prefer her in the white because it seems more natural. I love nature. A natural look.
Nature. I'm gonna have to use that one.
I love a more natural woman, bro. If a woman can look super good, but once I find out she's had something done, I just immediately get turned off. I hate that.
Why? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where you get.
I can
these,
have
like-
sex with it. No, don't get me wrong.
I
I'm
can
not
have
having-
sex with
I can
it.
still sleep with her, but
Yeah, because it's silicone.
I can have
It's-
sex with it. Okay. All right.
Oh,
this
you
is
said
great.
it?
But
Oh, damn it.
I would say like
He's so toxic.
it's not somebody I want to marry. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So
All
this
right.
great person that you found attractive, you found out they had work done, and now it's like,
Yep. Because that says something about your character too.
It's a wrap.
Well,
Okay.
I guess maybe it does, but I don't think, but not in like any way that I consider like dramatically important.
I do.
Because
I want people to be comfortable in their skin.
sure,
no
but
matter who
you
they
but
are.
but you don't want them to be no matter who you are. You just want to date a girl that looks like the girl that's had work done beforehand. You want the
Yeah,
lucky
yeah.
girl.
And what difference
Of
does it make?
course.
And
But-
what
but
difference
so
does
it's
it
not-
make?
What? Yeah, I want you to have it natural.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah. But like, no, but I want to push back on this the very idea of natural, right? And this is something I want to make this case like in a larger debate stage actually. But this idea of like the quote unquote natural, what difference does it make of a like looking at Miss Elliott, right? She's from the pictures. I haven't seen these pictures. I didn't know that she was so slim now. But what difference does it make if she had like worked out and dropped all that weight, or that she like went to a surgeon and they took the fat out? And it's gone now, right? Like
Because it looks better natural.
It
number
looks
one.
better.
I
Okay,
mean, you
all
can't
right. But
necessarily say
Number one, it does look better.
okay. Let's say.
And number two, like I
let-
said, it says something about your character.
Okay, so let's ignore the look better thing, right? Let's assume these plastic surgeons can get rid of excess skin, can just make it look absolutely natural. You can't tell, and then now you're saying something about the character. What does it say about a person's character if they use plastic surgeon rather than years of working out?
Shortcuts, You're not comfortable the way your body looks, so you want to take shortcuts. I'd rather
Oh, no, no, no,
prefer.
no. They're not
Am I allowed to
comfortable.
speak? Go ahead.
Okay, you go ahead. Sorry.
I would prefer that if you're not comfortable with the way you look, like critiquing your body, that you would take the hard work, natural route.
Maybe they hard worked and earned money.
Yeah.
Worked a good job, and
I
You
said
worked a
hard
good
work.
job.
Hold on. I said hard work, natural routes. That's what I prefer. It's a
Ye-
preference.
Yeah.
which is
huh.
not
like
based
it.
in anything. It's
Yeah.
based like
A lot of preferences aren't based in anything.
But
It's just
this
an
idea that
internal desire.
that they took
It doesn't harm anyone.
I-
My preference doesn't hurt anyone, so I don't.
No,
I don't
we all
probably
know that.
judgmental.
We're
It's
examining
probably
your
judge-
preference.
probably
We
judge
did
it
that.
for
what's the point of examining it? That's what I'm trying to
Hold
figure
No,
out.
I'm saying I think it's
Examine-
judgmental for society.
Yeah, no, but we
How's it
examine people's personal
detrimental?
preferences all
What
the
are you
goddamn time. What are you talking
Is it
about?
detrimental to
Your
society?
personal preferences say something about you. Okay.
Of course
like,
they do. Yes.
Yeah,
of course.
so that's why we're examining them.
Yeah, but what do you think it says?
I think that, like, so for example, would
No, go ahead. Hold on, Prime. What do you think it says?
Yeah, I think it says that you are extremely judgmental.
Of course.
I think that you
isn't?
make ridiculous. Well, lots of people aren't. I'm not. I think
You
you
don't
are
judge people.
ridiculous. I think you know exactly what I mean by the word judgmental. And
Okay,
if you
then
don't like
maybe
it,
I don't know.
then
Please
you
explain it
know
to me. How am I
exactly-
judgmental?
Judgmental is
I'm unreasonably judgmental.
well, I mean, I think
Unreason-
judgmental will be by definition unreasonable.
That's
Yeah,
not
that's-
true.
That's what it's. That's how it's used.
Hold on.
in
Maybe
common
let me Google
parlance.
it. Judgmental.
Oh my God! We're not. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's not get distracted. I don't
Webster
care.
is gonna.
I really don't
Like,
care.
I just
don't
didn't know how
wanna do
people use-
this.
You're the one. You
People
guys
use
are the
the
one
word.
making the claim. I can't confirm or deny your claim.
I'm saying
I'm
Webster
saying-
wouldn't
I'm
do
saying-
that job.
So
I-
what
oh my
what
God.
job?
Oh,
who
okay,
can I
sorry.
refer to?
I don't care. Let's move past that point. I don't care. All right, let's move past. That's not the important part. Okay, I don't want to do the whole definitions thing. So I think that like your idea of like what is valuable is skewed. I think your
No.
idea about like what makes a woman valuable is skewed, and then
Not
you
true.
hold them to a certain level that's like that you they need to cross a certain bar that I think is unhealthy.
And my argument is, I believe that like there is probably a general issue in society with how comfortable we are with the idea of telling people to go under the knife to have surgery, and that's a legitimate thing. But I think taking up that issue with the individual and saying that, like, oh, it's because you're not a hardworking person, or like you're a worse person for
I didn't say
seeking
you're a
operation.
worse person.
I mean,
You're just not a person
you're-
that I would like.
because they're
That doesn't
worse.
mean you're worse. It's just not a match for me. Is that
Because you don't
no?
know.
Hold on. Is that concept not understandable to you?
I'm disagreeing with you. That's the entire
hold
point.
on. I'm trying to explain it to you. That it's
And I'm
not. I
still
don't
going to
think
disagree again.
Okay, so you're telling me I can't think somebody is just as valuable, but just not my preference. Does that not
Yeah.
make sense to you?
Yes, I think that.
Like I think you're a great person, and you'd find somebody that would be great for you in a different way, and it's just not me. I'm not saying you're less valuable than somebody that I would like. I just think that this is a better match for me.
Yeah, I'm calling BS.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying-
no, hold
but
on. You can call BS if you want to, but acknowledge whether or not that's a take that is okay.
I'm saying
to have.
that's not a valid thing. That's what I'm
asking-
arguing.
So
That's the point. I don't have any ways
So
I
you
can
said
see
it's
it.
impossible.
No,
Nobody
yes,
can
it's
ever.
impossible. Yes.
Oh,
So now can I continue on why?
we reached-
Because you
we
keep
reached a
explaining it, and
fundament-
I keep
We
telling you it's
reached a
impossible.
fundamental disagreement. There's nothing to talk about.
There's plenty to talk about, but you don't know why it's impossible.
I think how can we square it off? You think it's impossible? I think it is.
Because you don't even know why I say it's impossible.
Why does it matter why you think it's impossible?
Because maybe
Go ahead and
it was
explain it. Go ahead and
All
explain
right,
it and tell me why it matters. Why you think it's impossible? If it's impossible, and I think it's impossible. Go ahead.
Yes, I think that there's when we talk about the concept of preference as a society, we've learned a way to like interact with others, and we say things like, "Oh, okay, it's not because I think less of you. It's just not a good fit. We're not a good combination," and that's a thing we say. But I think like if we really reach like deep down to intuitively what we think of, like if you thought this was like a fantastic person, I think that you would like them. I think there's something intuitive, like things you don't like a person who's a combination of things you don't like is a person you don't like. Like I don't think that we can disconnect those two things. Like,
Bro.
oh, okay. Like, I don't think you're less. You just do a lot of things that I think less of. Like, I think that,
Bro.
like, even though you don't want to say that out loud, I think that as humans, like, deep down, if we were being honest, like, colloquially, that's what we're arguing to. Like, people that I wouldn't date is people I don't think are good enough to date me. But the
Hold on.
but wait, just let me give my second
God.
example, because another thing is, like, we talk about, like, oh, why don't people fix things? Like, I think a definition I think about is teeth. Right? Like, I think that some people, there's certain things as far as hygiene that's like, oh, okay, your breath shouldn't stink. But I do judge people like, oh, okay, you have a crooked smile, which I have a crooked smile, and I've had braces, and I'm thinking about potentially getting them again. Like, oh, you have discoloration of teeth. I can say like, oh, okay, that's just not my preference. That's not a good fit for me, and that's what I would tell someone if they ask me. But like deep down, if somebody like put me in a corner and walked me down to like the foundation of it, I'll be like, oh, okay, yeah, I think that people that like take care of their teeth are better. Like, that's what it would come down to.
No,
Like,
bro.
as uncomfortable as that
Oh,
sounds.
yeah, but for me, it just looks white teeth look better. Why couldn't it be that simple?
It looks better, and people that have them are better people for it.
No, you're not a better person because you look better, bro.
I'm not saying you're a better person as in like
You just said that.
personality-wise. I'm saying totally. It's like people who do, again, if somebody did 20 things that you thought were like made you worse, you would think that they were worse as a person.
Worse
at some point.
Worse in attraction doesn't mean worse as a person. That's what I'm trying to help you understand.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that those two things are more related than
they can be
like,
related, but you can also disassociate them. That's
I don't
possible.
think we can. I don't think
you
we can.
saying it's impossible. That's why I said that we've reached. There's nothing more to talk about because you already came to the conclusion it's impossible. How could I possibly convince you otherwise?
Okay.
I don't.
All right.
Do you understand? Does anybody else
How
understand?
could I possibly convince you otherwise? Why are we talking about it?
Sure. Now I'm asking the rest of the group. Does anybody else understand what I'm saying fundamentally? Like, even though it sounds super harsh.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
Like, people like, oh, like, why aren't you friends with such and such? Like, one is like, we don't like the same things. Like, it's fine, but it's like, if they have like 40 things about them that you don't like you could say like, oh, it doesn't mean I don't like them as a person, but like at some point it does mean you don't like them as a person.
Okay.
And that doesn't have to be like anger. It's just like, oh, okay, I think the things that they do are bad. Like, oh, like they smoke weed, or maybe they, they party a lot. Whatever. I'm sorry. We'll move on.
No problem. Let's just I don't know if one of the others will be joining us. We're just gonna have to roll with the group that we got. And
what's up,
someone reminded me in chat that yes, Kentanji Brown Jackson at the Supreme Court, hot. That's a MILF. I've been putting it out there. She's super hot.
That's kind of weird, but she's own.
What you don't think she's attractive?
I've never thought about it myself.
She is very beautiful.
She's a beautiful woman.
The Supreme Court just
Kentanji Brown Jackson.
Oh, she's gorgeous.
Gorgeous.
She's gorgeous, bro. She's amazing, bro. What? She's amazing. 9.5 out of 10, bro. On God.
Now his man trolling with me now. Like,
I'm not exactly sure either. But still, anyway.
Great, no?
I think she is a
all right then.
And I think she also is a great legal mind and all that. I want to put that out there too. But also super.
That's part of that attraction, bro.
Yeah, I know. Part of the attraction. She's a really hot, accomplished woman.
God, bro. I've been with like 4s that mentally stimulated me, and I was like, you know what? I could go through it. I can endure how you look. Because
endure.
Because it was physically like, you have that like natural throw up. That's how bad she looked. But I was like, you know what? I'm going to endure because of how great her mind was. And I think every guy should at least try something.
that was your charity work for the year?
Yes, that was charity work. And so did Dia No Dream reach down towards the earth and bless this woman with his attention.
Honestly, like I think the prettiest girl should try some ugly guys. You never know, and then vice versa.
Okay.
Well, that used to be the case, but ugly guys had to have money.
I'm saying even without money, just game,
Okay, all right, let's move on. Let's move on from this. This has been weird, but predictable for our pre-talks. Hello everyone. This is All Black Everything. We are streaming on Twitch and YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, hit that follow button. We'd love to have you. We have conversations. Well, honestly, like we just had all the time. That thing we actually we've run this conversation a few times. But also more politically stimulating ones as well, which is what we are about to have. But we have a great group of guests here. We're going to introduce them, and then move on. All right, we'll start with my man Bam. Bam, how are you?
I am doing absolutely stupendous. Had a great day. And it's just gonna continue on. More of the same.
Okay, he's gonna continue.
Sorry for your loss,
man. Let's go to a friend. Odin, right? King Odin, who was here with us. How are you, friend?
I am extremely hot, and this is going to be a tough show because it's so hot. I can't drink anything to get through this. So try to go easy on me with the liberal nonsense.
I
well,
refuse.
try to go easy on us with the crazy conspiracy stuff.
We can't help it. Like, I'm a leftist. you know what it's gonna be like. All right. But thank you for enduring the heat wherever you might be. You're in Texas, right? Yeah.
No.
Sorry,
I'm in Mississippi.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Fourth state in the union. Everything makes sense.
I could have sworn you. I could have sworn you said Texas previously. Okay.
No, I said Texas had the humidity where it's stuck at right now, but we already had our own humidity issues over here.
Well, thanks for being here, buddy, and thanks for enduring that for our sake. Next we'll go to Debate Queen. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks for having me.
Anything
I
else?
appreciate it. Yeah, I'm the Debate Queen. Everyone can follow me on all social medias. I'm streaming right now on Twitch and on YouTube. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, Dream is here as well. Already starting trouble. The way he does. How are you, Dream?
I'm great, man. Do you know Dream? You know what I mean? I'm in the scene, and I like to keep it clean.
Okay. And let's go to Water Kai. Water Kai, thanks for chilling with us.
Yeah, doing good today. Watched the thing that you did earlier with the whole Stardust Chud thing. That was great. I was filling for you the whole time. And yeah, we're gonna have a great stream that's a lot more calm than that was.
Yeah. All right. We'll see. I don't think anyone's gonna call someone a fucking bitch here. All right. So yeah, maybe it'll probably actually be pretty calm. All right. Let's start with the first topic. Topic 1. A Georgia police department is under investigation after using a black man's photo for target practice. The department posts images from the event on their Facebook page, but they quickly were taken down after the backlash. The mayor has launched an investigation, but do the cops actually deserve this criticism? What's wrong with using black people's images as target practice? Should we never use their images? If you consider these targets to be a form of media, because images are media in themselves, right? Should we ever use black people as criminals in other media, like film, because it might conform to a stereotype? So yeah, this police department is under investigation. I saw like the picture that was in question, and it showed, I believe it was a white officer who was like firing at like this picture. It's just like, you've seen target practice like pictures before, right? Like of people's bodies, right? And it was of a black man who was holding a gun. He's got like a beanie on or something like that, right? Looking all suspicious, right? And pointing a gun, and then they're like shooting at this guy. But like it's like it wasn't something that they created. It was something that like they bought, So for whatever that's worth. Any which way, I want to find out what you guys think about this. So I'll start with Bam.
I think
the idea of shooting at a black dude was crazy. And like this dude looked like he was from like the 80s. Like I don't even know where you found this.
He looked like
But like I don't know what he was robbing. But I think that as far as like target practice, we probably shouldn't use real humans in general, like real pictures of like actual people. I don't care if you could agree to it or not. That just seems strange to me. And as far as like media goes, like I think that's different because I respect it as like an art form. And I think that they like art and media deserves more leeway in the different portrayals. Of course, that can still cross a line that can, be met with a response. But yeah, I don't consider like professional use of a police department's target practice the same as I would like a movie or TV show.
Odin.
I don't like the optics of it, though. I'll have to see where it goes with the investigation. But the fact that whomever it was on the department that thought this was a good idea is really telling of something there. But again, I don't know of the legitimacy of it, so we'll have to see where it goes. As far as it is in the media, well, the media is a double-edged sword. The media says they want to have diversity and inclusivity. So, if you want that to be the case, then you have to bite the bullet and take it. There are going to be some black heroes. There are going to be some black
Like
villains, and if you don't like it, then you just remove black people from film in general. Because if you don't want black people to be the villain in the film, then you shouldn't want them to be a hero in the film, and vice versa. So it's as Bam said, it's part of art. It's part of an expression of the culture, and if it's a show produced by black people for black people with a black cast, everybody can't be a hero. So you just have to deal with it.
Okay. Let's go to our debate queen.
Yeah, I don't think that this was good optics, obviously. I don't think that the police department should have spent their money buying this target practice of a black person. I know that they are out there. You're able to buy all kinds of different characters and people shooting. So I don't think it was a good idea for them to use a black person. They shouldn't have used a black person. They could have just picked something else, along the line of someone standing there and like shooting. But yeah, I think that just looks like more like racism within police forces and things of that sort.
Hey, Dream.
I think it's simple. Whether or not they're consistent matters. If they bought a bunch of ethnicities, different looking people, posters, and this is just one of the many, then I was like, okay, cool. You can have that black person, and then you shoot, black person, white person, Latino, etc. But if they just only shooting this black person, then I see a problem, because that will be like, oh, I'm subconsciously thinking that anytime I see a person that may look similar to this person, that they're a threat. And this situation actually happened in my city, San Francisco, too, where they're like being like subconsciously trained, or not subconsciously trained, but they're being trained to shoot whenever they hear black or see black. So I just would prefer that it would be more diversified in terms of like target practice. But yeah, like I said, if it was diversified in target practice, I understand. But if this is the only thing that they're showing and shooting, then it's obviously wrong.
Waterkai.
This definitely seems like something that could desensitize people to imposing violence upon Black people should the situation arise. They may not be as quick to try to de-escalate the situation and may just go straight forward with what was already in their head. It's pretty unfortunate that throughout history, Black people, since the time we've been able to be in media, have been pushed in the direction of being pimps, pushers, house servants, slaves, like anything derogatory. Even Chris Rock, when he first broke out in movies, had to play a crackhead named Pookie. So this is something that we've kind of been forced into the niche of just to be able to get our foot in the door of Hollywood. now that we're beyond the point where we can actually get into Hollywood and have decent portrayals, some of us are still more willing to put out more negative portrayals. And I would like for that to stop because it's not beneficial. I don't see other people doing this, and I don't think we should do it either. So we should definitely stop denigrating ourselves and stop allowing them to desensitize themselves to our pain.
Okay, I'm gonna give my own opinion here. Especially since we're fair enough. I'll take that. So, especially since we're low on participants, I think that well, I guess I'm closer to Dream's position here. How many people actually read the full article? Okay, so then you guys know that they had multiple types of ethnicities for the target practice. At least that's what the officer said. Now maybe they're lying, I don't know. But assuming that they're telling the truth, that they just had multiple ones, and this is just has to be photos of a black individual. I think that like I think it would be something to think about if there was only black people they were shooting at. All right, I think that kind of says something that like you went out of your way just to find photos of black men to shoot at. When you have the option, I know they sell ones of different ethnicities. I think that what Bam said it might be interesting. Maybe we just don't use anything that's real, just making sure it's like just completely drawn. You know, it could be life size, but a life-size human for the target practice, you know, hitting center mass. But just like making it drawn. But even then, like that, well, I guess you don't. It doesn't necessarily have to have an ethnicity, right? You can draw a human-shaped figure that doesn't has no ethnicity. So there's that too.
I mean, even a cartoon feels different. Like, like if it was a black cartoon, I think it still would have weird implications, but I still think it's a different conversation than like, okay, this is a real guy. Like, this is a person. Like, I mean, maybe when they signed up for this, they agreed what they were shooting for.
Guys, I just saw something crazy. His name
I don't think it matters.
The police chief's name is Michael Mansour.
Is that weird?
Okay.
I'm Mansour.
Oh, is that you?
You're Mansour.
Is your cousin?
Okay.
So why
he might be a Moroccan. That's a Moroccan police chief. He might be.
And Moroccans can be pretty fucking racist to black people.
But yeah, I'm agreeing with Bam on this. Like something more
color.
Uncanny Valley would be better. So like if you can't tell, like the AI generated images that don't really look human would probably be better for this kind of situation than to use like real people for these images.
Me personally, I don't think it matters. I don't think that a person's picture, I don't think a person's picture should be used at all, because there's nothing wrong with the actual target that we usually use that has the center of mass,
just
the
a
head,
silhouette,
the arm, and stuff like that, where it's the multiple outlines, event outlines, which is perfect for knowing exactly where you're shooting at. With a picture, that kind of ruins the purpose of that, because you actually have to get close to it to be able to see what you're doing, because it doesn't have the same well, there's too many different variations of colors and stuff, so from that distance you can't see exactly what you're hitting at the way you could just a regular target.
What about you know how SWAT teams and like the Marines, like military people, they go through like this like a makeshift like house, right? And then they have those targets spring up on them, and those targets like are usually of people. You would think that's wrong, like to go through, right? Like in those targets are like they jump up at you, and you have to decide whether to shoot or not, right? Like, oh, this is clearly quote unquote a terrorist, and then this one's a civilian, so hold your fire. Is that okay?
I think you would say
that's completely different, because what if you're doing it that way, where they're popping up out of nowhere and you have a civilian and a terrorist? Those are not stationary. They're actually trying to get you to determine who's who not to shoot, and who to shoot. If it's a stationary target like what it is in this picture, there is no yeah, exactly. There is no way for you to determine. That's a civilian. That's a civilian, but that's the criminal. So shoot that guy.
If that's okay, okay. So if the military practice type thing is okay, right? Is it okay if the terrorists all look Middle Eastern?
That is the problem. That would be
Yeah,
problematic.
I think that would be weird.
Yeah,
It
but
depends.
Odin, I want to hear from you. Like, would it be fine if they were all Middle Eastern? If they were the terrorists in that situation?
Wait, his
If
name is
that's the
Odin?
He changed it from
my
Pace.
name, well, my name is
It
always been
don't
King
matter.
Odin, just Mr. Pace. But if in the scenario of fighting terrorists and that's where you're going in that region to fight terrorists, then the target should represent what you're shooting. If you're going to go to China, if you're going to go to Vietnam, then the target should represent what you're going to be going against.
100%.
okay, so if you're going to be policing a black neighborhood, then those are going to be your targets, right?
No, because in America, even if you're policing in a black neighborhood, you still run the encounters of white people being in the neighborhood, of Asian people being in the neighborhood,
Boom.
and again, you
Good
still
answer.
have
That's a
the
terrible answer.
standard target,
Yeah.
which is
He's
perfectly
saying
fine.
he's saying that America is non-homogenous like the other countries.
Yeah,
that
I hear
you-
that, and it's a terrible answer. Like what?
Mm.
Like one, like Middle Eastern countries aren't completely homogenous. It's possible, like they do. Like I mean, it's like
Some of
depending
them,
on
most of
which
them.
cities you go to, like they're like metropolitan cities, right? So there's that. But beyond that, you're saying that it's okay that we reinforce these stereotypes that Muslims are these targets when these things are stationary targets any which way, right? So they can make
Well, you're
any
not. See,
ethnicity, period,
that's the
right? They
problem
could
that you're
just be
making here.
white,
You're
right?
not
And it wouldn't make a difference
reinforcing
in the exercise,
See,
right? Just as
that's the
long as you
problem. You're not
designate
reinforcing
this one.
anything. You're not reinforcing anything about Muslims when you're doing that type of training and you're trying to prepare troops for the type of people that they need to be on the lookout for, and the targets
That's
look
not
like
what
the
they're doing.
people
That's not the point of
they're
that.
going to
No,
be on the
it's
lookout
not.
That's not the
for.
point of
Can you
that.
tell me, what does a terrorist look like?
The terrorists that we have historically faced off against over there after 9/11 have all been Middle Eastern, usually with a long beard, but not all the time. But we've been over there fighting. Well, thank God we're not over there anymore. Miserable way to get out. But we've been over there for 19 years. If we're training them to prepare them for how to encounter certain individuals, and we know that we have people over there as well in our embassies, and we're setting up these training scenarios where you might be in a situation where you might encounter a hostage situation. It is good to be able to distinguish the difference between what the enemy looks like and what the civilians look like, or what the people that we're not trying to shoot looks like,
Well, I
because
mean,
I'm pretty
everybody
sure
Honestly, that's
everybody
a
is
terrible
Middle
answer
Eastern
because
with big beards.
like
These
honestly,
people.
because a terrorist isn't just a Middle Eastern person. A terrorist can be a white person. A terrorist can be an Asian person. So
yeah,
just
but
saying that a
yeah,
terrorist
that's
looks like
true.
Hold on.
That's
like
true.
historically what
That's
He
true. That's true.
we
But those
do,
are not the
but
terrorists that we
that's
have been
not.
encountering.
He
So
That
don't
said-
try
is,
to
those
use that
are the
example.
terrorists. I
No,
didn't
no.
say where.
Don't try to use
I
that
said, where
example.
the terrorists? We got some white terrorists all the time up in here terrorizing black
Well,
people.
she
That's a
talking-
Don't try to
terrorist.
use
Hold
that.
on,
Don't
not
try to
fair.
use that as an
Me,
example
I'm just
to
giving
try
you-
to say that. Whoa, no, well, we're trying to represent Muslims as terrorists, because no, that's not what we're doing. The fact of the matter is that the terrorists that we have been targeting, that we have been facing in battle for over 20 years at this point, have been historically people from the Middle East. Now you can make the rationale and talk about there's white terrorists, and that over here in the States, where we did have white terrorists with the Ku Klux Klan, and we had lots of stuff going on with that. We have terrorists of different colors and other nations, but those historically aren't the people that our troops have been in combat with. Our
Sure,
troops have
but
been in combat with people from Vietnam. They've been in combat with people
Not
from
even just
the
talking
Middle
specifically the
East.
military,
their
like the
target should
military.
look like what their enemy is.
What DeAndre
But
said
that-
earlier. Hold on. What DeAndre said earlier, which I think you guys missed, was that the people that we've been fighting for 19 years over there look like Blink. He didn't say to the typical terrorist. No, he said that the typical terrorist in this region looks like Blink.
Sure, but everyone in that region looks like Blink. Like that the point
Right.
that
That's
like
the
part of
point.
the But
that doesn't defeat his point.
That's the point. The point is that you have to be able to distinguish between what a potential enemy looks like and what a potential civilian in that region looks like.
You can't differentiate in that region because everyone.
Yes, you can, because
oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Oh, you were interrupting. You were gonna tell me what I was gonna say.
Damn.
Can't differentiate in that region because everyone in that region looks like the people of that region. They all are Middle Eastern. A lot of them are gonna have beards. A lot of them are gonna wear hijab. Like that's not a good differentiator.
But not all of them are going to have guns. Not all of them are going to have bombs on them. So you're setting them up for scenarios where
you're not setting them up for anything.
If a guy pops up without a gun, okay, finish your point.
Yeah, even knowing someone does or doesn't have a gun doesn't tell you the good job, because if you talk to like a lot of people who have done tours overseas, you actually also have to be aware of like children, anyone is a potential threat over there. The second point is like outside of like the idea of like racially differentiating, trying to prepare people between the two, if the military themselves will admit that the things they do in preparing people are trying to dehumanize. And I don't mean that in like some like puritanical way or like, pearl clutching way. I'm saying that like when you're in the middle of battle, like if it's when you and your brother are next to you, they don't want you to see the other side as someone like a human. They don't want you to hesitate if need be, because that can like put
that kind of doesn't that logically make sense?
Well, they're the enemy.
Hold on. I want Bam to answer. Doesn't that logically make sense? You want people not to hesitate because hesitation can mean your own life.
I'm literally, that's what I'm saying. It's not a pearl clutching way. I'm saying that they're like it's.
Did you hear what I said? Just answer the question.
I am answering your question. That's what I'm like. Yes,
it's a yes or no. Okay,
it's not a yes or no question. It's
the answer. I asked a yes or no question.
No, you said doesn't that make sense?
Doesn't that logically make sense to do that?
And I'm answering that question, but it's not. This isn't.
You can say yes, then, or no, because.
Okay, so I'm going to say
yes
this.
Or no.
It does make sense.
Thank you.
But that doesn't make it okay. Again,
what would make it okay? Go ahead. What would make it okay?
I'm saying that we're having an argument on why someone should or shouldn't use.
What would make it okay?
Oh, okay. I didn't. You was interrupting me answering you with
let him finish.
We're literally having a conversation about why someone should or shouldn't be able to use racial targets in as a way of target practice, and the military's definition of that is like, the reason we do this is because it makes you see them as less than human. It makes them easier to shoot. So,
yes. War. You have
that would kind of argue against the point of being able to do it.
Huh?
And that would argue against the concept of being able to do. Like,
hold on.
Well, that's just not.
Hold on.
I'm not talking about the military context. I'm talking in general.
If humans have human rights, and human rights include the big one, which is the right to life, which means staying alive and not getting killed. Don't you necessarily
have to
dehumanize somebody in order to be justifiably delete them from existence? You necessarily have to say that this is somebody that's not worth a human right.
Are you aware of the debate we're having right now?
Yes.
Do you understand the topic at hand? The topic
you're saying it's not okay, and I'm saying, how is it not okay since it's necessary for war?
So I'll have to explain to you the debate we're having right now. We're having a conversation about if using racial targets leads to dehumanization that's causing like people to be shot more. The military agrees that it does. That's why they do so. So that maybe that means that we shouldn't use racialized targets in general. I'm not talking about just in the military context. I'm saying in general when we're dealing with civilians, because it seems to be the reason we do it is because it's a way to dehumanize and make people easier to kill. That's a debate we're having.
Okay, cool. This is my point. I'm not talking about whether or not it's more likely or not. I'm saying that it's necessary in order for you to shoot somebody. You need to desensitize yourself from seeing that person as somebody that's worthy of life.
Is that what you want our police to be doing?
No. I'm saying if they're truly, first of all, you have to make, number one, you have to make the assessment that they don't deserve life. That's why you're going to shoot them eventually. But the second part comes with the emotional practice and endurance that you have from training, that although you think it's okay to morally you emotionally may not be able to do so, and that emotion can cause your life to be dead. So that's the point I'm making. In your heart, you already know that this is an okay thing to do, but because they're doing this training to desensitize you from shooting somebody, they're doing that because of your emotional override that you're doing, like that is required in order for you to actually pull the trigger. Because you may think it's logically, yeah, this person deserves to die, but because of, for whatever reason, emotionally, you may not be able to do so. That's what the training's for. Does that not make sense?
I'm not arguing what the training's for. I'm saying, is that what we want our police to do?
Why do you not want somebody to be emotionally?
I don't want
Hold
my
on,
police
I
to see
have a
people as
question.
I'm sorry.
So you may care about human life so much that you're like damn near a pacifist. You don't want to shoot anybody, but you may come to a point where it's necessary, and your emotions may hinder you from doing your job to actually save other lives.
Mm-hmm.
But because you're so hesitant to pull the trigger because you see that person as somebody that's deserving of life, even though logically they're not, morally they're not, that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So
I want my police to hesitate. Yes.
No, because hesitation can cause somebody else's life to be not besides their own, somebody else's life that deserves our life.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay.
You're okay with other people dying?
No, because I think it's
other innocent people dying.
No,
that's crazy.
No, I'm okay with that because I think we have less situations that are going to happen where like the idea of someone being put in the life of this situation where they're going to like kill someone else. Like I'm okay with cops having some inherent level of hesitation, especially when it comes to black people. I don't want them to see black people as dehumanized people who are easy to shoot. I think that has worse implications.
This is what there's better ways to do it, but this is a necessary step. Right? So this is what I'm arguing for. We necessarily have to desensitize people's emotional, visceral reaction not to want to shoot somebody in order to shoot. I'm about to say, in order to shoot somebody that is necessarily needs to be shot. That's number one.
Hesitation doesn't mean you don't do it. I'm saying that like when you do
hesitation, I'm not saying hesitation doesn't mean you don't do it.
Hold on.
Bam. Number one, I'm not saying hesitation doesn't mean you don't do it. But hesitation may mean that you don't do it in time. So I want people to do it in time rather than I don't want people to rush either. That's my argument. I don't want people to rush.
Now you're arguing for perfection.
Combat scenarios,
you're saying that I want there to be all
most of those things are done in less than 2 or 3 seconds.
When you remove desensitization, you're inherently like you're like the downside of that. You're
I think I'm not sure how we would do it, but I think there are ways to desensitize people's ability to shoot people that they morally think is okay to shoot versus people in general who look like that person. I think there are ways to do that.
Okay, so I'm more so see.
Wadakai, go ahead.
I don't see this stopping hesitation because usually the hesitation comes from actually thinking about the idea of taking a life. So shooting at a paper target isn't necessarily going to get you in a position not to hesitate when you're dealing with an actual human life. Now, what the paper target, based on what the paper target looks like, may make you more inclined to or willing to take that action against someone that looks like the paper target. That's not going to change your hesitation level.
Well, it's not just the paper target, but there's like the military takes like a number of steps. Like it was really bad, especially during like Vietnam. Like the idea of like a commie or a communist or World War II. When you talk about the communists, like the Viet Cong, like they tell you going over there, like they make them out to be like almost gremlins. Like these, when you see them, like you treat them like crap. They don't deserve respect, and you search them like, you know what I'm saying, like because the moment of like weakness you show them is when you die. And there was like I said, as effed up it was, like there was, like I said, there was a reason for this. There was like ways was like, oh, someone let their guard down for a second, and now somebody's walked into the base with.
Yeah, but that's not comparable to police, because when you're doing that, you're trying to prep them to go up against an enemy that will number in the hundreds of thousands, if not even more than that. And you're doing that because you're over there in a foreign land, in a foreign territory. You have to be able to, in a very quick period of time, discern whether the person that's in front of you is a threat or a civilian that's just trying to get out of the way. And you have to be able to do that very quickly. So when those targets are popping up and one of the targets has a gun, or one of the targets is a woman, or one of the targets is a woman with a gun, and you have to make quick decisions on is this a threat or not a threat? Do I shoot or do I not shoot? Those types of things, I think, are important to distinguish things, because if it's just a random target like the ones that I suggest that the police should be using, which is just the standard black target with the white outlines, you can't
Yeah.
make somebody feel a difference between if that's a woman with a gun or that's a woman with a child, that's a child, that's a grown man who doesn't mean you any harm, that's a guy who wants to shoot you. You can't make those distinguishments with just a blank target. So it's a completely different scenario than just being at a stationary target practice area where police are firing at a stationary target just to enhance their accuracy.
Do other people agree with Pace here?
Can you summarize your points,
So-
Pace?
So I obviously showed up late. I do know, and I can now 100% tell that you're still talking about the target practice stuff that police have been doing. So I'll give a small bit of what my viewpoint on it is. Obviously, it's bad to be using pictures of any race if you're in police work. And I see what Bam I see what Bam was saying, like how military does what it does. Because of the
Why would it be
because of the area they're
obvious?
in.
Why would it be obvious?
No, no, I'm saying obvious in terms of what I was hearing Bam say. Like, at least I'm catching up to the conversation. Sorry,
I mean, obviously, it is just bad optics. Obviously,
it is bad optics entirely, and the and and I can agree with Pace that it should, for the policemen, just be those black silhouette. I don't know why you wouldn't just use the black silhouettes with the lines for like ranges and everything in order to increase accuracy, because the difference between, as I think this conversation was happening again, I joined middle of it. The difference between a wartime area and police work is the urgency that you would need in each of those things. With police work, if they need to work on their accuracy, when they do run into a bad situation and on urban areas, at least they'll have that training without having to use targets that look like a very specific thing, because they don't know what they're going to see around here. Versus in wartime, they know what they're going after because it's what their higher ups told them. It's what their higher ups told them. It's still bad, but at least
They know
I
what
just
they're
don't want
going
police
at.
doing it.
But you guys see, this is the thing that bothers me, right? Like they know
Yeah,
what they're
no, it's
going
still
after,
bad.
but like, so and
I wouldn't lie one either, but still.
And Debate Queen kind of touched on this previously. The idea of what a quote-unquote terrorist looks like. In a battlefield, like as the American military found out, it could be anyone. Like, dressed as anything. This idea that, like, these targets will prepare you for what you're going to face. No, there are women who are, who
that's
show
the
up and it
purpose
was
of the spring up targets.
suicide,
If a woman
and they would,
shows up with a bomb on her, you don't know that, so you have to make that judgment quickly. That's the purpose of these randomized scenarios where a child could show up. You don't know if that
Protection. We have
child is a
children
good
too.
kid. You don't
Yeah,
know if
Yeah,
that
they
right.
should.
is.
So are you gonna like
So
stop
black
and shoot a
silhouettes
child?
overall would probably be
They
best.
should have
Like,
a child.
overall.
To be honest,
Black
they should.
the black silhouettes, in order to work on accuracy, would just be
Yeah, they're just
best
stationary
overall.
targets. They're not
Yeah.
going to a live combat area. They're
I
not
would
going
say
to a
I would
war.
say definitely don't give any pictures of any, like, just fully
I'm-
default black silhouettes.
So
but,
you
like,
guys
Have
don't
you watched-
understand. You guys don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that since anyone can be a target, it actually wouldn't make sense to train anyone to see any particular type of person to
What?
be a
Okay.
target, right?
Yeah,
So
but
that,
that's
so like the
that's
only thing that
disingenuous.
matters. So hold on, I'm almost done. The only thing that matters is whether they are posing a threat, and how would you do that? You would show them, like for instance, with a weapon. And like the military, if we're talking about the military specifically now for a second, has very specific rules as to when you can fire, when you're supposed to engage, right? Like a person showing up with a gun, right? Like a gun on their back, or just holding a gun, like, in their arm, holding a gun pointed down, you're not supposed to shoot that individual. But for a person, don't, of course, well, for the police in this country, that's not how that works, right? But anyway, but the point is, like, when they're pointed at you, then that's a different thing. So that's the thing that needs to be tested, right? Like judging them to be a threat, not the specific type of person. So if it was just these outlines, these like gray blob outlines, right, and it just had like different weapons in different positions, or no weapon at all, to show again this is an innocent civilian, don't shoot. That could test your ability to discern a threat just as easily.
No, I disagree with
middle
that. I
ground.
think
Hold on.
that's disingenuous.
Hold on. I have a middle ground question. I just want to know your guys' opinion on this. Would anyone object to the idea of having or practicing with the amount of like what target practices that like are representative of the population that you're going to be policing or enforcing or combating? So if you're going to the Middle East and you're engaging in against terrorists, find out what the demographic of terrorists, and then you make those target practices, and you have them in a training, including children and hijabi women and different types of men that look differently, and you shoot those people. And then in the police, if it's a majority black neighborhood, you're gonna have majority black signs. If it's a majority white neighborhood, you're gonna have majority white signs, and then you're gonna shoot those people. Just the targets that you have is gonna be representative of the demographic that you're policing, and you're gonna be.
I think this was what I was. I think that's what I was accidentally starting to say when it came to the military and how and where they're being sent. And I realized that still is very bad overall to be doing that. And what Kai was just saying, Kai was just saying, actually would work a ton better. The amorphous gray silhouette blob, but they have like the weapons and stuff, so they realize, so the police could start learning. Like if something pops out, they would see the weapon on the silhouette.
I
not
disagree.
The
Hold on, but what would be wrong with what I just said?
it's
It's
still
racism.
How is it
Big
racism?
garbage.
Hold on. How's it racism?
It can be seen as that because
No,
you're
how?
because you're stereotype because
No,
you're
how am I
stereotyping.
stereotyping?
It will start to stereotype as it'll start to stereotype the people that you are putting onto those target practice dummies. That's all. It's how it will just start, as you were saying, as I started hearing you say, desensitize them to getting rid of this person, because it'll always be that quick little thing where it's like they'll see someone who looks like the target practices dummies that they had, and their brain will click, even if it's not a threat. They'll start thinking that's a possible threat because it's in the back of their mind. They're not doing it subconscious. They're not doing it consciously. They're doing it like subconscious.
It's also subconsciously too.
I understand that, but hold on, but you're not engaging with my example. My example isn't.
I think he has engaged with your example.
I did engage your example. I'm
about to say why you didn't. I'm about to say why you didn't. Because you're saying if they only showed one specific type. Correct me if I'm wrong. No? Because if they showed multiple diverse types of people, on how could it be racist when they know they're valuing or they're equating the demographic as what it is?
Because you're I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm saying if it is the case, like let's imagine a neighborhood or a city where it's 25% Asian, Latino, white, and black, etc. And they have 25% of the target shooters. They have equally 1/4 of each target practices, and let's say they have 4 trainings each week, and 1 training is for each demographic, or 1 training is 25% out of a pie. 1 training, they shoot.
I mentioned this.
No, you did. No, you did not.
Saying.
No, you did not mention this.
The slight difference here, what you're saying versus what I started with when I joined, again late, so sorry if I'm scrambled on words, is that I was saying I understand why the military is doing it because they are being sent to a very specific area with a very specific demographic. So if they have those things. They are getting used to they're getting used to seeing certain people with this in certain situations. And I said that's still bad, obviously, and I don't want that to be a thing, but if the military is doing that, you're just extrapolating that portion
Okay.
of what I said to saying we
Why
should
is
do
it
to
bad? You
everywhere.
keep just saying it's bad. Why is it bad?
Okay, let's
Because it ends up adding a bias.
Well, if it's equally spread out, it's not biased.
Okay, I want to ask, could you guys keep doing this thing with the military? You guys grew up in the shadow of you guys grew up in the shadow of 9/11, so you're thinking that all of the military's engagements are places that are like ethnically homogenous. All right, I'll work with that for a second. So what if we are sent to invade Paris, right? Like liberate Paris. So we've done that before, right? We've liberated Paris. Like Paris is
You're gonna give up.
Is a metropolitan city, a cosmopolitan. That's what I'm looking for. A cosmopolitan city.
Yeah, but
right,
who are we liberating Paris from?
Okay, we're liberating.
That doesn't matter, bro. Come on.
Yeah, like,
it does matter. It does matter because when we went to liberate Paris before, we had a very specific target in mind.
Okay,
there were Germans.
The whole point. Okay, so let me do it again. We're invading Paris for whatever reason, right? We want to take their cheese or whatever, right? Cheese has become this incredible product, valuable product, and we gotta have it. So we're invading Paris, and we have to fight all the Parisians. Paris is a cosmopolitan city of people from all over the world. What should they do then? What kind of target practice should they have then?
The one I explained, where it's equally divided based on the population that they have. How's that not reasonable?
Okay,
if we're invading Paris, I agree with what Dream is saying. You represent everybody in the scenarios, because if we were to invade them, there are still rules under the Geneva Accords that we have to follow so we don't break war crimes. But you kill everybody, so you make a representation of everybody that you could potentially have to kill.
I think that like the military serves a different purpose. When you're stepping into a war zone, I can understand like the idea of like there's a high possibility that you're going to kill someone, and they even like prepare you and hype you up. Like that's how you get your dog tag. Like how many people are you gonna kill? Like so we need you to get in a killing mindset to go into war. I don't think I want my police to have that same mindset. So that's what I'm saying, that like I think that the way that we're going to train and prep them, like I don't need my police to be desensitized and ready to shoot. I need my police to be ready to de-escalate. I don't necessarily need my military officer to necessarily be in a mood to de-escalate. Like point your gun, like put your weapon down. If not, they might light you up.
I agree with you in the sense that I would actually want them to like be able to turn it off and on. You know what I'm saying? Like I would imagine
you would want them to be perfect. I would too, but I'm saying that there's positive and negatives with the.
We train for what we want. I'm saying like this is the training that I would provide in order for the outcome that we want. Obviously it's not gonna be perfect, and obviously there's gonna be outliers, and obviously it's not. It's gonna take some years to perfect the mechanism, but we do want this outcome. We want
that creates a massive issue. That creates a police state that violates the rights of Americans, which is different from going to a different country in a war.
Hold on. How would it violate? Number one, it's not necessarily true what you just said.
It does, because number one,
let me explain first, please. What I'm saying is, I want police to be able to look at a situation and decide whether or not that the person they're looking at within seconds deserves to live. Right? Have they committed a crime? Are they in a threat of anyone? In an immediate threat to anybody? Are they about to commit insane crime or heinous, murder or anything like that? Where they're in a few seconds they have to decide, I need to shoot this person. Once they've made that decision, I want them to be desensitized enough for them to be like, I'm not going to hesitate. So
you do realize that what you are supporting for is basically our police to be turned into GTA police, or at any moment's notice, you can be walking down the street
that does not make sense.
And push somebody, and the police start shooting you because you punched somebody.
That is not what I said.
You start speeding, and the police start shooting. You want he's breaking the law. He's speeding. He might run somebody over. Shoot and kill that motherfucker.
Straw man of the year. I don't know why we engage in this.
the difference is
I feel like he's extrapolating from
This
what
is
you
this
said.
is either a
the
super
difference. The
hyperbole
difference
or a
is it's
super
not
shorthand.
hyperbole because the difference is
What did you
is
say that I said? What did you just say that I said?
I
I want
just
to know.
said that you want to completely remove
No,
the idea and concept that the police in America, their duty and their job is as Bam said earlier, is firstly to de-escalate. Killing somebody is the
what did I
last.
say? How
You said
how
you
is
want
that
them to be
contradictory to what I
you
said?
want them to be desensitized so that they start killing people faster.
You
That's
yeah,
that's
you
not,
said
that's
no.
not what
The
you're
reason
supposed
argument
to
is that he
do.
wants them to be perfect. He wants them to be the perfect amount of desensitized, where they're also sensitive, but they
Which
like
is
they,
not
they never pull
doable.
early.
No,
But I'm saying
That's
like that's
never
not the
doable.
conversation we're having. Like
No,
you're
it's
just saying
not.
They have to be able to discern.
I believe I'm competent enough. I just think that the
You're
pool
not
of
the entire police force.
I
Some
know
people
that. What kind of
look.
stupid
They
thing to
have
say?
you. The police are already trained. The police are already trained to be
That's
able to
literally what I was about to
discern
say. I was about to
whether
say
or
that
not
the
there
pool of
is
police is
a threat of
incompetent people. That's
the
what
police.
we're literally about to
The
say.
police.
Why are you why are you saying that they need to all be desensitized at the perfect level?
Bro, if do we not or do we want do we want the outcome? Do we want this outcome that police once
That outcome
hold
creates a
on.
police
Let,
state.
let him
Do
go.
we want the outcome of one police have made the decision, which happens in the status quo, and it's a good thing that once somebody is in danger to themselves or not to themselves, because it's stupid to kill them if they're in danger to themselves, right? If they're in danger to society or others and an immediate threat, once they've already made that decision that this somebody that doesn't deserve to live anymore in the immediate seconds, that they should not hesitate to shoot that person, just like what we seen in those schools when the school shooter was shooting
If that's the case, then we shouldn't. Then we shouldn't. Okay, if that's the case, then not a single motherfucking nigger should be running around here protesting George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, all that bullcrap. Nobody should be protesting that. If that's what you think, if that's what you think,
that don't even make sense.
they should shoot somebody right off the rip. That they should be ready to desensitize and kill right off rip. No,
So,
the police officers.
The reason why
You're
The
not
police
engaging.
officers should
This
not
is
be doing
I don't want
that.
to talk anymore. I don't want to talk anymore.
No, the reason why I feel that he is saying this to you is because with basically with what you're saying, at least, and I'm hoping King, please tell me if I'm right, DeAndre, if I'm right on this. You think that he's saying you think that he's thinking that with the BLM protest, there's always going to be someone who will always end up doing some form of rioting, because almost every large protest can turn into them. So it would give police carte blanche to end up shooting, basically.
No,
That's what you think?
that's not exactly what I'm saying. Is
Okay.
if your response is that the police need to be desensitized to these incidents where they could be totally wrong in the process of doing this, and then you wind up having them just shoot somebody that gets killed, and comes to find out later on they didn't do anything wrong. You wind up having so many people that are innocent that are dead because you turned the streets into a war zone, because you've made the police desensitized to everything.
Yeah, so
I understand
the
what he-
point. And we hear you, Pace. So so Dream, you asked the question. I'm gonna try to answer it directly, right? So you said like,
I'll be right
do we
back.
want a situation in which, once the police have determined that a person is a danger to the rest of society, that they should be ready to kill them in seconds, right? Like that's what you said.
If they deem them a threat to their like immediate surroundings, where they
Yeah.
can cause harm in the next few seconds, shouldn't they be able to not hesitate to shoot them to eliminate that harm so they don't commit that harm? If shooting them is necessary, right? Obviously, if you can tase them and do that, that's my preference.
Well, that's I think there is like
There's laws
the
against
difference,
that.
right? That like Bam is asking, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but Bam is asking for like hesitation there. That like that hesitation.
But hesitation can cost the life. So it's
Yeah.
like, would you rather?
lifting.
There's two airs of side of cautions, right? The air to side of caution is, would you err the side of caution that this person, although obviously seemingly dangerous to society, but you don't know exactly if he's going to commit this immediate harm. But you're just going to wait until he does, and then that person that received that harm from them dies, or would you rather kill them even before they commit that harm, where they kill the other person?
Right.
That's the scenario that I'm talking about, and I would prefer that they don't hesitate, so that the totally innocent person survives, rather than wait until
this world in this one hypothetical. You built this world in this purpose hypothetical.
That's what a hypothetical is, bro.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I'm trying to. I'm saying that hesitation is the word that's bothering you, and it's like you're taking it to a. I should have known. You always take things like too literally. I'm not saying like he's in the moment, he's choking and he's crying. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Like what I'm saying is, when I say hesitate, I mean that. Like, I want my police officers, when dealing with civilians, to have some level of inherent value and prioritization of life. I
don't disagree.
That's what they're supposed to do.
But I'm saying, but you do. Because
you totally do.
Because I don't. Because I would want my military to. Although have some level of similar, like in the middle of a war zone, I can understand why they're like, if as far as like infantry, if your boots on the ground, I can understand if that's not the case, the thing you want. I can understand if you.
It seems like what Dream wants.
You're telling me what I think I want, but I'm telling you, I want the ability.
But I'm saying erring on the sideline. That's what I'm saying when I say that, that's what I mean by hesitation. When you hear
I understand that's what you mean.
You mean that the gun's up and they're gonna disagree with me. Are you saying that when I say hesitation, you think I mean that there is an innocent child standing there and they're not gonna shoot them, they're gonna let them get shot because they're hesitating?
No,
that's what
I don't.
I'm worried about.
I don't. Nope.
Okay, so what do you think?
I'm about to explain it to you. When you just explained how hesitation works according to your definition, I'm agreeing with you. But I'm not when I was using hesitation this whole time, it wasn't because you said it. It was because I'm telling you my parameters, what I would prefer. This is my preferable world. So I don't just because I use the same word as you doesn't mean that I got it from you. So, and when you explain it and you're like, oh, this is what I mean by hesitation, I'm agreeing with you. I do want somebody that wants to prioritize life. But once you've made that prioritization and you've seen, due to your prioritization of life, there will be the most logical decision to shoot this person. You don't want to hesitate once it comes to that situation.
Okay, would you want the military to be different?
No.
See, that's what I'm saying. Where there's a disagreement. There's something we're missing.
Sure, there is a disagreement
because I wouldn't want my military to act the same way that I would my average police officer.
I want the military to have a priority of life, just like I would want police officers, and I want my military to not hesitate when they're prioritizing life and saving other lives, just like police officers.
I know, because you're asking them to be perfect. And I'm saying that if we're training someone in a way...
What are we saying? Oh, we can't ask... Hold on. We can't ask for politicians not to be corrupt. Well, the politicians are going to be corrupt.
No, I'm not talking about corruption. I'm saying when you train someone,
but I'm saying
you're going to lead to more outcomes one to the other. You're saying that you're wanting a situation with no negatives. And I'm saying that
we're going to train them
to have no negative.
Obviously, that's what you train for.
I think what Dream was trying to say is fair, right? He's like, we got to train towards the ideal, and he might have a different idea from you, but the point is to train towards that ideal, and of course we're going to fall short of that. That's just how humans are. But you would train towards a certain ideal. So he's painting out, he's drawing for us what his ideal is, and that's what he's going to go for. Like what it wouldn't make sense to train for anything less than his ideal.
I understand what you're saying, but at this point, we're not having a conversation anymore. Whenever you make an effort to train something or practice something, you're creating habits, and there's always trade-offs. To imagine a world without trade-offs for something you're doing, it just is disingenuous.
I have a question. How do you train public servants and government agencies to not be corrupt? What's the trade-off? You're just gonna have to accept, there's gonna be corruption. Is that the way we're gonna do?
If you train them to
oversight
not be corrupt,
committees,
there's probably you're probably gonna have a little bit of bureaucracy. You're probably gonna be a little slower because of that.
So do you train for them not to be corrupt? or do you just like give it up?
You accept the trade-off. That
Did you
Yes, life is about trade-offs. That's
answer the
100%
question?
true.
Do you train them not to be corrupt? Yes or no?
yes, and you accept the trade-offs that come with it.
Then you agree with me. Then you.
I'm not agreeing with you because you're not listening. You're too
No,
busy trying to ask your dumb question.
This is what I'm doing. Listen,
All right,
hold on.
what
I
did I
like.
say?
Hold on.
Okay.
What Water Kai just said makes the most sense right now. That there's an oversight committee for these politicians and public servants that, in case they do become corrupt and do commit these mistakes, that they're held accountable for.
And what are the
In
negatives?
my world, the same thing happens where there's police officers and military personnel that do break the so-called rules and regulations and laws that we have for
That
code of
already
conduct.
exists.
I will. Hold on.
Obviously.
Pause for a sec. Pause for a
annoying.
quick second. The thing that is most important is money coming towards me. So shout out to our Razor for gifting 10 subs to the channel. Hey, Kamikaze is not subbed anymore. Oh, okay. All right, good to know. Anyway,
I felt bad for being late.
Oh, well, thank you. Seriously. Well, then be late more often then. So
I agree.
Thank you for the kindness.
Well, you don't have to worry about that,
yourself.
Prime.
Apparently not. Not with black people, but okay. So, but okay. I'll let you guys go back at it. But like, all right. So,
Can I go back at it?
okay. All right, fine. You
I
had
just
something
want
to
you
say.
to engage with the idea of like of trade-offs.
Yes.
Like
There's gonna be a trade-off, but I want to minimize the trade-off. I do accept that there's still going to be some people that's going to take life for granted and just going to be super corrupt and shoot anything they see that they saw in training.
I'm not talking about that extreme. I'm saying.
Okay,
like,
what? Go ahead. What do I have to accept? Go ahead.
Yeah,
And I'll
I'm
accept
saying,
it. I already accept it, but go ahead. Explain to me what I'm accepting.
That's
okay.
disingenuous.
So
How?
The concept of if you train the police officer to see civilians as less than humans, you're
One necessary. It's not in general.
Then again, that you're accepting trade-offs. That's the point. I'm saying that you're training police officers.
I have a question. I have a question for you. Have you shot? Why would anyone shoot somebody that they think they're their equal and they don't deserve to live? Why would anyone shoot somebody like that?
Because they're threatening.
No.
you
Let him answer. Let him answer.
No, let him
answer.
Again, because it becomes a point where you feel like they're a threat to your life.
So they don't deserve. So they're not the equal anymore, right?
No, they can still see you as an equal. And still
how can you see somebody as an equal, as a threat, and then deserve to die? How does that make sense?
Actually, wait a minute. This is pulling me away from the thing. Let me go back to the original point.
And do that in a second. Guys, we're close to a hype train, which should be really cool. Hey, and now we've just made that hype train because of chess piece face. Kamikaze, thank you for gifting those 2 subs. All I had to do was berate you, and you gave me money, so I'll keep that in mind in the future. Chess piece face, thank you for the 3 subs. Awfully kind of you. And you've helped out previously. Yeah, you're 8 subs total. We're at level 3 hype train, 18% done. Because of Leo Water Kai gifting us up to Priestess. We're at 18% done, 82% left. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? Guys, this is how we support the channel. This is how we keep it up and
Everyone
running.
here do it at least once.
Yeah. Give 10 subs at least once. So support the channel by subbing to the channel or
I've done that
subbing. Or give us something. You have indeed, right? Let's make it twice. Hey, Black American Mate, thank you. Hey, there's this once.
Bam got money, especially now that.
Yeah, Bam got that money. You know,
I want to argue that.
He wants to get back to arguing. Fair enough. So we are we're at level 4 hype train because of the kindness from Bam, from Razor, who started it, from Lila Water Kai, from Chess Piece Space, and from Kamikaze. That's really kind of you. Thank you guys so much. We're at 10% of a level 4 hype train, 90% left. Can we get to a level 5 hype train? We haven't been a level 5 hype train for a very long time. It'd be great if we go back and visit that land, the magical land of level 5. So subs to the channel, get physical subs. You have Amazon Prime, Prime giving you one free sub per month here on this community, because we're always giving you stuff. So and like we gave you extra stuff today on our YouTube channel. If you're subscribed to our YouTube channel, you saw that interesting back and forth between Chud Logic and Stardust. So consider supporting the channel. And if you're on YouTube, of course, know that watching right now, that if you want to say something to one of these individuals, then consider giving a super chat, and I will read it out to these guys. But all right, so we're gonna jump back into it. But we have 3.5 minutes on the clock. Can we make it to a level 5 hype train? I might interrupt you again, but Bam, go ahead. And Bam, thank you again for the kindness.
Absolutely. So, okay, and now it feels like we're getting into a circular place, but I find it to be a super important place. Like,
But
whenever,
no, I just want to remind you, you were telling me what I have to accept.
yes, any decision when you come to a place where you have to make a decision, a choice between two things, there are positive and negative outcomes with both. They're like, unless you're in an anime where you can make a third option that has no downsides. But in real life, like if you prepare for one thing, that's time that you didn't spend preparing for this other thing. Like inherently, like there's always a trade off that you have to accept. So
Okay.
whenever you're dealing with the concept of saying like, I want my police officers to be ready to shoot. Now I know to you, you're saying I want them to be ready to shoot in ideal situations where it's perfect to do so. But
Where it's
when
okay
you're
to do
training
so,
over
yeah.
a large body of people, if you're having people ready to shoot, they're going to like they're going to be like, I guess, too easy with the trigger, like more likely than not.
Sure.
And that's okay if you accept that, but you at least have to accept that. You can't say that like, oh, they're the police officer.
I've never not accepted that. Of course, that's a reality. I'm not trying to say that these variables don't exist in my world. What I'm trying to say is, when we see these variables happen in my world, we're gonna create incentive structures to minimize them. These incentive structures obviously not gonna be perfect. There's, like Lady Waterkai said, we could have a police accountability board. For example, in San Francisco, we have the Department of Police Accountability (DPA), where we do overlook police misconduct, and if we see somebody is guilty, we punish them severely. So even like there's different things, there's different ways. I'm not hold on. I accept that there's gonna be scenarios or even situations where what I want is not gonna happen. But it doesn't mean that we can't strive for what we want, although on the way we keep paving the road to that ideal outcome. There's always going to be imperfections. Do you not see? Like, I'm just so confused. I feel like Prime is with me here, but nobody else is. I'm just really strange about that. Right, Prime?
Okay.
Yes, that's Ross Sunset. Thank you for gifting a sub. Just
That
quickly.
man is trying to get to the paper right now. He ain't worried about it.
Sorry. I a bit distracted. We have less than a minute left. We're at 17% because of the kindness of Ross Sunset gifting another sub. Help us get to a level 5 hype train. Someone save the hype train. We have less than a minute left. Substitution on bits or gift subs. Resubs also count. So consider helping us out. So we can make there, even if we can't make it, right? Like when you support, this is how I'm able to come back, bring these guys on. I can sit here and I can stand to have these guys yell in my ear constantly and get really pissed. So that happens when you support. Thank you for Esoro. For being so kind and gifting 100 bits. Mugsy for gifting a sub. 18 subs total. Thank you for gifting that sub. We probably won't make it, but thank you, Anonymous Gift, for getting us up to Vigilante. But thank you all for the kindness. And of course, you can support outside of a hype train if the money is still just as green. I can show you that. But thank you all for the ones who helped us out. Could always really use that help. Much appreciated. All right, I'm going to get back to these guys.
I have a real quick hypothetical.
Okay.
I want everyone here to imagine that they're in a life or death situation. You're getting mugged or whatever, getting robbed.
Every time I come on Twitch, it's a life or death situation. So
I'm tired of hypotheticals.
Right? Okay. Well, you live in the real world over there. We'll live in the hypotheticals over here. Anyways, in the hypothetical where your life is being threatened, the police officer arrived at the scene and they're pointing at the gun. And he's like, "Hey, drop the weapon," to the person that's trying to harm you, and the person gotta hit you and potentially kill you, right? Like that little girl that we saw the police officer way before, a long time ago. Mid swing, would you want the police officer to make a decision as fast as possible as soon as he assesses the situation and be like, "Let me shoot this person," either mid swing or before he swings? That way, it'll save your life, or do you want the officer to hesitate? Like, what scenario?
What is he swinging
I
at us
want him to
again?
shoot. I want him to shoot in the car. I want him to shoot through the windshield as soon as he pulls up. That's what I want. Don't even let him get close.
I want the guy to
Faster.
survive, so I want non-lethal shooting.
No,
So that way he
doing what I
would
have
be
to
able
do.
to get his day in court.
How can he guarantee non-lethal shooting and also your life?
I'm
If
saying
you're
they
gonna
tend to
shoot
get a
like
lot
an
of school
arm,
shooters
a
and turn them
hand,
out alive.
like yeah, right. True
What-
that too.
How does shooting a hand doesn't mean that he can't harm you?
Wait, are you telling her her hypothetical world can't be ideal?
Thank
no.
you.
I'm saying that in her hypothetical world,
It's not. Yeah,
You're-
he's gonna stop them and not kill them. There's nothing. There's no
It's
downside.
right. So
Hold on,
my
hold on.
my
No, hold on, hold on.
hypothetical
All
world
right, go ahead.
doesn't fit in your square box.
no, your hypothetical world is not ideal, is what I'm saying. The ideal
But you
world.
can't
All
tell
right, go
her
ahead.
what's ideal for her.
Go
That's
ahead, my
not how
bad.
that works.
Yep, my bad. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And like I said, I understand what you're saying. But you're creating a bias. Like if you're a super innocent person and they're a person that's there to hurt you, would you want the cop to help you? Like that's not dealing
Now,
with the
what was
foundation
the
of the question. There's a
guy
big bias
swinging?
involved.
I didn't hear that part. Was he swinging a knife at us or something?
Whatever the object that would kill you, call it a knife.
Would you rather die or not die? That's the question she's asking you. Think tough on it.
I'm saying if you want a scenario where the officer doesn't hesitate and save your life, my follow-up question was going to be what training would you provide to maximize that possibility? That was my next or probability.
I think that's a rare case. I would rather.
What? I just
Hell, we have hostage
Again,
situations cases all the time. I think they handle it just fine. Just let them handle it
What
the way that they
training-
do handle it.
I think I'm honestly for
No.
non-lethal shootings. Like that's really honestly where I'm at because there are a lot of countries who
But do you-
police like shoot people and they come out alive. They don't like kill them, but they do save the other person because they do like determine the threat level.
I'm obviously talking about a scenario where shooting is necessary, lethal shooting. Do you think there is no scenario ever whatsoever that lethal shooting is not necessary? Is not the ideal choice in that scenario? Does anyone agree with that?
The cop will ninja kick his good.
No, I mean,
Debate clean. Do you think there's no scenario whatsoever where lethal shooting is the optimal scenario?
I think if there's a way to save the
Did you
person's
just answer the
life,
question?
that again,
that's
because
not. Hold on, but that's not the question he asked. He asked specifically, are there points in time where it is absolutely necessary to kill someone? For instance, we've seen mass shooters all the time, like walking
No,
down a block
then
shooting.
no.
Would you
No
want?
what?
Okay. Would you? Would
Oh,
you
no,
have
no,
one of
what?
the
No,
cops-
what? I'm confused about the
Then
answer.
no,
No what?
no.
No what?
To
What?
exactly
He doesn't
what
think
we
there's a
said.
situation where you need to kill people.
Wait.
Right,
There's never
no.
there's never a
No,
scenario
there's-
where shooting somebody is just
Correct.
Okay. So now let's.
And
apply
I'll
that to
tell
a-
you, but then I'll tell you
You're
why.
pacifist, right?
Because it's not me being a pacifist, it's me valuing life. Okay?
You don't have to value life equally.
The
Some people's lives are
yes,
diminished due to
no,
their actions. No,
no,
everybody's life is equal. Some people
Yes.
don't deserve harm done to them due to what
No.
happened. So no prison
No.
should be. There's no prison. We should abolish prisons.
Yes.
Very much yes. So yes. What are you saying? Hold on.
I mean, I know a lot of people who would say that. I
Yes.
think I'm gonna.
No
debate
punishment.
Queen.
Punishment should not exist.
No, punishment
I-
exists.
No, no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no,
saying
ask
that
the
no
question.
one, I don't think anyone should die.
No,
I
no,
don't think
punishment.
anyone
I
should
agree
die.
with you
for
more
No,
than
no, 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 no,
Dream.
no. Let her answer. I'm asking her a question.
You've asked like 7 questions. Let me ask
No,
her
no,
one.
So I
She's
can't
already
ask
answered.
follow-up questions?
You've asked stuff like
You've
5.
asked-
I can't ask more?
Yes,
You've been
can
asking
I ask
questions
one?
all
Can I
night.
ask one?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask her the
Debate
question.
Queen,
Go
I
ahead.
agree with you more. I agree with you more than Dream, even because me and Dean clearly disagree. But I'm gonna push back here. Do you remember the situation, the mass church shooting with Dylan Roof? The 9 people in South
Yeah.
Carolina.
Charleston?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember that.
All right. Do you think that police would have been wrong to stop him by killing him?
By
If they were
been wrong by killing him.
Yeah, there were 9 people who died there, right? What if there was a chance to save 4 of them, like a cop happened to come through while he's literally in the middle of it, right? So, like, we know 4 other
Like
people
I
will
said,
die otherwise.
Right, but like I
They
said,
would be wrong.
there are still ways to take down someone without killing them.
Sure.
Like
I'm
they can be
asking,
in
like,
they can be literally in the middle of something, and your shot could literally interrupt what they're doing, their thought, and what their like next thing is gonna be, right? If you shoot someone in the hand, the arm, something like if it's a more powerful gun that kind of rips off your arm, that kind of there goes your next thing. You're more worried about the fuck that you're missing an arm right now than you are about finishing killing off this person. Let's
it's
I
be
almost
think
real.
impossible to.
I think
to-
if somebody shot my arm off, I would be more prompted to start shooting more because I just lost an arm.
Like yeah,
No.
you know using the
Well,
using the other hand.
You're in
to
shock.
fall
I mean, you
back.
You
just
are
can't-
literally going in shock. You are in shock that
Mm,
you're
you're
already
already
in the
in that
middle.
process,
Actually, high,
the
you're high in
adrenaline starts
adrenaline.
Well,
Not
kicking
everyone
in.
does
statistically
that.
unlikely.
You're high in
Statistically unlikely.
adrenaline. That's
Yeah,
a
the
no.
adrenaline
Why
once it
is that
starts
a risk
kicking
that
in.
you want to make, Queen? Why is that a risk you want to take? Because if the risk is, I shoot him in the arm, but he could still do harm and kill the person that he
I
was
shoot
going to
him
kill.
in the leg. I shoot him in the other leg. I shoot
No,
him
no,
in
no,
the
no.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
This is how guns
You're
work.
essentially killing him.
Listen, I
You're
didn't
essentially
say
killing him. Then.
you're not still killing someone though. You're still not killing someone
You
though.
gonna shoot
Those
him
are
in all four limbs and hope?
non-lethal. There are still non-lethal shots that you can take to stop someone.
You, I mean, you
Okay.
can't really shoot
But
someone in the
yes,
There's
arm.
also
but
less
yes.
lethal tools that can be used to incapacitate without actually having to use said lethal weaponry. But that's
That
Nah,
too.
that boy had an AR-15. I'm not stepping in there without a gun.
Oh
And the
yeah,
other
no,
thing
no,
is-
no, yeah. For what we're talking about now, we're talking about in this case. If I were to answer this question, yeah, if he ends up getting killed before he's able to take more lives, I'm cool with that. I'm not Batman. I'm not gonna save the Joker.
Yeah, but the
Save
other
more
thing,
lives. Get rid of one.
to debate queen, and like this is something. This was a lot. This was my original position on guns until I started shooting. It's
Until he
it's
felt the power
impossibly
in his
hard.
hands. But go ahead.
Yeah, but it's impossibly hard to hit a like a still target, like a target that it from even like 15, 20 feet, like a immobile target is really hard to hit. Forget bullseye.
But those are all things that you can also practice and get good at too, right?
Not at like a moving target, not hitting arms. That like you take the best shooters in the world, and they could like maybe twice out of 10 they could hit a target like a moving.
It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be Deadshot running through a maze of targets that are moving and everything, where he can hit a dead bullseye every time. It's not gonna be like that.
Yeah. And so, debate queen, there are factors, right? There are all kinds of factors that it can affect a person's ability to take a shot, right? One, it's the
and honestly, like
hold on. I just want to
go ahead. Sorry.
So no, it's fine. There are all kinds of things that can do that. One, where you're shooting, the lighting, your own adrenaline, right? Because you're coming into a stressful situation immediately, that makes it harder rather than like doing a stationary target, right? And is that target about to shoot you? Like all these things will change a person's ability to do that. And so what Bam is trying to get at is that you're asking for officers in a situation where like this is an active shooter. He is actively killing people right in front of them, that like they should prioritize that person's life above all the others, essentially, by trying to debilitate him rather than taking him down, which would be the safest option in that situation. You understand?
I still get it, but the person still deserves their day in court and just still deserves justice.
Hold on, I have a question. But you why you don't, in your world you don't even want courts, right?
What?
Hold on. Wait, hold on. I'm confused.
She said in her world she didn't want prison. She didn't say
You
anything
don't want
about
prisons.
courts.
What would be the point of court if there's no prisons? What are you doing? What's the?
I'm not like, listen, I'm saying like abolish jails and prisons the way that they are now. Like that shit is terrible. But like if we're going
reform,
to, like,
that's called reform, by the way.
No, I'm talking about fucking destroy the shit, like take it down.
Do you still want prisons? Do you still want prisons and jails? Yes or no?
It would be something that would be more humane and
would
like
would it still be
like,
fundamentally a prison and jail?
it would be a place where you
It'll be
actually like
it'll probably
like
be
you
rehabilitation.
where you are actually reformed,
It will
Would
probably
it
be
versus
still
it'll probably
where,
be
be?
well,
where
quote unquote
you are
reformed.
like you know.
Why can't
It'll
you
probably
answer
be
a question,
reformed
debate
into
queen?
it'll probably be reformed into what would be called rehabilitation centers instead of prisons. But that's
You can
Yeah.
have a prison be a rehab center. That's okay.
yeah,
You can have
yeah.
rehab
Not
But
a
centers.
status
we're saying,
quo.
but I'm pretty sure
Yes, we
she
understand it.
already
So
said it
Not a
that
status quo.
we don't want the system as it is now in terms of prison. So when we say abolish prison, it's
So if I
we
ask
don't
a
want the
direct,
systems
simple
as they are
question,
now.
why couldn't it be that? Yeah, you're right, Hatim. I do want reform. I don't want to abolish the concept of prison and jails. Why is that so
Because
hard
you
to
take
say?
everything
Because-
literally, and we're
How's
not
that
sure
literal?
No,
Because of the simple fact that, like, again, like, this is my fiat world, okay?
Yeah,
And
your fiat
again,
world
my
wants prisons
fiat
and jail.
world doesn't fit in your like definition of a box.
So
And that's why you keep having
But we're not
issues.
gonna
guys.
stop.
Guys,
This
we're
is
not gonna be
absolutely
able to-
insane. I hope you guys see this.
This happened. This happened at the very end of the conversation. We're not gonna be able to settle this right this moment. So like we'll continue on to our next topic. But like yeah, one day we need to have a point where we directly examine this and
For
give
sure.
yeah, give Debate Queen a space, or a Razor I think is also on that bandwagon, a similar bandwagon in which way, and give them a chance to like lay out the case and we can examine it. But we're gonna move on to the next topic. Before then, guys, thanks for the support. Previously, it was really kind. Makes a difference. So thank you all. And yeah, if you haven't helped out the channel before, if you're not subbed, consider subbing to the channel. It means a lot, does a lot, helps a lot, and you get app reviewing, and you get access to emotes, and you'll be doing a lot for the channel. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. If you're on YouTube, of course, subscribe there as well. And super chats get read out, so consider using a super chat. Okay, we are going to move on to our second topic, and we have another great guest who's going to be joining us. Very excited to have them.
Oh, finally, somebody on my side with some logic.
Conservative guy.
Conservative king.
There's another social
I should have known that
conservative who's
GSU wouldn't pass up this opportunity.
What is happening, man? I don't know what's going on. Just happy to be here.
You should be happy that you weren't here for the last part.
We are.
I missed most of it.
I guarantee you, Gambit agrees with me. I guarantee you.
Oh, well, we'll have to leave that for later. Topic 2. Let's get into it. And the topic I think most people here want us to be talking about. The Supreme Court has struck down affirmative action in college admissions. They specifically eliminated the style of affirmative action that is used in Harvard and Harvard University and the University of North Carolina. But this will affect colleges across the country. Supreme Court has said that race can still be considered, but only in cases where the student's race will provide some unique benefit to the institution. What are your thoughts? Do you think that this is long since past due? Will this decimate the minority population in elite universities? Is that a good thing? Or is this a coming academic disaster? Yeah. Big news of the day. Supreme Court, John Roberts did what he wanted to do. Oh my God. This is what Chief Justice John Roberts was put there to do. He was put there to do two things. One, to strike down affirmative action, and two, was to get rid of that section of the Civil Rights Act. Do you know what I'm talking about? The Voting Rights Act that they got rid of a few years ago.
1969.
No. There's a section. There's a numbered section. I forget what it is. It was like Section 5 or something, whatever. But it was basically the part of the Voting Rights Act that allowed you to actively sue a municipality for racism rather than waiting for them to hold the election and then like sue afterwards. Oh no. It was for the government to be able to block those things. I'm sorry. Remember, the government could block.
I think I vaguely remember we had a conversation over that.
Yeah, the government.
You?
Yeah, the government could block municipalities from enacting racist maps, like voter maps and stuff like that. And so the Justice Department had that ability, and that's gone now. So Justice John Roberts has done this and that as well a few years ago. So he's good. In any case, sorry, that was a bit of a tangent. I apologize, everyone.
Well, you sound like you're a fan of him.
He is an interesting individual. I'll say that. He actually is actually pretty interesting. In any case, yeah. So not all black people are for affirmative action, right? That's some people assume that's the case, but it's definitely not. People, African Americans, have all kinds of reasons to be against it. So I want to know where you guys stand. Is this a day of celebration or is it a day of mourning? Start my man Bam.
Yeah, when I seen this, I think I'm concerned about the potential expansions of it for outside of colleges, like if they're gonna push other stuff up the docket because of it. But on a positive note, I just seen potentially an increase in HBCU enrollment, which to me is a good thing. I don't believe that black people were the primary beneficiaries of these types of things to begin with, so I don't think it's gonna have some massive hit on enrollment. But I still think it's a dangerous precedent that could become a slippery slope. Was something else? I'm trying to think. I don't know. I'll go on to it into the open.
Green.
I think you can't take away affirmative action when you still haven't given reparations. I understand, ideally, you would want no affirmative action because Black people would have had this same opportunity as other people to get into these schools. But because we haven't given we're one of the only groups that haven't had reparations, then it makes sense that you would have affirmative action. But if you give us reparations, go ahead, take away affirmative action. Now I think it's actually there's a stronger case for reparations now that they've outlawed or ruled against affirmative action. I'm like, oh, okay, fine, rule against affirmative action, but now you got to give us reparations because this is what we deserve.
And just to be clear, as far as I know, this is just getting rid of affirmative action in college admissions specifically, not in general. Just want to make that clear. But let's go to our friend Pace.
Well, I've been waiting on this one. First of all,
Speak, brother.
I wish that they would have gone further and removed affirmative action in its entirety. But secondly, this affirmative action case, it doesn't really do anything because the schools can still choose things based off of race, based off of socioeconomic background. They can still choose things based off of that. As a matter of fact, Justice Roberts outlined in his opinion just those things that. And what he focused on was that both programs lacked the sufficiently focused and measurable objectives warranted to use race unavoidably to employ race in a negative manner. And so the fact that it took a set of Asian students to take this up there because Asian people are at large probably undoubtedly superior to both whites and blacks in most of our education sectors. Yet they're grossly underrepresented in colleges because affirmative action policies like Harvard and some of these other Ivy League institutions have their standards set where they have to have a certain percentage of blacks, a certain percentage of Asians, and it's not based off of merit. They have to fill that quota of that percentage, and it doesn't matter if you're even qualified to do it. And I think another thing that should go on even further is that I think some parents should start suing for things that happen in the schooling of K through 12, because right now we just saw another report come out that said that third graders in the United States, I can't remember exactly what state it was, but there was a poll that came out that said 100% of the students in third grade of this particular area couldn't even read. So it needs to be dealt with, and wish it would have been dealt with a long time ago. Liberal Supreme Court Justice Sandra Day O'Connor said 20 years ago that she doesn't see that the reason for it, and that she doesn't think that it was going to last for 20 years, and 20 years have gone by, and it's finally been struck down and removed, and it needs to go even further than that.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to be very clear. I welcome my academic Asian masters, my superiors. It's about time that they got recognized. Thank you, DeAndre Pace, for that. Let's go to Queen, the Ray Queen.
Yeah. So I'm from California originally, and our schooling system doesn't even have affirmative action. Affirmative action was
Outlawed.
outlawed, yeah, in like I want to say
1996.
96. So yeah, so like that hasn't been a thing. So like that wasn't a thing like when I went to school, but we already know overwhelmingly that white women are the beneficiaries of affirmative action. So I think it eventually it will hurt women and white women in particular, yes. But there are some places that I know that like use this to really honestly fill diversity slots, and that's fine. We need to be represented in a lot of different places, and so it can affect us. And so I think that eventually it won't even it won't even start in colleges until 28. So we got a couple years before that happens, right? So I think the next thing that they're gonna probably do is try to test like everything after. So I think this just kind of honestly opens a can of worms, though.
Okay, Waterkai.
So when I look at how affirmative action usually works out when a lot of Black people are getting jobs or getting school admission, what tends to happen is the people that deserve to be there continue to stay there. The people that should not have been there usually will fall out anyway. So it's not going to be an issue of people that shouldn't be in these schools being allowed to stay in these schools. So to remove the option for people to be able to get affirmative action and to have, like, say, comparable test scores to a counterpart that's not a minority, to that, for that being the tiebreaker, I think it's going to hurt a lot of people. You're also going to see a overflow into HSBCUs, the whole deal. There's going to be an oversaturation of problems that are going to come from this being removed from society. And I don't know if we would be able to fix what happens in the future because of that, when entire groups of people are left at the bottom with no way to raise up.
Okay, let's go to Razor, please.
So when I first heard about it, I thought it was kind of a sweep. I thought it was sweeping. Luckily, I'm happy it's just like when it comes to admission type of stuff. But that's obviously still bad. I feel like we affirmative action has definitely shown to work and keep and getting people the help they need and the help they need into getting into these schools that might end up being discriminatory against them, because a lot of systems that we have being what they being a bit racist, as Sky had just said, like it'll be someone with comparable scores who just happens to be non-black next to them. Affirmative action was a simple way to make sure that don't discriminate. Maybe pick the guy who more than likely worked harder to get into this in order to get this score, because they had a lower they were in a lower economic state slash dealing with a system that has discriminated. But then, of course, there's and I learned this a couple days ago about what Queen said, that affirmative action actually helped white women out the most. So it's super confusing, and I feel like just getting rid of it is just going to be an overall harm, no matter what. And right now it's just the admission stuff, which colleges can easily go around and figure out a new way to do it if they want to do it. But I But as Queen said, and it can be a slippery slope or a domino effect of them now going to go after something else and try and make it even more widespread and more harmful, and it could become an academic disaster because we'll end up with very little. We could end up with very little diversity in the future, which is needed for much better thought process and ideas for the world.
So much. All right. Finally, Gish again.
Cool. Yeah, the idea, Bam, of more people being pushed to HBCUs would be terrible for Black people, given that they don't push them. But neither here nor there. But
Who doesn't push them?
What up? What up, Dream? But so my initial reaction to this is that I definitely don't like it. And I think I don't like it more so for some of the spirit of the things that y'all have been saying, that this could be like a predecessor to other actions and attacks on things that are meant to help Black people kind of sort of get ahead. So it's more that aspect of it that is interesting to me than the actual legislation itself. I think that, like, I like affirmative action. I want to say that first off, and I think it's you could definitely I can make thousands of arguments for it, but I don't think it gets at the underlying problem, and I think somewhat it's a virtue signal. And what I mean by that is, instead of having preferential treatment in admissions, I would much rather that there have been a concerted effort to fix education in Black communities such that we'll be producing equivalent standardized test scores and blah, blah, blah that are all used during admission. So in some ways, I see it as not a true investment into the root of the problem. It was kind of sort of, we'll pick off the best niggas and get them at our school, but the rest of them, we leaving them behind. So in some respects, I know that they're not going to shoot this down and then do something for education, right? Which is why I'm like, kind of like, it's kind of sucks. But so I'll say that's my root thoughts on affirmative action. I don't think it was addressing the problem that it should have been addressing. But there's lots of problems too that have been presented, right? So one is like, I think somebody mentioned this, or I've been in talks about this all day, so I don't know if that happened here or somewhere else. But like this whole like, oh, you made it because of affirmative actions BS that a lot of poor white people try to pull whenever they see somebody successful in Black. So like there's that aspect of it and that's not going to go away. They're just going to say it in a different way. There's like the mismatch thing where like, there was a study done by, I can't remember if it was Princeton or Yale or Harvard, that the people who are kind of accepted with lower test scores, they tend to switch to easier majors by the time they graduate. So they don't necessarily stick with the strong degree programs that they are accepted for, which is a problem somewhat too. So there's a lot of other things we'll get into in the open. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think the other thing is like, this is only something that's gonna predominantly affect the Ivies and a few of the larger larger tech schools. But this isn't. I don't know. I don't know of people having issues at least getting accepted as far as like when I think of standard state schools. It's usually like they require some level of like SAT or ACT score, and and some basic GPA, and if you do that, generally you're getting in.
But that's part of the problem, though. Affirmative action would account for the ability for not being able to have enough study time or like the training enough to get good scores on an SAT.
No, but what he's saying is that the state schools don't have that problem because most people meet the state school requirements.
Yeah, but
the Ivy League schools.
I agree with that. But that's just you're still gonna how do you say what I'm trying to say? You're still gonna get into like population control problems with like not everybody is just gonna go to the state school, right? You're still gonna have necessarily need to go to other schools other than state schools for set people.
I mean, there's not that many.
Yeah, but not everybody. Not everybody should be going to the same schools and education. If you don't meet the standard based on your own merit and your own work, you shouldn't be going someplace where you are misplaced. We found in the 80s and 70s that the big problem with blacks particularly was that they were trying to use affirmative action to promote blacks into areas that they weren't in. Now, you could take a black student and take them to the University of Chicago, where they are in the top 10% of that school and can graduate valedictorian of that school. But then you take them from that scenario and put them into Harvard, and they drop down to 70% because there was a difference of the type of merit required for those two different standards. And we found that that happening all over the world. It wasn't that black students were inferior. It's that going from the schools that we were in to these other schools that didn't suit our particular skill sets.
I would
heard that Ivy League schools
Oh.
are easier to. My bad. You can have yours back and forth.
I was gonna say I've seen that line of argumentation from Thomas Sowell on YouTube, and if you were to assume what he's saying is true, and I actually did see a New York Times study, like an article about this study, where it was a case that when black students were, permitted into these schools via affirmative action, they were like misplaced. I do believe a lot of college success is due to like what school is the right fit for you. So just going to an Ivy League school for the sake of Ivy League in that name may not be the right fit for you. And I actually wanted to go to Stanford and stuff like that, but I'm glad I went to Morehouse because I would just wanted to go to Stanford for that, because I actually visited campus. I like the campus, and I also like Stanford holds a lot of weight to this name. But I'm glad I went to Morehouse because when I went to Morehouse, I've noticed, which I already kind of knew in the back of my head in high school, that I'm not that academically rigorous. And so some schools are more academically rigorous than others, and they have different teaching styles and more personable. Like at Stanford, I would have been in like 400 person classrooms, where at Morehouse, I never had anything like that. It was like 10 at the most, maybe 30 for a very big, small class that lacked the teachers to do that. My main point is that there is the downside to affirmative action where you're just putting people at mismatched schools where they're not academically ready because of the lack of opportunity. You did have a lack of opportunity, but because you have a lack of opportunity doesn't mean that you should go to a school where they're super academically rigorous. Now, you could make the counter argument where they should have more resources for people that lack these skills necessary to survive at these academically rigorous schools.
Well,
you
they
could make
do.
that
That's
argument.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
It's called scholarships and grants.
No, I'm saying you're not getting into an Ivy without either a crazy GPA, a ridiculous test score, and
don't you have to apply
like
in the
crazy,
first place?
But that's the thing.
That's actually
you're not
not
getting
true.
into an Ivy with like a 2.5.
That's actually not. That's actually not true, Bam. That's not true because
that's the problem, Ben.
was.
That's the problem, Ben. Is that GPA is super subjective based on the school.
Oh my God.
The high school
Of
you go
course,
to.
it's subjective. Of
No,
course, it's subjective. But
that's what I'm saying. So
it
should
enough alone.
What is
the reason why it doesn't work that way is
say, "Oh my
because
God."
if these schools have to fill a certain quota at some point in time, they don't care where they pick their representative from. Now, I had when I was in high school, I did my my SATs and ACTs, and I sent out my stuff because I wanted to go to Harvard and Brown and all those places too. But I slept through high school. I didn't do the work, so the merit wasn't there. I knew I was smart enough, but my GPA in high school was probably like a 1 point something because I wasn't doing any of the homework until the end of the year, where I had a box ton of homework, and the teacher was grading it at the last moment of the last couple of weeks of the school, just to give me a passing chance. But Brown, because of my ACT, Brown sends me and a scholarship to go to Brown. I didn't wind up going because my folks couldn't afford to send me there. But if my GPA, if they were going off by that, I didn't do the work to belong there.
Again, it's not. I didn't say it was just GPA. I said that when you're going through, you're gonna do the application process. Things they're gonna factor in is GPA. They're gonna factor in your test scores on your ACT or your SAT, and they're also gonna factor in your letter. Like when you go to schools of that level, they require like I forgot what the letter's called, but
like some essay of some sort of essay or something.
Yeah, your essay.
Recommendation.
So, like,
oh yeah.
all of these things, and like, yeah, letter of recommendation if you have them, if you know, like, have any of these things. So all of these things factor together with like kind of like your background and your racial elements. Like that's partial. But if you don't fit the bill on these any of these other things, it doesn't matter. They have enough applicants. They're not like they're not letting in anybody they feel. They're not just letting in anybody off the street. Like that's and that's the narrative that gets pushed behind with affirmative action is like, oh yeah, so and so sat through school, didn't do nothing, made a 12 on his GP on his ACT for writing his name, and he got into Harvard. Like
it's a propaganda ploy that
Wait,
people have been
so
pushing basically.
is there no such thing as mismatches then?
Mismatches? What do you mean?
Yes,
Those people aren't.
get
It
mismatched.
isn't as radical as people try to say it is.
No,
It's
and I was like I had said with my open and everything, with my little open bit, and has been confirmed. A lot of these schools you end up having to apply to them yourself, so they have to look at everything you have. You are showing that you have a drive to want to be part of these schools. And then, as Bam said, they'll have the essay, your SAT scores, your GPA, all of that mixed together. And what affirmative action was supposed to do was it would take all these into consideration when looking at applicants. And if you happen to be of a racial minority, they are incentivized usually to go for the black or Latino student because it
Wait, so you're saying
Don't
all
forget
else
the Asian students too, because
yeah,
all of
Asian
them
students
too.
too. Yes,
Wait, so
obviously.
you're saying all else equal, they would pick the minorities?
All
Well,
else
that
equal,
was a goal.
that was a
Not
goal
just racial minority. It was also like gender.
But that was also
gender minority too,
Wait.
which again is why, and also gender minority, also which is why affirmative action actually helped white women out the most. It was it's literally just supposed to be a way of saying what it was supposed to be like. Hey, because it's showing that the applicant also had a background that screamed they worked harder for this than their possibly white counterpart or something like that.
Oh,
yeah, but that was also the problem with affirmative action in the first place, because it went directly against the Civil Rights Act that was placed a couple of years earlier. In Title II of the Civil Rights Act, it says that all persons shall be entitled to full and equal access of the goods, services, facilities, privileges, and advantages, regardless of race, color, religion, or national ethnicity. Affirmative action comes up in there and says that we're going to choose you simply because of your race or mine or
No, it doesn't.
That's
that was not
that's giving them preferential treatment, and it's actually causing discrimination.
DeAndre has a point here because he's asking because like what I asked, if all else equal, would they prefer the minority? So it is because of the race.
Usually, and I said it already. Usually because
it encourages discrimination.
Usually because of systemic issues that people have been having. It shows that possibly the racial or gender minority that they end up picking over the other one had to work quite a bit harder to get that. So it shows that they have a higher drive to
that's an assumption.
Forward.
That's an assumption.
That is usually
that's an assumption being made.
That's an assumption being made. So that's why I'm saying it's not fair to the individual.
But the assumption on the opposite side of the argument is that given the times now, according to this article here from the opinion that Justice Roberts wrote, he wrote here, according to SFFA's expert, over 80% of all black applicants in top academic deciles were admitted to UNC, while under 70% of white students and Asian applicants were admitted. The second highest academic decile had a greater disparity at 83% of black applicants been admitted, while 58% of whites and only 47% of Asian applicants were being admitted to that. And so you're seeing a disparity here in modern time, where if blacks are able to succeed at a higher rate than whites by over 30 plus percentage points, in this case for the second one, and for the third one even higher than that,
You can't necessarily
it
just go by
goes.
percentage
I,
because
I, I
they're going to
think
have less
It go,
applicants.
I think that has to do with a lot of the fact that you're talking about University of North Carolina, correct? Right.
that was part of the
So
study. But what
so
I'm saying is that the other argument on the other side of this is for people like me is for if we're able to produce these numbers, why is it that we as black people can't be judged based off of the merit? Why do we have to be
one
given
school,
Hold
giving
on.
one school,
discriminatory
Doesn't
one
practices
movement
to get
school,
a leg
hold
and
on,
up?
you
being
and think
disingenuous.
you have to think about it. University of North Carolina,
Okay,
where
okay,
is that?
just
Right? You're
take that
surrounded by
out.
black people. Black people are gonna like go to the
Okay,
fucking same
take that
school
out. Take that out
that
then.
they're
Why
in.
is it
Okay,
North Carolina is
like
very
that's
black.
like
that
I
that's
mean,
the general thing.
okay, take that out. Why is it that in places like in New York at the police academies, they had to lower the standards just so that black people could become police officers? Why is it that we lowered the standards
What was
for
the
black
standard of
people
what?
in
Wait, hold on.
many
No,
Yeah,
other
really?
We're no black
no, no. That's not.
officers.
No,
academic things?
no,
And
Has nothing to
we
do
have
with that.
no. That had nothing to do. Yeah,
we
that
have
no.
scholarships and
They should
things like that.
increase the standard.
Let
Oh, well,
Razor go at it because he hasn't had a chance. Waterkai, if you want to jump in there too. GSU, bam. All right, let's go.
I got a little bit scrambled. Let Waterkai go before me.
Okay.
Okay, so the reason why this ruling came down is because they deemed the university point system to be flawed to begin with, where it was skewing to basically give a leg up to a lot more white women than it was giving to anybody else. So what should be happening is a reformation of that point system to actually reflect what should be done. When we look at the issue of a lot of black people being accepted where they supposedly don't meet the criteria, this is something that I saw when my father got to working for network news. Say they hired 50 black people. Out of those 50 black people, only 10 are still going to be there within 2 years. So that's going to be a self-correcting problem in itself. The 10 people that actually remain are still going to be able to make a living and bring their family up. Why should this not be allowed? Why should these people be barred from being able to get that because they're not being considered without affirmative action? What's up,
Here,
Jay?
well,
I
that sounds
I
like the
actually
worst situation for most people.
what
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree
okay.
that it's happening. I'm sorry. You good?
I just Kai just when he was speaking, it really spoke to me something. I thought of an idea. What if we reformed affirmative action, as you said, but in this way, where in a scenario where affirmative action didn't exist, you take those maximum amount of students that you can uphold, and then like through like government funding, you would give like extra resources for schools to implement affirmative action, where it would be this is affirmative. This is the funding that we would have. And this is these are select spots, additional spots where already was a maximum. So there's a maximum, and then there's maximum plus. So the maximum plus would be the spots for these affirmative action students. So nobody would be losing out for the spots because the maximum spots for non-affirmative action is already set.
This already happens. This is how the system works.
Oh, okay, cool. Then,
Yeah.
then that system is good. Then, in my opinion.
And, at least at a majority of schools, it's usually like there's a lot of number of slots. But to Kai, to push back, like I don't know if this is necessarily what's happening. Like in the idea that like black people are getting into schools that they're not qualified to get into and just flunking out. Like I've seen mixed stats on that. But I will say, if that is the case, that's not a good thing either. Like we don't want black people getting into positions. Like we don't want a lot of black people like going to colleges they can't afford, going to colleges that they're not fit for, taking on a level of debt, and like the majority of them failing. If that's what, like, and again, I'm just like posing it around this hypothetical. If that's the case, that's not it. Like then the policy's not working. We need to make a
So
adjustment.
what
But I don't
like
think that's what's happening.
what do you guys think about the example of like these Asian people trying to sue Harvard and stuff like that? That they're
Asian
like
people have a harder time
I
getting.
think that
that's what I'm saying.
because,
Like, do you think because affirmative
listen,
action promotes the idea of Asians should be
no,
getting
I
in
think
at a less than deserved?
This
No.
is why. This is why. Because the
Mhm.
little white girl from Texas didn't get her way. All that rich money was like, little white girl couldn't get in, and we didn't do it in Supreme Court. All right, let's see who else is going to be our taker. Oh,
what does a
Asian
little white
people.
girl have to do with
Oh,
the Asians?
Asian people are gonna like go ahead and like be a part of this trial. Then okay, now we're gonna go forward to it. That's the only thing they did. They
Oh,
just changed the person
So-
and
so the-
and
so
the
the-
same money that was behind the first case is the same money that's behind this case.
Do you have a source for that? I don't. It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to read more about it. I guess I just Google it.
I don't agree. I think that there's a legitimate. I do think there's a legitimate issue with like Asian people. Like, first of all, Asian people are like they're not underrepresented. They're overrepresented on like almost every college.
You think that's a bad thing?
No, it's not a bad thing. I'm saying that
Is it neutral?
I was just pushing back against Pace saying like the saying.
No,
that they're
if they are performing consistently at
I don't need you to justify it.
40
I was just
percentage
saying
points
that they're-
above all of us, and they're only been able to make up in some of these
That's some
colleges.
of the minority
In
bullshit.
some of these colleges,
Again, you're trying to justify something. I'm just saying what you said
2%
was
of the
incorrect.
college population. If
They're not
they
2% of the
are,
population.
I'm saying in some of these colleges, if they're only making up 2% to 10% of the college population, when they are producing over
Okay, I don't
consistently
understand why you're talking.
top
I was
top
just
of the
telling you
line
that information.
academics, then they should be more represented. But because of affirmative action, because of not specifically affirmative action, but
Are you at some point
specifically
you're gonna admit that you said something incorrect?
how the admissions of affirmative action, particularly at Harvard and places, are where they can't have more than a certain percentage of this certain minority in that school. That's the problem that they're going over.
Okay,
that they're going over against.
That was a long way of saying that you've used misinformation.
No, I just gave you the information.
No, they're not. You said they were underrepresented on college campuses. They're
Yes.
not.
They're not.
They're
They're
not.
people are getting
H1B
H1B
are making
visas.
the-
They're not like
UCI,
affirmative action
buddy,
recipients.
UCI.
Hold on. I think there's
UCI.
No, hold on.
Hold on. Wait. Let me clear up the
Bam,
confusion.
Bam,
Let me clear up the confusion. I know the confusion. I know why there's an argument. DeAndre is saying they're underrepresented based on how much they should be.
That's not what underrepresentation means.
That's literally what I'm explaining right now. That's what I'm explaining right now.
If they are performing consistently at an academic level in grade school, then they should be more represented.
Bam. Finish your point. I do want to get.
And I was explaining to you what the confusion is. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying this is
you're trying to clear something up. There's nothing to clear up. I know what Pace is saying. I'm saying that's incorrect.
I know that.
But you're saying you're thinking that I'm missing what he's saying. I'm
Okay,
saying
so
that's
what
not.
are you going to tell
I'm not
him?
missing what he's saying. So, like, Asian people are only about 2% of the U.S. population. Even in North Carolina, the school who represented in this thing, I think they're about 12 to 14% of UNC's school population.
That's
So
okay.
they're overrepresented, and this is a trend across the nation because Asian people do like they have a culture of families that prioritize education. Also, from the ability to travel overseas. If you're a first generation immigrant, their parents are literally sending them over there specifically for school, or if your family was able to travel across the ocean, you're going to be in a different economic background than the average American.
You're just an international student that comes to America to come study.
You could say that's appropriately represented based on obviously they've had all the.
We don't need to do this.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm
they're
sorry.
not underrepresented. There's no other explanation either. They're just not underrepresented.
Did you hear what I said? Though?
They're not
I understand what you're saying, but that's a different point than saying they're not. They're underrepresented. That's just not true.
Let's let in Jishu and then maybe Razor. Maybe you'll be ready.
Wait, this is the last part I wanted to say.
Okay, say your last part.
Yes, the last point I'm saying that I do think that there is a legitimate issue with Asian people as far as test scores being held to a higher standard than the general population. I don't think that that's a good use of affirmative action. But just because I don't think that that's necessarily a good use doesn't mean we have to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Okay, Jishu, Razor.
Yeah, man, there's a lot happening. There's a lot I wanted to go back and forth on earlier that I can't remember. Some of the stuff, Pace, that you said, I definitely disagree with. I can't remember exactly what it was at this point. But yeah, I think affirmative action is so damn complicated, man. I'm sorry.
Take your time, GSU.
Oh yeah. Like a part of it I do like, and it's the part that we speak to about is ineffectiveness, right? So one of the things that we talk about is, hey, Ivy League schools are the ones who this policy really affects, right? Or other like super high tier schools, right?
Mhm.
And we say that in saying that if we get rid of this, there'll still be state schools, there'll still be HBCUs for people to go. One aspect of the current system that I do like is that twofold. One, I think there's a social component to this. I think if I'm a person at the most prestigious university and I never see black people, I think there's an undertone there where people will develop at least prejudicial sentiments about black people because they aren't in these locations that have them. So I think there's for the people who do academically excel through much harder conditions, I can understand why in that vein having them at these universities is beneficial to society. But two, I also think if I'm a black person that's excelling through harder conditions, this is kind of along the lines of what Debate Queen was saying earlier, and I do have the same qualifications as another group that maybe doesn't have it socially or economically or blah 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 as hard, it would make sense to allow that person some benefits of making it through a somewhat harder path, which I think helps like raise the bar on like black wealth somewhat. Like the best of black people are getting shots to be equivalent with the best of other races, and that allows our um, top individuals to perform more. And I think of it as I don't know about the school system where y'all went to, but I've talked about this before somewhere. One problem I see with education, then there's a lot that we can go into, but one problem I see is that if you are upper tier academically, you can be placed in a class with people who are not your like academic peers somewhat, and you don't get to excel to your fullest potential because a lot of public schools are going to teach to like the lowest common denominator. So having the ability for the highest achieving blacks to attend these universities, I think also has that aspect of goodness in it. Though a lot of people, when they look at these things on a grand scale, they're not worried about like the smallest amount of people that are at the top that are black. So I think socially it probably does some good to have black people in these institutions, and I think that's a way that culturally even is impactful for black people and good. So I don't like we're dishing on affirmative action kind of sort of a lot. So I want to make sure like it definitely has value, but there are definitely things that I would prioritize more, and that's the you know primary school and things like that, and making sure those things are better. But yeah.
Can I just jump in real quickly and just say, because I know everyone's mentioning HBCUs, which I love to hear, but a lot of us can't afford to go to HBCUs, and that's the
But
problem.
That's
Yeah.
due to like a
even
government.
No.
even
Hold on,
more,
hold on. Sorry, cause I did want to be able to get my little bit in there. sorry, Big Queen.
No, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's fair. So I'm basically I live on with Gambit on this. It is overall a good thing because it does help. It does affirmative action is definitely an overall good thing. Because it does make it for lack of a better term easier for black people or other minorities to get into these higher education schools because they end up working a lot harder, and they're not going to have any kind of they're going to have any racist like administrators say no because they happen to have a black or Mexican sounding name or stuff like that, or because they were a woman or anything like that. Affirmative action was literally just to make sure that we curbed that particular reaction to applications. And uh Jesus Christ, I always like mid sentence I lose it. But yeah, I would also say like it is definitely difficult. It definitely is a difficult topic to try and get everything into. But yeah, I would I As a lot of politicians have been saying, I've been paying attention to a lot of Twitter with this, different politicians voicing their opinion on this. They're saying that affirmative action was supposed to be technically almost like a band-aid. It was not enough, is what they said. It was just a way to add people into these higher things, so there wasn't as much segregation. And as Bam had said, with these different big schools and stuff like that, with very little black people, it could end up creating prejudices. Inside of those larger schools, people could those people usually will end up becoming people with more power, and if they're prejudiced against minorities because they've never been around them, it definitely is good to have schools that do have more of a racial more of a racial mixing to make sure that everyone is Uh, on equal footing. Sorry, it's like super confusing to put it all to the right into the right. Jesus Christ, I lose it every time.
Okay, all right. So,
What to nothing.
yeah. So, but do you think you got your point across?
Basically, like it's good because it's good because of the systemic racism that we do have in this country, and it's trying to curb it as much as possible. But a lot of people do say that we need to we do need
Oh
to
my God.
Okay.
we do need to do more.
All right. Does anyone want to follow that up?
Yes, I will. I disagree
Of course.
wholeheartedly with it because the entire premise of affirmative action is to discriminate. It gives preferential treatment, preferential choice over people on the basis of race, not on the basis of merit and ability. I don't understand it. I don't understand the reason why we would continue to follow underneath this premise when black people have already proven that they can be superior to the idea of affirmative action. We just had a black student break the Guinness Book of World Records for getting the highest amount of scholarship funds just a couple of months ago, over $9 million. If we're able to do those types of things and we're able to get in based off of that type of merit, I don't see a reason for there to be preferential treatment and race-based discrimination.
Because of possibly racist administrators who will be looking at the applications. They'll see
You
a
can't
black
make
name and
those.
think, I don't, yeah,
You
no, I
can't
know.
make those assumptions in today's time unless you think that
there's a
nothing
better
has
answer.
changed.
Studies still work that way.
Unless
There's a
you think
better
that
answer.
nothing
Still
has
happens.
changed since the 1920s and 30s, if you don't think anything
You
has
don't think?
changed,
Hold on, Pace.
but
Wait,
Hold on.
so
That's a
wait.
non.
like
Hold on. That's a total
That's fake
straw
you,
man.
argument.
That's not even. It's a
Dream.
total straw man, and I'm about to tell you why. Because you
Dream,
don't.
I'm getting tired of you interrupting me to come up with a hypothetical that you already know I'm
How is this
going to
hypothetical?
say the exact same
Well,
thing.
hold on. Let
This is not even a
Pace,
hypothetical.
Hold on.
let Pace finish. Go ahead, Pace.
And as I said before, the affirmative action had problems to begin with. The first problem was because it enacts preferential treatment. It was a violation to the 14th Amendment in the first place. The 14th Amendment saying that no person born and naturalized in the United States can be subject to any cause of discrimination based on race, ethnicity, or other things like that. And affirmative action specifically has to do that in order to cause preferential treatment. You
That's the
you
letter of the
can't
law versus the spirit
you
of the law.
can't put that in form and place. Not only that, but affirmative action it was literally contrived and designed under President Lyndon B. Johnson to give black people nothing. As a matter of fact, he said it in his speech that just enough to give them enough to quiet them down, not enough to make a difference in any real meaningful way. That's the reason why it hasn't been used in the methods that people have thought that it would be used in. So black people should move more towards the merits of their ability. Right now, like GSU is saying, what I've been saying, the focus should be more on uh, K through 12, getting those educations up to standard, trying to figure out how we can get the education, particularly in black and low income or low served communities, educations up to standard. I posted two articles, and there's plenty more of that, where in states like New York and in Florida and Jacksonville, heavily black areas, they were lowering the standards for tests and education curriculum so that blacks and Latinos could pass those courses and be able to quote unquote compete with Asians and whites of similar fields. Why is it that anything needs to be lowered? Why does that gives affirmative action, in my view, an even worse picture, because it says that we have to lower standards in order to get blacks to be able to compete. Before affirmative action, when we created HBCUs, black people were closing the gaps in education all over the place. We closed the gap in education between blacks and whites in a 50-year time span, where it was over 5 years difference to only a 3-month difference. And that was before any type of affirmative action, anything like that. We used our own merit. We became the first people to do successful open heart surgeries. We helped in the discovery of blood plasmas and all these other things, all before affirmative action came around, using just the merit of black people's ability. Now it's not so much. We're seeing them lower standards, and it makes the work that people like this young boy who got the $9 million in scholarships, it makes the work that he did to get those $9 million in scholarships almost worthless if somebody who's not willing to do the work can be afforded the same opportunity that he did, because they get to go in just based off of preferential treatment, not based off of the work they put in.
Every year, there's always a
No.
bunch of black kids who get
was a
admitted
lot.
with hella millions of dollars, because they're
Yeah.
smart, they're good kids, like whatever, there's great academics. Like that happens every year. And you know how hard we even had to like work to even try to do open heart surgery, to even
As hard
be a
as
medical
everybody else.
assistant.
Actually, a little bit harder
oh,
due to the
3
system
times
being against
harder.
us.
3 times harder.
But Pace, you're this is your line of logic. It's like saying, well, we can do it because the best of us can do it, and so the best of us can do it. Then that means that we should be able to do it in the mass population. But the goal of affirmative action isn't be like, oh, it's impossible for black people to get into these schools, but we've acknowledged some systemic issues that prevent black people from getting into schools. So
No, the goal, the
Okay, I'm not
specific
allowed.
goal of
Hold on, hold
affirmative
on.
action was
We just
to
let you talk for so
change the
long, bro.
bar.
Hold on,
yeah.
blood.
It's
Relax.
Dream's turn. Dream.
Let Dream do it. Oh, gosh.
Dream time. Let's go.
And the second line of your argument is just fallacious. It assumes this conclusion that it's never okay to have preference or discrimination. There are situations where it's okay to have racial preference or group preference. For example, reparations will be one of them. And if we allow for reparations to be okay with the Jews, with Native Americans, with the Japanese internment camps, because they were part of a group that we've seen and have assessed that there's a systemic harm that caused them to have negative outcomes, then we can view we can view affirmative action as a form of reparations. So that's why I said in the beginning, my opening statement.
There's Joe
you get-
Lewis when you need him.
That's why I said in my opening statement that if you remove this form of reparations or affirmative action, essentially what I'm saying, because affirmative action is a form of reparations, then you need to bring on reparations, since you're getting rid of at least this one part of it.
This is not part of reparation.
Is
hold on. This is tautologically one form of reparations.
No, it's not.
No.
Tautologically,
really not.
it literally is.
No, it's not.
Absolutely not.
And it
Affirmative
shouldn't be.
action is tautologically.
No, it's not.
It's
just a word. It's literally not.
It's tautologically is. I'm not gonna argue with that.
I agree with Dream actually.
It literally is. I don't know what y'all guys.
It's not an official reparations bill, but I think it is. I think
no, it definitely does help. It's not
repair.
tautologically though.
Do you know what tautologically means?
Totally.
By definition,
Totally is.
This is a form of reparations.
Yeah,
No.
that's not what you.
Well, how can it be truly a form of reparations when not just minorities are getting it, or people of color are getting it?
Yep.
When white women are receiving the benefit of
because because reparations can happen for multiple types of groups, multiple groups.
But
And
you would just say
are
that it was a
What
reparation for black
reparations do white people
people.
need?
did I say
The
only for black
majority white women.
Did I say
use
only for
affirmative
black
action.
people? No. This is
You
reparations.
you
All right, go ahead.
inferred black
So-
Yeah,
people.
you
then.
inferred that heavily.
Reparations. This is a form of reparations for black people. Yes. It's also
Hold on,
a
wait,
form of
what are we
reparations
talking
That
for
was
other
the
groups.
merit of the law.
It is not.
Jesus Christ.
What happened?
I'm dealing with
We're
so
arguing. Would you
frustrating.
consider affirmative action as a form of reparations? Not all of reparations.
Jeez, I hope not.
Yeah, no.
I see. That's why I disagree.
It's logically is a form of
It's
reparations.
not even a
You're
slight.
trying to
Again, it's not the
repair.
entirety of
You're trying to
reparations.
repair a past harm. You recognize that there's this disparity due to systemic issues, and you're saying, "I think we're going to need some affirmative action to step in as a government and help solve this problem that we have." It is tautologically affirmative action. I don't even know why we're on this topic. This is stupid.
No, wait.
Tautologically,
This is silly. Wait. Just because there's legislation passed to help a group of people doesn't mean it's
to repair a past harm.
This wasn't
What is
done.
the past harm that is?
No. Wait. First off, when reparations was implemented, it was actually the reverse. It was done to not be able to discriminate based on race, and then things changed. But this had nothing to do with like reparations and fixing systemic injustices in the past caused by the government. You don't see it anywhere in the legislation. You don't see it anywhere in implementation. It wasn't given wholly to a group of people that were damaged due to some governmental policy or something like that. It was literally preferential treatment for a small group of people. You can't consider that reparation.
But what was the logic?
That makes no sense.
Well, hold on, but what was the logic?
The logic behind it was to give them was to make it sure that more schools opened up to a more racially diverse student body.
It was a diversity. It
What
wasn't
was
reparations.
What's the point of being diverse, though?
In order to make sure that no one's prejudiced against another person.
No. Wait. No, it's not even that. There's ideology that exists that diversity is a good thing, and in that, having more diverse ethnic backgrounds of the student populace is seen as a virtuous goal. So it had nothing to do with reparations.
So that's why we had reparations? Just so it wouldn't.
Wait, that has nothing to do with reparations.
None of this. Hold on.
None of this has to do with reparations.
I seriously have a clarifying question. I was under the impression that because there was discrimination against like students of color and minority groups, because of that discrimination, they had affirmative action to ensure that there was some sort of quota. But now I'm learning something new, that the point of reparations was just so to not have, white males be the super majority for no arbitrary reason.
I don't think there's legislation you can point to surrounding. I could be wrong about this, and I would love to be wrong. Please correct me. I don't think there's a shred of legislation you can point to that looks at this implementation of affirmative action as any sort of reparations, are saying that it was directly made to address past ills. I don't think that exists. I could be wrong though. Okay. Let me know if I
agree. I don't think there's a shred evidence to do that.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. If it wasn't stated outright, could it?
Then it's definitely not reparations. You agree, right?
I would say that.
Wait. You do agree that reparations is the government?
I'm about to say something.
Finish a sentence.
I think that it could. How do you say? Logically, it could be a form of reparations, although it's not stated outright. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't believe that.
Like in practice, it's a form of reparations, although that wasn't.
I wouldn't subscribe to something like that.
That's fine. You don't.
Somebody could sub to Prime.
You're going by spirit, not by letter.
To Prime and says, "Hey, this is reparations." Like reparations is a specific thing.
Sure.
I got. Yeah, that I apparently I hit it on the nose. Is that he's going by spirit, not by letter.
I don't even think by spirit. I think it's probably by letter. I'm pretty sure it was almost direct. Like I'll have to find it, but I'd be shocked if it's not directly stated that like, oh, okay, these schools are openly discriminating against black people, like against people of color. Whenever and this law was put in place as a way of like controlling.
I just googled it. It says the programs tended to focus on access to education and employment, granting special consideration to historically excluded groups, specifically racial minorities or women. The impetus toward affirmative action was redressing the disadvantages associated with past and present discrimination.
That has nothing to do with reparations. Wait. Saying that these schools are discriminating and that I'm forcing them to bring black people because they're discriminating says nothing about reparations.
That's
Yeah,
what
no,
redress
that's
means.
Why?
High
Hold on,
key,
hold
we
on.
need
We're
reparations.
talking about
Give me
we're talking
my
about
mule and 40
Why?
acres.
Why based on those
redress and
words?
reparations are like right
Redressing the disadvantages associated. That's literally just a synonym for repairing, redressing, repairing the disadvantages associated with
What do you think reparations are? Give me your definition of reparations.
any action that's given by
We'll probably use
state.
redress to redress a past
Yeah,
harm.
any action that's like intended to repair a past harm is reparations.
Past harm done by who?
By anybody. No, by anybody. Like I could give you personal
What?
reparations from you.
Okay.
From
All
you
right,
to you.
cool.
I think it would include the
Okay.
Wait,
state.
nobody.
Cool.
But
I think
if
if that's your
I think it would be a
definition, then
state.
yeah, you can call everything. I'm subbing the prime right now as a
Hold on,
form of
hold on.
reparations
Let
for
me-
what
I
I've
think
done.
I think
I
it
can go
is.
further,
It
I
proves
can
you're
go
not
further.
racist. It proves you're not racist when you sub to me. When you give subs,
Yeah.
a lot of them,
Yeah.
right? Like it gets you closer to heaven.
Yeah.
So why don't you give it a try? All right.
I can
Put
go
it out
further.
So,
there.
prime, I just
You know
hold
what
on,
he's-
wait,
you know what he's
wait.
right.
Hold on.
You know
Hold
what
on,
he's
hold
right.
on.
Here you go.
Let me
I was
clarify.
speaking.
Let me
he's
clarify.
right.
I was
I can go further.
speaking. I
There
can't
we go.
speak.
I
I
thought
can't
you asked
finish my
me a question.
Hold
statement.
on, but I don't want you to be
No.
confused. I want to clarify it because
No,
I think you're
I'm
going to go
not
off of what I'm
confused.
going to say. What I
I'm
just
not.
said when I think you're
Listen,
going to be a little bit
hold
confused.
on, Drew.
But I
OnlyFans,
hope,
thank you.
I hope,
Okay,
I hope
hold
whatever
on,
you're going to
hold on.
say isn't going to be a
Hold on.
misconstrued what I'm
Okay,
saying. Go ahead.
OnlyFans,
But I
thank you
hope I
for
wanna
gifting a
clarify.
sub. For gifting a sub. Razor, thank you for gifting another sub. Razor, prove that he's not racist. OnlyFans, prove that he's not racist. Anyone else like to prove that they're not racist? Give getting this hype train started. GSU, he gifted a sub. He resubbed. Excuse me. He proved that he's no, he has to gift subs to prove that he's not racist, not just resub. But anyway, thank you, thank you.
So
guys,
no,
for helping
so
out.
prime. Hold on, wait. I want to make this very clear.
Yep.
There are past times that I've just murdered you in intellectual combat. This is reparations for what I've done to you historically. I do apologize sincerely. I wanted you to know that it comes from the bottom of my heart. I don't take this lightly when I'm crucifying you here on your channel. I really do apologize. So hopefully you accept my token of reparations.
Now again,
The,
even
the
if
make, reparations, the making of
even
amends
if
for
even
a
if you
wrong
just
one
require
has
the
done
state,
by paying money to or otherwise helping those who have been wronged.
and
So
yeah,
it's not
definition
specific
two,
to government
That's it.
or
Hold on.
anything
There's
else.
multiple definitions, and we're talking like in terms of
Obviously.
an entire racial minority. The reparation is usually like what the government has done, like repairing what the government has
But
done.
my
to the people.
definition of reparations includes what you
You're
just said.
including
But I'm saying that even if I'm saying this doesn't even have to be a disagreement. Even if we say even if you only want to qualify as the state, this policy will still be it was implemented by the state. So like I say, it doesn't change anything.
Exactly.
It wasn't being done. It wasn't being done for some wrong the state did. It was being done for
wrong that
institutional,
the schools were doing.
That was allowed.
Yeah. No. The state wasn't saying, "Hey, go discriminate against black people."
No. It's not that.
It's
It's not that they said.
It's strangely a
All right, go ahead.
50-50 thing here. It's extra. It's definitely.
No, it's not 50.
Definitely more.
It's not
Hold on.
reparations at all.
When I say that, I mean like it's extremely. It of course can be nuanced. I'm not. And again, GSU. I'm like probably on your side the most here. Saying that it's not like exactly reparations, but I can see why someone would say that it
That's
is.
the definition.
Yeah, I don't think you're on my side if you're saying that this could be.
No, I can
reparations.
see. I'm not agreeing with it, but I can see why someone would say it. That's
But
why.
No, if you don't
literally
think it's
fits the
insane, then you don't agree with me. I think it's insane.
It literally fits the definition.
Hey,
Gambit is just absolutely.
we're in a hype train, which is really kind. Thank you, Chess Piece, for that other sub. Help us save the hype train though. Get to a level 2 hype train. We're at 66% of a level 1 hype train. Help us get to level 2 hype train. It's at 34% left. Can we make it to a level 2 hype train, guys? The support is really necessary. So shout out to the people who are helping out. I do really like you guys make this happen. So that'll be OnlyFags, Fraser, Gambit for resubbing, really kind of him. And Chess Piece.
I wonder
Yeah,
if
Chess
Fanatic
Piece.
would stand on this. I feel like some Fanatic would agree with me, or agree
Probably.
With
I did invite him for the record, but he's busy with I think church stuff.
He just doesn't want to go.
Sub to the channel. Help save the hype train. Help us get to level 2. Subs to the channel. Give bits or give subs to user.
Hey, those reparations.
It will be if you give subs. If you give subs, they will absolutely be reparations. They count. Take that to the bank. Well, I'll take it to the bank. So consider
I'll
supporting.
speak in Yawns if you can get him. I'll speak in Yawns if you can get him to level 5 hype train. Do it.
Oh my god. I don't know if I want the money that bad. But yeah, we have less than left. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. You guys can continue.
Yeah, I think like your differentiation between the state and the institution. I feel like that's I don't know. I feel like that's a very loose like differentiation you're trying to make. Like the school system, if the school system isn't considered a state institution, then what is? Like these schools are publicly funded.
And thank you.
Publicly funded, but the policy isn't that of the government. What are you saying? It's the difference between needing a lawsuit and actual reparations. Like what are we talking about?
Because because just for example,
who said you got a lawsuit?
But hold on. It's this is
thanks,
analogous.
Katie, for gifting us up. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. My bad. This is analogous to like the sit-ins that were happening during the civil rights movement, where it was a personal choice of these restaurant owners to not allow Black people, but it wasn't against the law to not allow Black people either. The government didn't say, please disbar Black people. The government said you can do whatever you want in terms of.
Wait, what is your point here?
The point is just the same thing with schools.
You saying that was reparations for businesses not allowing Black people in? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't even.
When was that reparations paid out? Jesus,
I'm just
not aware at all.
Wait, do you think that
you're saying things that you also think were reparations that never had any type of?
I think you misheard because nowhere did I say that reparations.
Maybe I did.
Yeah, I didn't say.
Maybe I did. I thought you were calling those things reparations. My bad. Nope. Maybe I misheard you. You weren't calling that reparations.
I wasn't. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I speak now? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, you can say more crazy stuff.
Thank you, Katie, for saving the hype train, getting us to level 2 hype train. 0% down, 100% left.
I am saying crazy stuff.
Level 3. Go ahead.
I'm saying crazy because you're in your mind, you're having schizophrenia and thinking I'm saying stuff I didn't say.
Exactly.
So it is crazy to you. My point is this. This is analogous with this civil rights movement where they had sit-ins because these restaurants were allowed but not specifically told to commit discrimination, just like these institutions were allowed to be discriminatory but not specifically told to discriminate. That's the analogy here. I'm not saying that there were reparations for those situations in the past. I'm saying that they're analogous in a scenario that just because it wasn't being told by the government to do something doesn't mean that the government isn't culpable because they allowed it.
I'm saying this is exactly why we shouldn't subject people to HBCU education. This is.
Wait a minute. Do you think the government owned the slaves, or did individual people do it?
Do I think that was policy that allowed slavery? Yes, I do.
Yeah,
just like there was policy. Yeah, it's literally what I just said.
Do the slave.
Oh, that was a law that said that they should do that. What?
Not that they should. Oh my God!
No, you're saying it's a requirement.
That was allowed. That it was allowed. That was a law. Really? Yeah. Tell me about it.
The schools were allowed to accept or.
There was a law that allowed them to practice discrimination.
Yes, to deny whoever.
Tell me about that law. When was it repealed?
When was it?
What amendment? Wait.
The law. You put words about it. I said the law allowed the schools to reject whoever they wanted.
The law allowed.
What Gambit is trying to say is that there was never a law of that type. Because if there was, it would have had to have been repealed in order for affirmative action.
There was never a law that required you to own a slave.
Yeah, that's like saying
it allowed you to.
That was a law that allowed you to. What law allowed you?
It allowed them to reject whoever they wanted.
That's like saying the Constitution didn't allow you to own slaves or to view Black people as inferior when based on the words all men were created equal. Obviously,
but that's not in the Constitution. That's the Declaration of Independence, and the Constitution specifically doesn't mention slavery or race until the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment.
Wait, so in the Constitution
before it, there was no law that said they could be slaves. They just, they forced them to be slaves. They just allowed it. It was just something they let you do.
I don't think this is true. Let me go.
The
Wait,
best
there was no.
what I'm immediately
There was
thinking
state
of
laws,
is
at least.
biblical stuff.
Thank you,
thinking
old
of
biblical
moon,
prophecy.
for gifting a sub to No Pants Kyle. Awfully kind of you.
This is
We are
so
Y'all might have me a little bit on this, but hold on.
we have 12%
No.
of
That's not
12% of
federal.
level 2 hype train. With 88% left. Help
It
us
was
get
just a
to
state
a
law.
level 3 hype train. We have a minute left on the clock. Can we
Wait.
save this hype train?
So,
Is that a
you see what
possibility?
I'm- what I'm
Substitute channel
hearing right
configure super
now-
gift subs.
Wait, you
So
gotta
what
Let's
I'm
let
hearing
y'all know.
right
Hold on,
now-
hold on.
You gotta let Prime
States
talk, guys.
legalize slavery. Just to let y'all know. Just
States,
FYI.
not the
You
federal
can Google
government.
that.
The
You can
federal
Google
government
that.
Number one.
allowed it.
Yeah.
Hold on, Bam,
no,
Bam,
okay, hold
Bam.
on.
Let me correct you.
Wait.
Hold on.
You don't think the state government is government?
No,
Let me
I said
correct you.
government. I didn't say federal government. I said
That's
government.
right,
I
baby.
didn't say
Let's go.
federal.
but we seek reparations from the federal government for
You don't
allowing
have
them
to.
do it.
California's giving out
Yeah, you don't have to.
reparations
You
right
don't
now.
have
That's,
What are you
you
talking
don't
about?
have to, but that's who
Well,
you
we have
seek.
the
That's who you
highest.
seek
Hold on,
reparations
Bam,
from.
Bam, Bam.
No,
Let me
you
correct
seek reparations from the person that did you harm.
So
That's
you
who
so
seek
wait a minute,
reparations
wait a
from.
minute.
And that person is
I
usually
want you-
some form
wait
of
a minute.
government.
Just-
It could be a local government.
Okay,
It could be
okay.
the
So
state
Gambit,
government.
so
whatever.
black people don't have a justified claim with the federal, the U.S. federal government.
That no one said that, Bam. You're
No,
just-
I'm
hold on.
asking him. Let him answer it. Put him. He want to win
Wait,
the argument.
wait.
Come
Stand
on, you know
it.
Hold
that.
on.
You know his answer, bro. You know
No,
what
let
his
him
answer
stand
is.
on
Hold
that.
on. No.
Obviously,
I think if we want to be hyper
I
specific,
think you
there are
right.
certain things that we could apply to the states and certain things that we could apply to the federal government.
So the
There
federal
are,
government ain't
of
got nothing to do with
course-
slavery.
No,
That's not what
Okay.
he said, bro. Come on, bro.
There you go.
That's
I'm
not.
sorry.
I haven't made that
So
statement
there's
because I
parallelism
haven't
here.
looked to see what federal laws. I know, like 3/5 compromise and shit was a part of legislation.
Mhm.
So, like, there had to be shit about black people are less than
Fugitive
and
Slave
slavery
Act.
shit somewhere. I just can't regurgitate to you.
Fugitive
where it
Slave
was.
Act. The Fugitive Slave Act allowed for states to go across this, territories to grab their slave back to theirs.
Yeah, we can take that. Yeah. So I wasn't denying your question. I was saying that I can't think of one off the top of my head, but like 3/5 compromise, any of that shit. Yeah, you can just use that. Yeah.
But
But
this
still,
is what
that's still a
hold on.
governmental entity
I
that we're
agree,
seeking reparations from.
But this is, I think you can, but this is what I wanted to clarify. I do think you can still ask for reparations and demand reparations for de facto like discrimination, even though it wasn't allowed by laws, but it wasn't enforced by the state either. So you can have laws in the books that, on paper, disallow discrimination, but because they didn't enforce when it did happen, and in those situations, you can still say, well, I know it was in the laws that this was against the rules, but you didn't do anything when it happened. So I'm seeking for reparations in that instance.
I hope I'm not the only one.
What do you think about that,
biblical
Gambit?
I
Hey,
hope
let-
I'm
get ready to
not the
see.
only one noticing the biblical parallels here. With
They're
how
irrelevant.
no, there's a little bit of relevance here. With how we're trying to say like who allowed versus who made the laws and stuff like that. How like in the Bible it's supposed to be like God allowed slavery because it was already the laws made by the people type of thing.
Relevant.
Which federal government allowed it, and the people and the states made the laws, and the federal government allowed it. It's an
interesting. The main deal
What
is
does that add to the conversation?
I don't know.
the
That's
idea
what I was
that it
trying to say.
never
That's what I was trying to
penalized
add.
by the government, so it was
What does it
considered
add?
okay.
Yeah.
That's about all it adds.
And
Yeah.
I don't even know if the 3/5 compromise is like
Which
necessarily federal law. Like
It was
it was
federal.
a constitutional convention, but I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know the specifics on that, if that's considered like federal or not, or if that's just like states coming to an agreement.
But I know for a fact, Fugitive Slave Act was a federal situation because that was a cross-state situation where the South can go to the southern slave catchers go to the North to
Most
get
of
their
those
property
things,
back.
most of those things didn't become part of. Most of the stuff didn't become part of the Constitution per se, as it becomes to the rights of of individuals under the Declaration of Independence, until William Henry Harrison took office. William Henry Harrison was the first president after Lincoln to merge the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution together and make them practically inseparable. It was William Henry Harrison who created the Reconstruction Act and tried to get those things done. But there were lots of challenges and stuff that were involved in those things, but that's a history lesson that's not supposed to happen right now. But I, I don't want to talk reparations because I just don't think that's the subject of this case matter here. Back to the affirmative action thing here. My biggest gripe with affirmative action has always been the illegality of affirmative action.
But
In
we
order
don't care about whether or not it's legal or not. We care about whether or not it's justified and moral. So because we're trying to change the law, so I don't even know why you're bringing up the law, because the whole point is to change the law. Oh, it's
the
not
law
legal.
was
Obviously.
the law was
Well,
already
technically, we're
changed.
talking
That's
about
the
the
that's the
legality.
It doesn't
that's
matter
the
whether or
point.
not laws are changed.
Hey, can I
The
ask you a
law was
question?
already
It doesn't
changed.
matter
That's the
what. It
point.
doesn't
That was
matter. It
already not
doesn't matter.
allowed.
It does not
Real quick.
matter what is currently not allowed. It matters what should be allowed. So you need to make an argument appealing to what should be allowed. Stop making an argument from, well, it's not allowed already, and
So
it's already said
your
it's not allowed.
argument is that it should be allowed legally to discriminate based off of race and gender and other things.
No.
In a
I mean, we're appealing
justifiable
to the
way, yes.
Supreme
That's,
Court, so
that's the-
technically we're not
that's-
making a moral argument right now.
Well, if
We are
you're
making a legal argument.
making an
making more
argument
arguments
if you make an argument in the favor that affirmative action is necessary, then you are making an
I never
affirmative
said it was
and
necessary. I
and
never
that
said it was
it
necessary.
is needed
I never
the
said it was
right
needed.
under
I'm
the
saying
law
it's
to
justified
discriminate based
to
off of
happen.
race, sex, and other things. When we already made an amendment to the Constitution, three. Actually, I think there were more than three because we had another one afterwards that for women. So there's actually 7 amendments to the Constitution that tackled that issue, made it already illegal to discriminate on those types of things. But now, with affirmative action comes in there, it specifically goes against the Civil Rights Act that was passed 2 years earlier. This was Lyndon Johnson's entire purpose of doing it. He said it in his own speech, was that he was passing this specifically so that uppity Negroes would know their place. And then later on, he went on to say that what he was going to do, if I have it pulled up right here in front of me, what he went on to say was these Negroes, they're getting uppity these days, and that is a problem for us since they've got something now that they've never had before. The political pull back up to their uppityness. Now we've got to do something about this. We've got to give them a little something, just enough to quiet them down, not enough to make a difference. Then he later went on to say this entire purpose for doing this, I'll have those niggers voting Democratic for the next 200 years. That was his entire purpose of doing it.
No.
And then,
real
fast,
then,
Pace.
he,
Real
then, in,
fast.
ni- then in
You sound like some
97,
copy
then in
pasta.
97, he changed
Pace.
the legislation in 97 to specifically put gender in there to give an advantage to white
So
women.
pace, real fast. I want to ask this quick little question. Has there never been things that have happened that had a bad origin that turned out to be a good thing and later on?
Of course, there have been things, but affirmative action, since it was implemented, has never done anything good
has.
for us.
What?
It's done plenty of good things for them because
So
we were
you
already.
agree that even though it came from it started from a bad reasoning, it has become it
I don't
had
believe
the poss-
affirmative
it had the
action is good.
possibility it had the possibility of becoming something actually good. You disagree that it did. We say that you disagree that it did. We say that it definitely did come out to be something generally good.
Oh,
He
I
admitted it's
disagree with that.
irrelevant.
Yeah, I know
And
you disagree that
Quick
it's a
Google
good
search, yeah,
thing,
that
but
quote was fake.
it's showing that. But I'm simply saying that even though Lyndon B. Johnson did it as a way to apparently appease the uppity Negro, that
he didn't do it to
so
appease them.
what?
Lyndon Johnson hated black people. He did it.
Yeah, I know.
He
Yeah,
did it just.
he's saying to give them just enough. They'll have them voting Democrat for 200 years. I get that, but again, that's a bad starting space.
Then he
but most
amended
people
it.
are
Then he
now
amended it to give them
to
the
add
middle
gender.
finger by putting white people above them.
by adding gender but it's still affirmative action is generally still a good thing. Sure, it had a bad start. It had a bad starting off point, but
You know
it
what
did turn into a good thing.
Yeah, you're committing what's called a fallacy of origins. or
Since
genetic
affirmative
I don't even
action
think
came
that
into
origin is
place,
correct. I'm saying I'm pretty sure that
black
is
education
from
levels have
Google
have
search.
But
lowered
even,
and
but
continue to
origin
lower.
is not
granted,
correct, but
granted that even if we grant it to him, it's irrelevant to even bring up. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, but it is relevant. I'm saying,
No,
well, I
it's
mean,
not.
it's not worth granting, is what I'm saying.
I agree with you.
Mm.
But what I'm saying, even if it's true that this
It
this
doesn't
thing
prove
came
anything.
from a bad origin, it doesn't mean that it's currently in its bad form.
Sure, I'm just saying we shouldn't accept it, even still, even if
Sure.
it doesn't change anything.
Sure.
But
I simply don't understand the idea of passing a law to allow discrimination when we already had a
It's
law
not
that
allowing
prevented
discrimination.
discrimination.
It's actually
No.
trying to stop discrimination. Affirmative action was meant to make sure that discrimination in these high Ivy League schools did not happen, because if someone with a
Affirmative action doesn't just apply
Hold on.
to
someone with a comparable scores and just overall good numbers on to be a good student, who happens to be black, yes, they'll probably end up being picked, but as a and they'll probably end up being picked as a way to appease the affirmative action. But that is an overall good thing in order to keep discrimination from continuing inside of these schools.
okay, I want to ask Pace. Like, I'm gonna just walk you down a couple questions. Do you believe that
I'll be back.
a better route for Black people's future is education, hard work, and economic opportunity, or do you believe that it is government handouts?
the first one, obviously.
Okay. Now, to seek those things, would you be willing to pass policy that incentivize the education, like the hardworking, like
No,
all those elements for Black people?
no. The only thing that I would do is remove the laws that are on the books in place right now that still have not been removed, even though they did the affirmative action stuff. There were laws that were passed in 58 and 67 in 1858, 1867, and 1921. There
These
were
good
laws
years.
that
This was
there were
wild.
laws that were passed that were designed to be exclusionary to Black people that are still on the books today, that have never been rescinded, never been appealed. So what I would do is just remove the laws that are currently in place that act as hurdles, not only to Blacks, but to anybody else that wants to advance themselves. I would not create a policy to give them preferential treatment over anybody else.
Okay, so now I want to ask the why. Now, is it from a place of principle, like, or is it from a
It's
place
from a
or is it from a place of practicality? Do you believe that these
no.
type
It's
of
from a
laws won't lead?
it's from a place of common fairness.
So it's from principle. So you're saying that even if these types of policies led to the
No,
improvement of the
no,
Black community,
it's not principle. It's unfairness. If
fairness is a principle.
like I said earlier, if we are under the assumption that like what William Henry Harrison thought, that the Declaration of Independence cannot be separated from the Constitution, that we all
Right.
have
I understand. You're
equal
saying
rights,
more words
then
to
we should let people stand on their own 2 feet with those equal rights, with nothing standing in the way,
I understand what you're
one
saying.
way or the other, from any individual to accomplish what they want to.
Got you. So that's from a perspective of principle. So I'm asking you. If it was the case that due to this principle you believe, the principle of fairness that you believe in, that Black people had worse outcomes due to it. Like Black people, are you are okay with that? Are you willing to accept that?
Yes, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Okay.
If
Well, at
black
least I know what you believe now.
if
That's
black
what.
people were if all things were removed and Black people had the same opportunities as white people, with nothing stopping them from being able to obtain the exact same stuff as white people, and they were still unable to achieve that, then that's perfectly fine.
Black people were like perpetually in poverty, as long as that would be a fine outcome, regardless of
Yes.
the history that Black people have had in this country.
I don't care about the history. All I care about is that there is nothing in the way that's stopping Black people from being able to succeed.
mean,
And Black people
no,
prove that. We
there's
literally
other things.
proved that
Wait a minute.
then
I don't want to. They don't accept anything. Like, don't.
we
Like,
proved that before affirmative
sure,
action happened.
but I've already I've put you in this world where we don't succeed because of the policy, and you're saying that you're still okay with that. So now I
Yeah,
understand what's a priority to you.
because you are trying to make a hypothetical world that spits in the face of what actually did
Right,
happen.
that holds that holds to you to believe something, and you
That
accept it.
holds to say that
It's trying to limit
but-
it's trying to limit parameters of certain situations to know what you actually believe if the scenario does come true. That's what he's trying to figure out, bro. What you
if
actually
somebody can't
priorities.
if
And
somebody
you-
can't succeed if somebody can't succeed given all of the available opportunities
Mhm.
that they have, if somebody can't succeed, that's on them.
Cool, got it. So I disagree. I believe that because of Black people's history in this country, I think that it's not just in principle of fairness, but also probably necessary for Black people to for incentives to be placed in the Black community for us to have increased economic opportunity and success in this country. And if it were the case that like Black people couldn't succeed without these things, like if Black people all like forever till the end of time needed some sort of leg up to have success in this country, I would be in favor of that because my interest is in the success, the advancement of Black people.
Well, your interest would be discriminatory and racist towards the rest of the population,
And I am
which
willing to accept that.
which is not my interest. My interest is that everybody should be treated equally and accordingly. And if somebody doesn't have the ability to do that on their own, then there's no reason for me to deprive somebody else of an opportunity to give to somebody who doesn't want to do the work required.
Okay, that's
So
a way to put it. But I'm just, but I like I said, we just went to what we believe, understand it, like I said, and we disagree, but at least like I understand the merits of your argument.
Okay.
Boom.
We deserve post time. We got to a high, what you call it, unless you're
Yeah,
done.
Yeah, we got hype trains for days.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and here comes Erudite.
He sounds annoyed. You sick us? You trying to
Okay,
get rid of us?
thank you, not so erudite. No, I'm not sick, you guys. Thank you, not so erudite, for the kind raid of 57 individuals. Everyone, go hit up not so erudite if you haven't already, but I imagine you already have. Guys, coming from not so erudite's chat, what we're discussing is the SCOTUS, the Supreme Court, United States Supreme Court ruling on affirmative action. They have struck down affirmative action for college admissions. So that happened today. We were talking about that, and previously we were talking about police officers using images of Black people for target practice, and whether that's a good thing or not. So thank you, Twerking Nutella, for being so kind as to resub to the channel for 7 months. Awfully kind of you. But yeah, everyone, hit up our friend Not So Erudite. If any of that sounds interesting to you, becoming in from Erudite's community, consider hitting the follow button, like Shawnice Prime. Okay, another Prime. We love it. Or Shawnicus, I'm not sure. A Prime. So considering the follow button. We do this all the time, and we love to have you around. Yeah, and stick around for a bit. So you want bonus time, Bam, because of the hype train. All right, fair enough. What do
And
you
then
guys...
have to be a lot of bonus time. It could be like 15 more minutes.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, if you guys want to talk GSU, are you up for it?
Yeah, absolutely, 1,000%. Let's do it, baby.
Okay. Well, I want to hear from you.
No. I was waiting on a point to interject.
It was really quiet this time.
And actually, yeah.
Oh,
About Gambit, same question.
I made all
Where do you
the best
stand on that
points, and
question?
I don't. You said what now?
Which one?
I mean, yeah, you can make your own like separate point. You don't have to respond. But like, same question
No.
I asked Pace. Where do you stand? Like, what's your priority? Like, I mean, you're already pro affirmative action, so it's a little less complicated. But like, if it was necessary for Black people to like have some government interference to like see success, if you were put in that hypothetical world.
If I was a race realist, how would I feel? What is happening?
Wait, what?
Well, it's not even race realism. It's saying that like because of the historical implications, like if black people like aren't in a position to pull themselves up by them bootstraps because of like historically being held down.
Then I would advocate for the things that I advocate for today. I would advocate for fixing education and those type of things. And I don't think that means there needs to be a lifelong forever long support that has to be given to black people. I just think some of the core
Forever?
So with the
Could be
yeah,
time.
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think that that's necessary, but it sounds like what I heard earlier from Bam is that I don't know if maybe he thinks that or he'd be okay if that were the case, something like that. That's what him and Pace were arguing over.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's the case. But if inside the parameters of a hypothetical world where like, yeah, my priority is black people. I don't like it's my like fairness comes second to the prosperity of black people.
I don't know if I go that far, bro. I'm very, very pro-black. I don't know if I'm a.
I don't. Yeah, I'm very pro-black, but I don't see black people
Yeah.
as superior to everybody else. If we're all supposed to be
Oh
on
my
equal
God.
footing, if we're all supposed to be on equal footing, then we should all be treated the exact same.
I agree, Pace.
True.
The problem is we aren't.
Big true.
But I agree with you.
Yeah. So hold on. I want to examine this, right? So like, let's ask the rest of the panel. Do you think that fairness should come second to the advancement of Black Americans?
No, I think
No.
we should operate
They're not mutually exclusive, so I don't think
days of fairness. Yeah.
yeah, you can promote both and prioritize both at the same time. There could be both number one, and say that the advancement of black people is what's fair right now.
Sure, I agree with that, but that's the easy, safe, PC answer.
This is the logical answer. It's not safe and PC. It's literally what is true.
Yeah, I agree with Dream.
Oh,
It's not
God,
safe
y'all are
and PC.
boring.
It's logically true.
I don't.
No. Okay.
Could you repeat real fast?
I'll deal with it. Here, in the case where we're equal, and there is no historical justice, and there is no systemic issues that inhibit black people from advancing. I do not. I would actually say no. I don't care about the advancement of black people because I actually care about what's fair, like that, or not necessarily care, but I would prioritize fairness over the advancement since we don't have these systemic issues, right? Okay. So I am dealing with it. But in this reality, you can promote both and prioritize both as number one because you think this is what's fair.
For sure. Yeah, me and Dream agree.
Okay, yeah, like I
said,
said,
all of it.
I'm gonna be dead, and black people still aren't gonna be to a point of like equal. But like, if that point happened, like, hey, bro, racism, we beat it, number one in the world, baby, it's over with. And like, if I own a business, I'm still hiring black people.
But that. I don't think any of the. I want to be very careful here, especially with what you just said. That's not unfair to like hire black people. Like,
no, not coincidentally, intentionally so.
I don't even
like.
think
I'm not looking at applications like let's just.
Wait, well, I hope you're not doing that. But we gotta be super careful with the way this is said, man. Maybe you do mean it the way that you're saying it. I don't think most people do though, and I want to make sure the audience that's listening don't think most people think the thoughts.
Hold on. Wait. It could be the case that it's not simply because they're black, but they're more like culturally like inclined to the culture that you want to build in your workspace. So that necessarily
because they black. No, he said it's because they black.
No, he said it's because they black. He went there, but no. So like, I just want to phrase this because this is how most people. This is how most people feel, right?
Right.
So like, if I'm a black person and I have lots and lots of black friends, and within my network there's somebody who can fit a task, I would be preferential to that person because of the familiar relationship that I have with them. And that's how white people are as well, or Asian people, or anybody. And I want to make sure we aren't painting that that's not okay. But secondarily, if I had two candidates and one was black and one was white, and I didn't know anything about both of them, and they both had the same exact qualifications, I think what you're saying, Bam, maybe is in that situation, you're always choosing black, right? Or are you?
No. I think he's saying that even if a white person was more qualified,
Yeah. What if the white person was more qualified?
he's still choosing black.
No, it would have to be close. I wouldn't do it to my detriment. But
how about what if it's not to your hold on. What if it's not to your detriment, but it's not to your like maximum best outcome?
Yeah,
but it's not to your detriment.
Black. Like if like let's say if there's two grades, like one made a 92, one made a 90, the other dude made a 95.
No. Let's say, and there's two worlds. One where you. How about this?
How do we have to get a whole new world every single time you give a hypothetical?
In two worlds, you hired a white person in this imaginary world. He gives you a return of $500 million. That's how valuable he is. But you hired a black person, he gives you a return of only $50 million. You're still hiring a black person.
No, that's too big of a loss.
Okay, so now that's more reasonable territory.
Okay,
now you're saying
as long as you were being completely.
Imagine you were in the Spider-Verse, right? And there were 5 different versions of you. And one of them
you're all
was the
pointing at each other.
Bollywood version. No, I like. There's been a lot of hypotheticals. I'm gonna say that there's been a lot of hypotheticals here.
I love hypotheticals.
Oh my goodness! Actually, I gotta send something to the chat.
You saw Megan Good again?
No.
Oh yeah, well you can send more of those pictures any time of the day. But yeah, so where do I stand on this? Fairness. I don't think. So I guess there is a point where we're just at what temporal time do we start being fair? I think at least
now,
for me.
We're being fair right now. Currently,
there's never a time for justice like now.
Well, but that's the thing though, that the playing field isn't fair for all racial minorities, right? So for us to say that it's okay for us to say that we are looking for a leg up in certain places because of past harms. That's what I think.
I don't think it's a leg up. It's well, if you define leg up as a boost, that's like trying to get you to the same place as others.
Exactly.
Then sure, we do want that leg up, but we think that leg up is a fair leg up.
Yeah, but people disagree.
They'd be wrong.
Pace disagrees, right?
Of course he disagrees. He's just wrong.
I wouldn't even consider it a leg up, so to speak. It'd be like balancing out a table by putting books underneath whatever was missing.
Hold on, wait, Prime. You wouldn't say that something like reparations is a leg up and unfair, though, would you? So, like when there were Japanese internment camps, and we were like, "Yo, we're gonna pay these Japanese
millions of dollars
because of what we did." Did you see that as like unfair to white people?
No, but like I'm trying to think of what I'm saying as I'm saying it right now, right? So like put that out there.
Don't worry, I'll give you another donation for killing you in this conversation. It's fine.
Reparations, man.
Man, okay. But I think that let's say so. One of you guys within our group DM, you sent a tweet where someone was showing the statistics of black people who get into college through affirmative action, and like comparing that to white people getting in, right? And the numbers were off. Basically that black people just that the numbers were skewed in black people's favor here.
Obviously.
So even if go ahead.
Wouldn't that be obvious? Isn't that the purpose of that?
Yeah. So I'm saying, and
so the skewed, right?
But the person who wrote that tweet says, well, this is unfair. If you are in support of affirmative action, then you don't understand the statistics. So I'm gonna go in Bam's direction. I'm saying that even if it was necessarily unfair, right? Like however you describe that it was unfair, that's okay.
But logically, it's not. That's
so
all.
I I think
Whatever you think, hold on. Whatever you
person who
think fair
did the
is
tweet was saying
I
that-
guarantee you, it's not the same definition we're using fair. I guarantee you,
Yeah.
whatever you think fair is, it's not how we're using fair.
Yeah, the person in the tweet said that it's not unfair.
Wait, but this is also weird because they're talking about the percentage of people that were accepted, but not giving the volume of people that applied, right? So, like, you can't look at this and determine anything. There's no way to look at this and determine whether there's like unfairness afoot, right? Because let's say there was a far, far smaller group of African Americans that applied, and there's like millions of white people that applied. Obviously, due to student body sizes, there's going to be less of an acceptance of applications just due to the sheer like.
I hear you. I hear
body
you.
size.
But I'm trying to address the principle behind it, right? So we're talking about because we're talking about Bam's statement, and Bam says that he is more in favor of helping out Black people than necessarily being fair. That the advancement of Black people comes first, and then fairness comes second. And I'm saying, and at least for now, and that can be my mind can be changed on this, right? So I'm not taking a hard stance, but I'm backing Bam's position.
Back the blue.
But yeah, that number. So Gambit, that numbers you were saying, like in terms of admitting, in the tweet thread that I put into the group chat, among it is them saying if 23 students in the top decile are Black, and 13 would be admitted, that's a 56% being admitted. If 500 of the top decile performers are white and only 75 are admitted, it's 15%. So those numbers are showing in terms of like.
I understand how ratios work, but I don't think that addressed the root of what I was getting at. But that's fine. We don't have to split hairs.
I may have misunderstood then.
Yeah, but so Prime, this is interesting. Because I don't think you believe this, but I don't know how to spell that out.
Yeah, I think I'm not actually agreeing with me, but I'm taking it.
But I don't think you're agreeing with you either. Like, so hold on. So this is the question to kind of elucidate. Tell me at what lengths you're willing to harm others to help Black people.
I'm willing to butcher people. I'm straight up. I'm like I'm gonna genocide them. I'm just kidding.
It's like,
but I'm saying, like, I don't think y'all actually hold.
It's
this
like
position.
Dr. Umar. Then like me, we like right here. Like I don't rock with him, but I
what unfair
Julie's
politics?
cooking.
Hold on, wait. This is interesting. Like, so there's the whole dating thing with Umar. We don't have to get into that because I don't think it's related to this topic.
Yes, sir.
What unfair thing would you say Umar has pushed for? I don't think there's anything. He wants school to teach Black people certain things.
I think he wants to cut off a portion of the country. I think he wants to own a few states.
No,
yes, he does.
No.
He's literally advocating for like.
No, this is a lot. This is.
I promise you. I can show you right now. Dr. Umar absolutely advocates for like a separate state.
Yeah, but so does the Nation of Islam. Yeah.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. First off, I don't think that's true. But second off, that's not. All right. Wait. There's implementation of these ideas, and there's the idea itself about having some kind of like place with wealth and Black enterprise and blah blah blah. But that's not necessarily doing an unfair thing to others. Now, if you're talking about let's kick everybody out of the state, that's a different question.
Yeah,
but the idea itself of a ethno state, though, I think it's disgusting. That's not totally in the realm of I want to do harm to others. The specific question I ask you is, what harm would you do to others for the promotion of Black people? Because your point is that
I guess not harm then. Then, like I said, I guess that wouldn't harm. I just want to promote.
No, but you said you would do it. You would do it. It's more important than fairness, and I'm saying that I don't think you hold that position or Prime.
But I don't know.
I think the question I'm asking you elucidates that you don't actually feel that.
Fair isn't always legal in this instance.
I don't know. I don't know what harm. Like you have to met me out of a situation. Like you, like you said.
No. You made this. I'm gonna read you back your statement. I would promote Black people. Promotion of Black people is more important than fairness.
For sure.
Right? So the obvious question is, what unfair things would you do to promote Black people? I have nothing in that count because I try to operate within like a doctrine of fairness. I think you do too. So I want you to show me something that puts you outside of this domain that I'm in.
Okay. I would have I would be in favor of like a legal tax credit, specific just for being black. You pay less taxes specifically because you're black. You're less responsible for the
For a limited amount of time until we see like there's more equality in terms of the wealth gap situation.
Wait. Are you saying that this is a form of reparations due to past ill? Then it's not outside of the doctrine of fairness. You're just talking about the type of reparations you would give. Some people would say money. Some people would say investment in school. Now you're saying a tax credit. But
I'm saying that event like you would have a point that you would eventually end it, and I'm like that's not super necessary to me.
That's wild. Okay,
so
that's wild. That's wild and insane. Yeah, I agree that proves your point, but I don't think you actually would.
I mean, again, it just wouldn't be on my mind. Like, you know what? It's time to get black people back on taxes. I'd be like, no rush. We ain't going nowhere. We'll be here. It was tight. Holler back at me in about 100 years. We'll talk about it.
So, Prime, would you support such a policy?
I'm low key lying because I love taxes.
Love?
So you are lying. Okay, cool. I thought so.
But that's just because I love what taxes do.
No, I just wanted to make sure you can't actually think of something, which proves my point that you actually put fairness first. But that's all. That's fine.
Wait, you put what first?
He puts fairness first. That's all.
Oh,
who doesn't put fairness first? What? Who in this?
They were claiming that they don't, and I'm showing them that they do because they.
Yeah, I was about to say, even if you, for some reason, you say you don't, I don't think anyone can function in this world or be a human being if they didn't value fairness.
So hold on, it's not that's.
My bad. Not, I don't think anyone can claim themselves to be a good person if they don't value fairness. My bad.
Sure. Okay. So we didn't say we didn't value fairness, and I'm not gonna speak for Bam, but I didn't say I didn't value fairness. I'm saying that for the advancement of black people, I can put that above fairness, and I think this is a difficult conversation because of the standpoint as to like what seems fair to an individual. What to a lot of white people, it seems unfair since they didn't enslave black people. They didn't weren't a part of Jim Crow. And at least as far as they can tell from their own lives, they don't uphold white supremacy. And to ask them to foot the tax burden for reparations, right? And I would say that even if that's the case, even if I grant them all that like I'm okay with being unfair. I'm okay with doing this harm to you, because reparations is important for the advancement for black people. Does that make more sense, Gambit?
I think what you're saying is that there are nonsense conservative positions, and under their guise, you would be unfair. But that doesn't mean you truly be unfair. That means that if we take, internet level conservative nonsense talking points,
it's like if anyone like makes the claim that it's unfair, therefore it's unfair. But
so
instead of investigating their claim and seeing whether or not logically, my bad, not tautologically, but logically, validity, soundness, and seeing their syllogism to premise A.
Yeah, but see
B,
hold on. Let me try to clear it up then a bit more. So let's say if you could actually find the exact dollar amount that like racism has cost Black America, right? Like down to the nickel, you can figure that out, right? And we'll just say 1 trillion for now, right? But if reparations came out and it was 1 trillion 1 million, right? Like an extra million was added in there, that's okay. Right? Like that would be unfair. That would be unfair, right? Because now we're moving past it, right? So we've the 1 trillion is does the repair, but we're getting more. I would say that's okay.
Hold on.
Would you be doing that?
You don't actually believe that. You don't actually believe that. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think you actually believe.
You can be greedy.
Hold on. I don't think you actually believe that if 1 trillion does a repair, then you would ask for more. What's the point of asking for more?
That's not what he said.
No.
What he said is
You
What
said
he
he's
said
okay
is
with
that
asking for more than 1 trillion if 1 trillion
No,
doesn't
no,
repay.
that's not what he
Is
said.
that it?
What he
Oh, my
said
bad.
is,
I
and
misheard.
Prime, correct me if I'm wrong. What he said is, if there was legislation going to be passed that gave more than what was required, he'd be okay with it. But that's just greed. I don't like, and I agree that it is unfair.
Is it
But
greed
that-
or is
Hold
it
on. Wait.
some
How is
form
that
of
different from what I
interest?
said?
Well, I'll assume the number with the
Hold
interest
on,
is already
wait.
calculated.
Gambit, how is that different from what I said?
you said ask for more. He said specifically if there was something presented that
offered.
gave more, he'd accept it. Those are
Okay.
different things.
So he wouldn't ask for it. Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know if he'd ask for it or not. I'm just saying that isn't what he said earlier. That's all I'm
Why
saying.
not ask for it? That's the art of
So
negotiation.
that's what I'm asking. I was like, would you ask for it? And is that something you would advocate for? Is for asking for more? That's what I wanted to know.
Would I advocate for it?
Would you advocate for more than necessary? More than what's fixed?
Yeah.
And if you are, why? What's the point?
For the advancement of African Americans, I think that like.
But the advancement is
also-
already achieved by
No.
what was given already.
I understand. I hear you, right? So I say that there is that dollar amount, right? Let's say, again, in this magical world, we can calculate that. There is this dollar amount, but I think that the cost of racism is more than that, right? Like, I think that in and of itself, the pain and suffering of African Americans and their resulting like the centuries of harm, like even if you can quantify that, I think it's okay for us to demand more for this crime that was done against us. And so, like, it's unfair from the standpoint of the rest of society. Hey, we've given you the amount. We found the amount and we gave you the amount. But I'm okay for
No.
asking for more because...
this is why I'm saying you don't actually believe what you're saying, because what you're actually advocating for is kind of like interest, right? So this is interest plus emotional damages plus what the money that was accrued that was lost. And that's the more that you're talking about. You're not actually more arbitrarily
Dream, but you're missing the point here.
Let me finish, bro.
He already got the number, the magic numbers, because he calculated all that already.
Let me finish, bro. So the calculation you're being made is based on objective measures that we can see, such as like lost hours of wages, like lost the value of work done, and the lost hours of not unpaid hours. Like those are the things that we can objectively observe, and this is the number that you came about, like the value created. But the things that you're asking for more is not wrong or unfair, because you're talking about like the emotional distress, like unquantifiable harm, stuff like that.
So
there's
let's say interest makes it 1.5 billion, right? Or 1.5 trillion, right? I'd still be okay with asking for more. That,
then
like,
why?
the advancement of the Black community is an important enough mission for us to do that.
But if I agree with you, but if that's already achievable with the money that we're going to get,
with me. How
you can always have more.
Hold on. I'm asking you a question. If we can already achieve what you want with the money that we would no, he did not answer this. This is very specific. With the money that we would be receiving from reparations, what's the point of asking more? It would just be redundant because we would already be achieving
for more advancement of Black Americans. For more advancement.
I ain't never heard nobody say they got too much money. You can have too much of a lot of things. I ain't never heard nobody say they had too much money.
I said we have.
I never said. First of all, when I said it's too much, I'm talking about we have enough. If we have enough, I don't see what's the point of asking for more.
You're arguing against this answer. His answer is he's okay taking more, and he thinks that him being okay and asking for more than what's necessary is unfair in of itself, because he's asking for more than what is required.
I understand that. So
what's the point of arguing against it?
Because I disagree with it. Obviously, what kind of shit did you just
That's
ask?
That's what he believes in.
I'm disagreeing, so I'm engaging in a disagreement right now. Pace, are you seriously asking that?
But he's already said that that's what he agrees to, and you're
okay. And I'm
asking the same question 5 times, 5 different ways.
Clarifying questions. that is related to the original question, so I can understand it even further. Is that a foreign concept to you?
I don't understand how you could
Clarify.
understand this even
What you
further.
need.
I did.
This-
You don't understand, but I'm
It-
telling you, I did. Based on the questions I asked further, I did actually understand it better. So what I did is actually proving useful to myself.
Anyways, I'm sure there's gonna be a few clips from this where I'm sure somebody gonna hit me in the DMs like, "Ooh, you greedy niggas! I knew, I knew it the whole time,
Uncle
boy."
Ruckus,
Yeah,
the
they
Uncle
gonna be
Ruckus sound?
big talking about. I told y'all where these niggas really want. Y'all, it's over with. Though. We'll never get reparations because of this.
I did.
panel.
We
Like,
sent
I
it
will
back.
put.
I agree with you.
This is
bro.
your fault,
This is-
Prime. You shouldn't have gave me a platform.
Ah.
I sent niggas back at least 12 days.
Now I got it. Now I got us up to GSU, the reparations for for this, right? For the
Yo,
harm,
listen.
because he ain't
I
gonna
forget
get
that other
his
people be
48
watching
from
this
Mule
sometimes.
because of this.
This is being sent to
Oh, my
Clarence
chat's
Thomas.
watching this
right
too.
now.
That's
This
right.
is crazy.
Okay,
Do you think the
all
clan
right.
watches us? Do you think
I
there's
feel like
like
it would-
media-
Oh my
I feel like
god.
if we, I think the
You
only
think
thing we need for reparations is definitely just what GSU has been saying about like funding education a lot
Yeah.
better for blacks for
you said that's the
black
only
families.
thing we need? Is that what you
No,
just said?
what that's like
Come
the
on, Rolls
that's the
Royce and
biggest thing.
Teslas.
Okay.
Biggest
Oh,
thing
look
we
at
need.
Dream.
Sorry, words.
Anyway, Lactoid, thank you
Chains
for.
on niggas.
That's what I thought I heard. I just
Oh
wanted
my
to clear.
god, Lactoid, thank you for rating the channel. We're gonna continue on to our open walk on panel after this, so stick
These are not
around. We have
Lactoid's
more
kind of people.
content for you. We gave a bit of bonus time for the hype trains that we had before. But yeah, we're gonna end this here. But again, the stream doesn't end. Stick around for that, everyone. The stream doesn't end. We are gonna have more content for you, so stick around. I'll follow the channel. I haven't done so yet. And shout out to my man Lactoid for the kind raid. He's a good guy. And after, okay, I see you there, buddy.
Forgot about that, dude. This is wild.
It's incredible having disabled that command. That's the thing. That's a Christmas miracle right there. Anyway, let's go to we're gonna give an outro to all these fine individuals, but again, stick around because we're not done yet. Bam, Black American Made. This is a lot of fun hanging out with you as always. I know Bam's always gonna give me great content. So thanks so much, man.
Hold on. Actually, I just noticed something. We haven't gotten to the bottom of it. Why do you think it's unfair? I understand you think it's okay. I
Wait,
mean, my
wait,
bad. Hold on,
wait,
my bad.
wait,
we're
I
in the-
misspoke.
we're
I
in the
misspoke.
outro.
I misspoke. I misspoke. I misspoke. I
We're
misspoke.
closing.
I misspoke.
We're in the
I
outro.
misspoke. I misspoke. This is an important. This is
Talk about it in
important.
the open.
No, it's not.
Do
No,
it
it's
in
not.
the open
Really
walk on panel.
Go to the
then.
open.
Yeah, in the open you can talk
Oh
about
my
it, bro.
gosh.
Okay,
We're
all
doing
right.
outros.
Okay, Bam.
Anyways, yeah, like I said, I always enjoy it. Probably said more than I should have. Hopefully, this doesn't come back to bite me in 15 years when I'm running for office or opening a business or doing something that's minding my black business. But anyways, I'll always still happy to be here. How many weeks we got left?
Of
3?
what?
Probably no.
Oh, fuck. I think 2 more weeks, if I'm not mistaken. I think last week was last week. No, yeah, 2 weeks after this one. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. D1 but Razor doesn't know what we're talking about, and that's the problem. The D1 tree. It's a perpetual question mark over my man Razor's head, and that's okay. Dream, thank you for being here as well. You are a controversial figure, and we love those.
Thank you, man. Just want to reiterate the main points that we've learned over this panel. And initially, we want police to uphold an ideal self, and we should train to promote that ideal situation. And I do owe everybody, and it's just reality that sometimes they're gonna fail, but that doesn't mean we don't train for those instances. And in the cases where they do fail, we have governmental bodies to deal with those situations. So we should have police that after they've made a decision that it is the best case scenario and the only case scenario or the best case scenario to use a firearm to shoot somebody and kill somebody, that they make that decision swiftly because if they hesitated, it would mean that somebody's life is going to die. For the example of what Prime raised earlier, where we have school shooters and they're actively shooting people and shooting to, to maim or on a leg or arm, may miss because it's not a center body of mass, and it's way easier to shoot the center body of mass because these guys are not perfect snipers. It is way better to advocate and train to shoot to kill, shoot to shoot until the threat is gone, whatever that means. It could mean to kill, it could mean to whatever, until you deem that necessary. So this is what I believe, because it'll protect the most. I've made the argument before. You have sacrificed a little bit of value of your life when you've made the decision to cause harm to others and violate other people's human rights. You have diminished your own value. Doesn't mean you can't gain that value back once you've done your time or whatever you need, repentance or whatever. But it just, at that point in time, you have sacrificed some value, and people are allowed to cause harm unto you or punish you in some way. Now, to the second topic about the Supreme Court, like I said, affirmative action can be seen as a form of reparations. And as I Googled and confirmed that was the case because of past discrimination that they want to solve for current situations. If they remove that, then it would be best to allow for other forms of reparations to come along so you can address and redress the past harms that Black people have faced. And I want to clarify for the chat that I've never said that I would be a recipient of these reparations, because I'm not a foundational Black American, but I could be qualified for reparations in like Morocco from the Moroccan government because I'm a indigenous Moroccan, and that those people are discriminated, or from France because my grandma was starved by the French government. All right, that's it.
Don't forget to kick down to the culture.
And you don't need to be FBI for reparations. I will make that point endlessly. Let's go to our friend Pace. Pace, thank you for coming through, and especially you're usually always ganged up on here, but you come and fight the good fight any which way. You got to put these fucking liberals in their place. You do a good job of it. So thank you, Pace, for being here.
Well, it is important to put liberals in their place, because if we didn't, we'd all be dead. But I think pretty much everybody but Dream got to the same idea on how we should be treating these things when it comes to police and the targeting situations. I don't think that there ever calls us a time where police needs to be trained with specific pictures of Americans to use as a targeting practice. It's not like they're going to a live combat situation where they need to be prepared for any and every type of person dressed in many different ways in different scenarios, children, women, and all the other, to be ready for that. Because here, that is their last recourse. Whereas when we send our troops over to war, they're not going over there to make friends. They're not going over there to play games. On to the other one with the affirmative action thing. I think, as I said before, it's been long since time to remove that. It has nothing but undermined the work of the civil rights, where our entire purpose, our entire mission has been to fight for equal footing. And then right after that, even though it doesn't help us because it's mostly designed to help white women, but right after that, you pass a law that makes it legal to discriminate. Whereas before, we already had passed laws to make it illegal to discriminate against people based off of race, color, sex, ethnicity, religion, or any other type thing. And I think that's the way it should be. I think when it comes to the idea of fairness, remove all of the boundaries that are in place and let everybody have everything on the same equal footing without anyone having an inherent advantage, and let the cards of life play out the way that they will. And also, I have to correct myself. From earlier, I kept on saying William Henry Harrison, when I meant Benjamin Harrison. William Henry Harrison was the 9th president. His grandson, Benjamin Harrison, was the 23rd president. And that's the one that I was speaking of, the one that came after Lincoln, started Reconstruction and the like.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, debate queen. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm in the Bay Queen. Y'all can follow me on all social medias, and like I said, I stream on Twitch. So the first topic, I think this was just bad optics. Shouldn't have been posted. If they had other pictures of other people, probably shouldn't have posted the picture of the black person. I'm sure that there were other pictures that they could have posted to social media to show their training exercise. And like I said, it it was just wrong. But yeah, and now to the second issue at hand. I think that affirmative action is a good thing overall. I think that it will be a domino effect of other protections for minorities and women getting diminished thanks to this ruling. And yeah, so that's what I think. So yeah, come subscribe to me on Twitch.
Okay, thank you so much. Water Kai, thanks for coming through, even though these guys are all goddamn animals and you're the only
It
one
has
here with
been
manners.
deep waters. The sharks are swimming tonight. All I can say, the bottom line of what I've gotten from this conversation is people keep throwing around certain words like fairness, equality. The best I could sum it up is equality is not equity. Some people need to balance out the table. There needs to be a reformation of the system in place if it's disproportionately helping people that don't truly need it based on an arbitrary system. Systems should not be arbitrary. They should be based on needs and who qualifies for them. So any other argument kind of just goes out the window in my head. But it's been a blast having this conversation, and it got really deep. I appreciate the invite for being here. Lethe Water Kai on all platforms. Hit me up.
All right, let's go to our friend Razor. Razor, thank you for coming here. Thanks for supporting the channel previously. It was really kind of you. And thank you for providing your 2 cents.
Yeah. Again, the apologies for showing up late. Luckily, I was able to still get at least a good portion about the police doing that target practice with very bad with very bad picture. They should not be using pictures of people for target practice. It should always just be like the amorphous silhouette. There's not like it's shaped like a human, but you don't know what they are. It's just literally a silhouette. It should always be that. You don't need it to be a person for that thing. But when it comes to the affirmative action thing, yeah, it from what it is showing, from what it's showing at least so far, while it's going to be affecting all of them, it is still letting schools have the ability to pick who they wish to bring in. Affirmative action was just a way to make sure that they didn't make it that they didn't discriminate away from black people or Latino people from being brought in. It was basically guardrails to keep them from the school from going out of line and in racist policies. And it's generally a good thing. For now, it still would technically be considered more of a band-aid for the things that we do need to do in order to help fix the racial disparities we have in a lot of our systems. Make sure that, so if anything, I would say we should just make sure we do work more towards getting actual like full-on reparations, not just the milk toast affirmative action that we had. We should still keep it, but yeah. But yeah, it was fun being here. Fun to actually talk about all of this. Follow me on Twitter. Little name tag you see down there. That just add the @ over there. I usually will be debating bigots, transphobes, and other stuff because I just find that fun. Or maybe I'll post some fire memes. If you just want a good laugh. And here on here on Twitch with Razor Sharp Gaming 96. I'm having a weird moment right now where I'm not able to stream for a bit, but when I finally get back into it, probably going to be doing more like scary, slightly scary games of Omori or maybe some roguelites. Who knows? Come join. I like to talk with people. Let's go.
Okay, and I need to make something clear, Razor. You don't have to apologize for being late. Not when GSU Gambit here. Swaggers in whenever he fucking feels like it. All right, so shout out to man GSU. Shout out to Swagger. And thank you seriously for coming in for this second topic. Like my man GSU always adds something, right? Always adds something of value whenever he comes through. Like I mean like he tries his very best, right? Because his dream, one that he's yet to fulfill, is beating me in a debate. But one day he'll have enough to maybe claim the title, but it ain't happened yet, son. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Prime, I've been in front of his audience quite a few times, so they understand what happens when we engage in intellectual combat. So you try, but you fail. So it's all good though. Everybody fails. But yeah, I was happy to be here. This was dope. It's been a minute since I've been able to get on. I'm happy to see everybody. It didn't get too heated today, so that was dope. But Prime, I saw you on like some panel. I think I've seen you on 2 panels. That's been pretty dope to see you like making your rounds on the circuit. So that's been dope too. But yeah, happy to be here.
His teeth sharp.
Yeah. And that's it. You said what?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I'm in different panels, guys. If you wanna, you should follow me around or subscribe to the YouTube channel. Sometimes they're YouTube only things. And on there's my face on screen. Yeah. So sometimes they're YouTube only things. So if you want to see more of me, I'm around. I'm doing other things as well. Trying to expand the footprint. Any which way. So we're going to continue on to our open walk-on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion in my community. I really appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
So GSU.
Okay. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. That's me. All right, guys. Yeah, thanks for being around. Thanks for sticking with the channel. Thanks for sticking with the channel and being a part of all of this. Hey, we got my man Dream is in there. But guys, if you want to jump in, Xbox will open the chat. Join. And be a part of the open walk on panel. I'll put that in the YouTube chat as well. So YouTube chat, here it is. If you instructions on how to join, if you'd like. Thanks the Blunt Magic for saying it was a great talk. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. So, but if you guys want to come on and have that conversation, now is the time. Jump to our Discord and go into the waiting room, and we'll let you in. Here we go. Hey, you two, thanks for being here.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
Prime. My question was to you, like, you understand that in practically every scenario, you want the world to be as fair as possible, and you want to be fair, and you want to, promote fairness.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is, you like fairness, you promote it, but in this instance, it's an exception. Why are you making an exception that you want to be unfair, and that's okay in this scenario? Why is that okay?
I don't want to be unfair. I'm okay with being unfair. And I think
Okay, you're allowing unfairness, and you're okay with that.
Yeah.
Why is that okay in this scenario, where in other scenarios it would be okay? You wouldn't allow unfairness in other scenarios. You would advocate for those situations to be as fair as possible.
Yeah, so it may not be fair. Sorry. I was going to answer this in a very specific way. Fuck. I was just about to answer this in a very, very.
Take your time. It's okay. I understand. I get brain farts too.
Yeah, fair enough. Uh. Okay, I'm just gonna go and maybe I'll get it back. So I'm okay. I think the advancement of Black people, especially within this specific country, is an important project, and I am fine with advancing, and I'm fine with taking certain steps to advance them, and like I'm okay with people believing those steps are unfair. I'm okay with the steps actually being unfair, um, because this political project is in itself important. So I'll leave it there. That's not how I was going to answer this previously.
That doesn't
I
sound
just
like
can't remember.
that doesn't sound like a good answer because it's from what I'm hearing. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Is that I just value this thing, and because I value it, I'm okay with uh, enacting it or achieving it through unfair means. Why is that okay only for your scenario and not okay for anybody else that says, well, maybe I value this thing arbitrarily and my group of people and I'm gonna do it in unfair means.
I didn't say it was
Which
okay.
To allow something means that you think it's okay to happen.
No. That's as
Am I wrong?
I can say that like I want to rob a bank, right? Like I desire to rob a bank, or I'll allow my friends to allow a bank and recognize that it's wrong. Like we can.
So you
do
think
that,
it's wrong,
right?
but you're okay with it anyways. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's fine if it's wrong. I don't care if it's wrong. I'm saying
Okay,
that
then.
the political project is
As long as you know, okay, fine. You think it's wrong.
yeah.
And
I mean,
you're
I say
doing
it's
things that
unfair.
you think is wrong. That's fine.
Fairness.
What
like,
have I dropped
understand-
into?
He
Yeah.
thinks that he thinks what he's advocating for is wrong, but he doesn't care. He's gonna advocate for it anyways. Which I don't know how he can live. I don't know how he can live with himself doing that.
What is it? I'm sorry, I didn't see the previous panel. Like, what is it?
Yeah, no problem. He wants to promote the advancement of Black people, even at the cost of fairness. Whereas the other panelists disagreed and said that you can promote the advancement of Black people to include fairness, and it would be the fair thing. But he's saying even in a scenario where those two conflict, and
of people before.
Okay, in a scenario where if reparations were to solve all the problems for Black people, he would ask for even more than what to solving the problem, and this is beyond the calculation of like the value created, beyond the calculation of like interest accrued, beyond the calculation of emotional trauma and damages. He would even still ask for more, and he acknowledges that's unfair and acknowledges that it's wrong, but he would advocate for it anyways. And I just don't know how you can live with. I don't know how you can live with yourself doing that. If you want to be like a true logical person that with a consistent worldview.
Well, he said exactly how he just values advancing his people more than fairness.
But it's not a consistent worldview. It's not consistent because
it's a consistent
it's
worldview.
not consistent because it falls apart.
I don't care about fairness. I want more people to. I want to.
But that's the thing. He does care about fairness in every other scenario. He's just drawing an arbitrary line.
Well, that's the same for everybody. Everyone says, "Oh yeah, I want fairness." Until, wait, I can actually win if I do this little cheeky move right here. Then yeah, that's everybody.
Well, we're not talking about.
He's right though.
Hold on, that's not true. We're not talking about something like as cheeky as a video game or something like that. What we're talking about is like this has something to do with people's lives. You know what I'm saying?
Like all the more important
people.
If you really want your team to win. Like, yes, people's lives are at stake.
That's what I'm saying. There shouldn't be no teams. Like, especially if your team is already receiving the necessary amount of things that is required or enough for you to be okay with.
Yeah, but we all recognize that, like, nobody wants it to be a certain way, but this is the way that it is, right?
What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, there's the way that it is, and there's the way that we wish it would be. Right?
What is the
Like,
relevance to this
I
conversation?
mean, if you're living in a fantasy world where you believe
what is
that
the fantasy?
those things
Oh,
are
let
not
him
correlative.
finish. Let him finish. Woodman, thank you for joining us. You're
welcome.
First time meeting you. Thanks for being here. Please go ahead.
Okay. Wait, me?
Yeah,
Can
yeah. Finish
tie
your
it
point.
to this
What I'm
conversation.
saying is like there is the real world, and then there's the world that we wish the
Be
world
specific.
was.
Be
Okay,
specific.
so
How does
like,
that tie to this conversation? Tie it to this conversation.
okay, so you're doing like the best case scenario. I'm doing like the real world scenario, and it seems like you're ignoring what
You're being
what
vague.
life looks like.
You're
I'm
being
not being
vague.
vague. You're just
What
making
is
stupid fairy tale fucking, arguments that make no sense. And both me and another person here are saying like this is how the real world works, and
what's
you're
the
like
real?
completely ignoring that.
How does the real world work in
No,
this
like
scenario?
okay, so real world, like the real world, punishes people for trying harder, right?
That's not true. No,
What are
that
you?
is not the real world. What the fuck are
Okay.
you talking about?
saying?
All right. So can somebody give me a real world experience right now? Can anybody? No.
The world experience? What the fuck are you talking about? Say something else.
Okay,
What are you
here we
talking
go.
about?
Okay,
World
so
experience. What?
all right, so I start a business and I'm selling things to people. And best case scenario, I'm making more than what I'm spending.
Profit.
Right? Real scenario, especially with small businesses, is I'm profiting less than what I'm spending. Okay? Does that make sense?
You're just saying that.
To anyone here, or are
profit-
you just gonna argue with
like,
me and not
I'm gonna
portray
argue with
anything that's real?
Help me. Okay, Woodsman, help me understand because
reality. You've decided that not that things failing is real and things succeeding is false.
I think your mic is way too loud, Brento Box. By the
Yeah,
way,
you're a little gainy, Brento.
You're way too loud.
Yeah, you're raping me. I can rape you too if I want to.
No, but Woodsman,
he's not doing it on purpose.
Woodsman, help me understand because I'm confused.
What I'm saying is
wait. Let me
most
ask
of the times
okay.
these good scenarios usually are not real world scenarios, which sucks. I would love for the real world to be better than what we can all think it could be.
Let me ask you a clarifying question.
It works.
Let me ask you a clarifying question. In what scenario where I'm advocating for that reparations, just like every other reparations, where reparations were given out to be what is seems to be what is necessary for somebody to to make amends for those group of people. He's not. That's what I'm advocating for, and that's what historically has happened.
Yeah, I'm all for reparations. Just give me a situation where that doesn't fuck people over. That didn't fight against slavery or whatever.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so what reparations situation are we fighting against or for?
What do you mean? I'm fighting for the reparations for Black people. What are you talking about?
Okay. Also,
for Black Americans.
So are we segregating the people that fought and died in the Civil War and their ancestors, or is it just everybody gets taxed and then there's a lump sum being paid out to families of slaves that you could physically and accurately trace back to those people?
What was the question?
Oh my fucking god!
You lumped a lot to it.
So you're taking crazy pills.
Hold on. If you're asking how would reparations be enacted, it's an easy answer. Just like how reparations for
all
Native
Black people in the U.S. Is that how you're doing it?
No, I said it depends on the reparations. So if you're doing reparation for slavery, it would be for families for past slaves. If you're doing reparation from Jim Crow, it would be victims of Jim Crow.
Link that back? How do you link that back to everybody? And then how do you pay that? Is it
what
just
do you mean?
a flat tax like it wasn't?
It would be however
for the reparations that went to the Japanese people.
It would be however. It would be however you come up with money that the United States.
So you haven't really thought this through, have you?
I don't need to think it through because I'm not the United States government. But when the United States government
wants making a dumb argument that you can't.
I'm not making a dumb argument.
I'm logic or critical thinking at all. You're just like, just pay them.
Go ahead.
Stop interrupting.
Let Dream respond, please.
When the United States government wants to find money for what it wants to fund, it'll find money. There's a bunch of information that the United States government as a whole knows that I don't know about, so I can't give you a total answer there. So just that, like the United States government finds money to give to Native Americans every year millions of dollars, billions of dollars, just like it found money to give to
Billions of
Jewish
dollars
yes, just like it
to
found money.
natives.
Yes, just like it found money to give to Japanese internment camp reparations. Just like it found money. However, they found money for those situations is how they would find money
So
for
what you're
Black
saying
America
is you have
for ADOS.
nothing to offer and you don't know what the deal is. You just
I
want
don't know.
money, money now. Yes?
I don't know the specifics. No, I can't tell you every little detail.
I mean, I feel like if you're going to debate this issue, you should probably have a little bit more knowledge than you have right now.
No, that's
I'm not
just a claim.
against
Why do
paying.
you, well,
I'm
that's just
not
a claim
against
you're
paying.
making.
I'm not
That's just
against
a
paying
claim you're making.
Keep repeating yourself. You're still
I actually
dumb.
haven't even.
But
I haven't. I actually
look,
haven't finished, but you keep interrupting
I'm
me.
not
But
against
you're acting
paying
like you started a
reparations. I'm
conversation.
just
I'm interrupting
asking,
you.
like, all right, I'm not against reparations. I'm just asking who is the money coming from, and
The
how are
United
we
States
getting the
government,
money, and
however
who
it
is the
gets
money
money
being
for
paid
reparations.
for? What?
Paid for the
Paid
reparations
to,
go.
paid towards.
The reparations is going. The recipients of reparations is whatever the specific reparations is for. For example, in San Francisco, we have a reparations legislation that is going to be put up to the city council in September, and it's for people that were displaced unfairly in the Fillmore district. There were just 98% Black people.
Were they slaves?
Are you okay? Do you think reparations is only for slavery?
Well,
What? Hold on.
you have
Define
to
reparations.
narrow down. You have to
Define
narrow
reparations
down
for me.
what you have to narrow down
I
what you're
did.
paying people for, and you're
Did I
not.
not just do? Did I
No,
not
you're
just?
just yelling
He
and
did.
being
Hold on,
annoying.
hold on, no.
Can you kick this guy? This guy's not even good faith.
Dream
That's not
did
fair at
previously.
all.
Did previously state that there were different types of reparations. He specifically said there's reparations for slavery and reparations for Jim Crow, and I'm sure maybe we could come up with other.
Okay, those are all fair things. Like,
I
I'm not
literally-
against that. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna, like, this is the thing that everybody's like fighting against is like who are you paying, how are you getting the money, and why are you giving them the money? If you can justify all three of those things, then nobody's like, most people aren't against it. Right.
Okay.
But like, if in slavery, for example, like if
So-
you're going to tax dudes that like lost their fucking like half their family in the Civil War fighting to preserve the Union and free the slaves, as everybody would like to say, that's what the Civil War is about, then, that doesn't really make sense, does it? You should just tax, Southerners, right?
Okay, here's the answer. How about we
would
take
just text others.
we take some money from the military bill or whatever.
Or take it away from Ukraine. We've given them a whole bunch of money that hasn't been traced down.
Okay,
right?
Sure, but you hold on, but you understood.
that.
Hold on,
Let's do
that. But that's literally my point. Whenever the United States wants to make money appear for whatever it wants to fund, it makes it appear. Just like how
I
it found.
agree with you.
Just
They're
like how
war, like fuck them poor people all over
So
the
if
war.
you agree with me, I don't know why you're.
Ooh, I love that.
Then I'm
we
then I'm
agree
glad we
and we're
agree.
talking around each other. and
Okay,
it's
all right.
weird.
Okay,
So I do want to
thank you
move
for
past this
agreeing with
point.
me
I do
ultimately.
want to move past this point. And invite other people in. So we'll go in, I guess, in order. Woodman, thank you again for being here. Much appreciated. Stick around. So we'll start with our friend Aiko, and then Brento and Isle, and if Waterkai wants to jump in as well. Aiko, I know you've had a lot to say about the college admissions. So
Right.
yeah, now's your time.
Okay. I didn't hear what the conversation was before, so I hope I'm not retreading stuff too much. But the point that I don't even know what your position is on this yet, except that at first blush, I think your position is not the same as mine. But it's just that I think, and I've seen it too many times because I've worked with high school students that I try to get into colleges, and I made some mistakes, putting people in the wrong spot, for instance. And what I found is, or at least what I suspect, is that affirmative action at the college level backfires. And it backfires because we don't provide equity in education before college. So if you look at the competitiveness at a lot of the schools that like I've worked with in the past and I'm working with now, for instance, just to get into a good preschool, you could. It's competitive. Like there are resumes for toddlers. Like it's just amazing how this is, and you have entire communities of people. They call it prep school for a reason. What they're prepping for really is the PSAT, which is the test that you take. You can take it as early as sophomore year, but most people take it junior year. You're allowed to take it twice. You're prepped for that from about 7th grade in the prep schools. And really, what predicts college success more than anything else is the quality of education you get by the time you're 7 years old. So here's what we do: we provide unequal education to marginalized communities for the first 18 years of their lives. Then we use affirmative action to put them in a peer group that's been given a far superior resources and education. And then we expect them to compete.
I love this.
It's
I love
absolutely terrible thing to do to those communities. And I don't believe that they're benefiting from it on net. It's not to say that there aren't great examples of people who've like through affirmative action programs have gained access to institutions they wouldn't have otherwise had, and then like go on to have like very successful careers. Those people do exist, but I don't think on net that that's the way that it works. And so that's why I just don't think, I don't like it at the college level. However, give me a universal pre-K system and give me pre-K through 5th grade where as many resources are thrown at marginalized communities as possible. Call it affirmative action for, for children, like for smaller children. I would be 100% behind that, because then you're not pitting people against each other, like who are unequal, because they're just starting out their educational system. And that if you can get somebody to 5th grade with a high level of education, they'll compete equally with kids in higher socioeconomic status groups all the way up to the end of high school, and they'll get the gap between those two groups in terms of SAT scores and PSAT scores will shrink, I believe. And but at the college level, that is way too late to start trying to mitigate for disadvantages between communities.
Thoughts, everyone?
Prime, is there a way to raise hands, or am I going to get a chance at some point?
Just you could jump in. Go ahead.
Well, so I mean, I agree with Rich to the most part. It's basically what affirmative action is doing is like trickle down economics with Reagan. For people that are growing up in disadvantaged homes, like obviously the issue, like I can let you into Harvard Law or whatever with the base requirements against somebody that's probably better than you in merit, right? And then you fail, and then whose fault is that? The fault, like I like them getting rid of this better because these poor underprivileged schools where they have shitty teachers and not a good budget and everything else is going to be a lot more exploited and shown than where I went to this shitty school, they didn't teach me shit, and now I'm going to this really nice college and I got let in over somebody else because of my background, my ethnic background. It's just dumb. I think what we need to do is fix the schools at the bottom level, trickle up and not trickle down.
Well, what it is it's skipping steps. Like everybody knows about like how scaffolding works in education. Like we get told this by teachers all the time. Like they believe in scaffolding. So you have to, like in a math class, you learn addition and subtraction, and then you learn multiplication. It goes on like that until you get to algebra. You can't go from addition straight to algebra. But that's if you're skipping steps, then the chances of you succeeding go down. And so if you just graduated from a high school where like where the level of reading that you were doing is multiple steps below the average freshman at the college that you're at, like you're already at a disadvantage, like straight off the bat. and then those
Yeah.
disadvantages start piling on each other, and then it's very difficult. Now, I don't call that merit. If another kid is outperforming because they had a nanny since they were 3, and that they were able to get into a prep school and start prepping for the PSAT since they were 7, that's not merit, right? That's privilege. But
Well,
but
if they are smarter at the same skill than the other person, that's merit.
more prepared.
They should get it. Yeah, I mean, and I'm saying is getting rid of her
IQ levels are
affirmative
not
action
different.
and stuff is
I
going
know. I
to
think
focus the problem at the real
think there
issue,
is
which is
merit. I
the
think there
inner
is
city
merit for
schools
that.
and the schools that suck for kids.
I
Like
think
if
mer- I
teachers
think
are
there.
ass, they
Wait,
should get rid of them.
Oh,
I'll
I
go
think there
ahead.
is. I think there is a bit of merit because I think if we remember GI Joe, what did they always say? Knowing is half the battle. So I think that really, uh, this is something that is entitled to the children because their parents can have worked hard enough to pay for it, and they prepared themselves, and then when they got to the test, they
or
were
they
the ones who
inherited
didn't
enough to
cheat.
pay for it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
they
but
inherited.
that's not the thing. If you want to
But when they
fix the
got to the
problem,
test,
you want to fucking
no, wait,
help
I'm not
these
done. I'm not
kids
done.
when
I'm
they're
not done.
young,
I'm not
not when
done. I'm
they're
not done. I'm
fucking
not done. I'm
20
not
years
done.
old.
I'm not done. I'm not done. When they got to the test, supposing they didn't cheat, like on some crazy like scandal of cheating, like when they got to the test, they put their heart and soul into doing all the work, and they answered all the questions that they could right. They followed all the rules and got a high score out of their merits. So I think that you know I think it is a privilege to be able to be prepared, and that was half the battle. But I
Mm-hmm.
think that once at a certain point, you have to be the one by yourself on the day of the test, actually doing the work. No amount of nannies can like put the pen in your hand and like answer the question on the PSA for you. So I think
Yeah,
that
but it's interesting that you say doing the work, right? Because for those kids, like school is their job, right? But then for other kids, school is the thing that they have to do in addition to taking care of their siblings or working an
their
after
real
school
job,
job
yeah,
or
their real job.
like helping to support their parent.
But
There are so many people who are in so many different situations that I wouldn't call it merit when you have like a
well,
difference
it
in
is
outcome like that.
merit. And the thing
Right.
is,
It's
like, no, fucking stop. Like the amount of rich ass kids that just have nannies that teach them everything is quite low
I work with
compared to the
them.
majority.
I
Yeah,
work with them.
okay, cool. Anecdote Andy, congratulations. But like the
They're
majority of
they're
fucking
more
kids,
numerous than you think.
okay, all right. So majority of fucking kids,
It's
right?
called Plano. It's a
Go to
whole like ass city.
okay, keep talking. Cool.
Go ahead. Go
All
ahead,
right,
Will.
so there are millions of fucking kids that go to the same shitty schools with the same shitty teachers and the same shitty parents that don't have the fucking shit that the top 5%, let's just call it 5 for now, has, right? And they still work hard, they get through it, they figure it out. But like overall, the majority of the problem when it comes to merit, and I like to use the word merit because it's like, why are you calling me if my kid's not doing well? Like, you're not doing well. Like, when it comes, like, outside of, you know,
What do you mean by
academics,
that?
no, what do I mean by what?
Why are you calling me if my kid's not doing well?
Well, the
Like
majority of
parents
it,
don't have.
I don't know, man. I served in the Marine Corps, and like if a dude wasn't doing well, like it got fixed, and that was not the fucking parents' problem. That was the fucking teacher or the sergeant's problem, you know. And like a lot of
I
the
agree.
times, and a lot of
I
the
agree. It's
times,
the
it's like
teacher's responsibility.
I'm teaching you mathematics, and if you're not doing well, that's not me. I'm paying taxes for you to teach my fucking kid how to do math.
But
Right?
hold on. But
Is it my problem or is it your
Will,
problem?
can it not be multiple factors, right? Because you can have my friend Eiko here is an excellent debate coach, right? Like debate coach extraordinaire, and I assume that he gives only the level of instruction. But right, even if that's the case, right? If at home, this kid is like is not getting enough food, or maybe they are getting enough food, but like they have a lot of other responsibilities that distract them, right? Like there's a lot of drama between their parents, or if it's like they're they have to take care of their the younger ones, or they have to have multiple
Siblings, yeah.
jobs. There's a whole list of things
Well, a
that
lot of it
kids are
is based on
dealing.
poverty, right? You know,
Yeah.
and it's not the,
So
that's my issue with it is like all of these things are capable for somebody to learn. And like even in inner city schools, you see all these cases of teachers teaching people that like, have had the worst odds against them, and then they end up fucking, building something. I mean, my thing is with the whole situation is that the affirmative action thing doesn't help anybody except rich kids, right? And getting rid of that points the finger at the fucking inner city schools and the lower class of society that needs more funding to be better at what they do. And I don't know anybody that could absolutely disagree with me. I mean, yeah, we'll let you into Harvard and you're going to fail. Like who's that helping? We need to help people at the bottom level. Anybody that's like, "Oh man, affirmative action in college get rid of is the worst thing ever." But yeah, how about, the people that are really poor and have the worst access to education getting into these schools that they're going to fail and then owe people a bunch of money is a better case than pointing the finger at the actual problem, which is
sure.
poverty
Let's let some
at
other
large.
people in who haven't talked. Brento, in case you want to add anything, and then
Yeah,
we'll go
sure.
to Waterkai in case he wants to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I was mostly, well, what you were talking about earlier in regards to fairness, and fairness is whether or not you'd be able to give it up for the advantage of a group or your group, or if any single person would be willing to give up fairness for the advantage of their group. If you act that way, people won't treat you fairly, and that literally just becomes a vicious cycle. Like, the best thing for any group is to treat everyone fairly. That is in everyone's best interest, including any individual group. There's no such thing, I think, as basically being unfair to everyone else and getting ahead. I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Okay, so
I think you can cause a lot of damage to people. And there's lots of instances in history where people have been unfair, but I think ultimately I don't think that's a winning strategy. Sorry, go ahead. I want to get that part out.
No, that's fine. And I'll try to answer this quickly. I'd say that, and the way the questions that were directed towards me when people were asking me about that position, they were within a vacuum, right? Not actually looking at the real world. In the real world, life is extremely unfair, and life has been more unfair to Black Americans in our societal context, right? And I'd say that we have a lot of different groups who are vying for to advance their own interests, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with like trying to advance your own interests, so that if Black Americans are at the table and advocating for themselves, in this case for reparations, that there's nothing wrong with them pushing for as much as possible. Doesn't mean that we'll get as much as possible, right? Doesn't mean that the government will acquiesce, but there's no reason why we shouldn't push the envelope. If, again, going back to our previous conversation, if $1 trillion was the number, the perfect number for reparations that that settled the debt, right? There's nothing wrong with Black people asking for $1.5 trillion.
Well, there is. Yeah, there is. There would be something wrong with that. Because then that would be beyond fairness, and then you would be in debt because you've taken more than you deserve or need. In the idea that 1 trillion settles it, I'm not saying that is the correct number. I'm just saying if there's something that makes something even and you go beyond it, now you're in debt to others.
Yeah, okay. I mean, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it takes like.
If you're okay with that, then that doesn't just go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm okay understanding that Like in this country, it takes forever. Apparently, well, not for white people, but it takes forever for these ledgers to be settled.
Not for white people. What do you mean?
Let him finish. Don't worry. Go on, please.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah.
hear what you have to say.
Yeah, sure. I think it takes forever for these ledgers to be settled. In that time period, black people could use that money to advance themselves. Yes, I think that within society there's a push and pull of interest, and that some people are get ahead, right? There are groups that in different periods of time are getting more than others, and that's just is the way it is. I don't like it. I don't have to necessarily like it, but I can just accept that. And because that's the case, right, in real life, and I think you accept that too as well, that it's okay for Black Americans, once they're at the table, once they're advocating for themselves, to also do something similar.
No, I don't. No, I don't agree that it would. Within the context of the question as we framed it, or at least as we've been discussing it, within the $1 trillion is not, I'm saying, the correct number, right? Yeah. But it's more about the principle of reparation and debt and whatever it's just us saying, like, once everything's fixed and things are okay and people are better and the problem is over, that's what I take that meaning. That's what I take it as, the meaning of, like, once things are better and they're fine. And then it feels like you're saying, like, well, then beyond that, it's okay if Black people or Black Americans or anyone seeking reparations should then seek to take more. And it's like, no, because then that's just repeating the same problem, and then it's just a new violation.
What happens? Okay, so let's say we take the exact magic number, again, $1 trillion in this case, for reparations. We take the exact right number. Sure. What happens the day afterwards?
Well, ideally,
these interests. Go ahead.
Ideally, people would interact with each other fairly. I know we live in the world, and I mean, we're speaking in almost like certainties, right? Which we all live in kind of not. That's not the case, but we can't communicate in like just in mush, right? Yeah. So in a world where things are perfectly fair, we would all therefore interact with each other fairly and equally from that point forward. That's what we would do. That would be the next day. So
you think that part of reparations is that other people, like all other groups, will have fixed their bigotry, right? Their bigotry will have disappeared, as well with their with the economic debt owed to Black people.
That's a different question than the question we've been discussing.
But I think it isn't, though. Like when I'm trying to say that these groups, the day after, let's say reparations happens tomorrow, right? And I get that fat check, and I tell you all to go fuck yourself. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I get that check.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Like that doesn't end bigotry, right? There's going to be groups that will advocate for themselves and do so unfairly, and they may do so not from a bigoted stance, right? Just because, hey, I'm Asian American and I love my people and I want what's best for them, so I'm going to try to push for more. I'm going to find tax breaks that benefit me.
You're also
right?
gonna have to run into the people that are like, "Why am I paying for this?"
Yeah, whatever. But that
doesn't mean they're racist.
I didn't say they were.
I know, but like there's it's just like when it comes down to the who's paying for it thing.
But that's separate.
So I guess go ahead. You can continue if you had more to say. I was going to try and explain what I think you're saying, and it feels like you're saying that the problem of bigotry or racism or discrimination in itself, that wouldn't be solved inherently by reparations, which is true. That is true. But then any further, even in the premise that reparations in whatever form anyone wants to discuss it could solve the problem that Black America is suffering from right now as we understand it, any further bigotry by any group in that instance would then just require more further reparations. It's just the same problem forever and ever and ever. It would never solve anything.
I hear you. And okay, now we're getting close to the heart of this, all right? So I think that politics is the push and pull of these interests, right? And it's the forever push and pull. So even if like the day after reparations, we did get rid of the bigotry in everyone's minds, right? That everyone looks at it, everyone else as equal human being. That doesn't change their other incentives, right? Like there are incentives in terms of, like, for instance, water rights. I was just reading into this. The Supreme Court ruled, and another Supreme Court ruling just the other day, in terms of water rights that for this Native American tribe, like near the Colorado River. And if, again, let's assume that Alito isn't a fucking racist and Thomas isn't a fucking racist, right?
Alito's
and
dead.
they are ruling just on
You're
the
thinking of
merits.
Scalia.
Scalia.
Okay, just
Yeah,
on merits,
Alito's
right?
dead, dude.
Yeah.
Great.
But
He's a ghost.
Even if they aren't, there
No,
are still.
no. Scalia's dead.
Not
Alito is
important.
alive.
Not important. I mean, I understand it's important, but it's kind of like, what are you saying, Prime?
My thing is
Wait,
after this, right?
sorry.
Say,
Let me finish my point, and then I'm done. I want to hear from everyone else. But like, there's still that push and pull, right? Just like there's a certain amount of water, right, going through that river, especially that much diminished Colorado River, and everyone wants a piece of it. Even within a perfectly quote unquote non-racist world, like there's still people going to be left out. There's still people who want to advocate for their interests, and that's okay. It's okay for Native Americans to try their best to get as much as they want, right? Now, and it's okay for other, like, farmers who have to advocate for interests. All of that is okay.
Sure. Well, can I ask you? This is a question to your statement, though. So, if in a point where we reach where reparations solves the problem and we agree that things are fair or paid, regardless of whether or not we know what that is exactly, if it's understood that after that point, from then on, the group is then going to begin trying to enact unfairness upon another group, what's the point of trying to reach equilibrium in the first place? Why try and seek peace with people who are just trying to get a foot to attack you?
Wait, how do you know people are trying to get to a foot to attack you?
It's within the framework of Prime's discussion of people then moving on and continuing to advocate basically for their group solely and therefore discriminating against other people.
You said attack. How
attack is discrimination.
Discrimination is not attack.
Discrimination is
Discrimination
attack.
could be attack, but it doesn't always have to be an attack. So you have to explain to me. You have to make the link how their discrimination is attack.
Prime, what's your limiting principle?
Wait. So say all these reparations are paid.
I couldn't hear you, by the way.
Are you gonna hear relative, complaints about the Barbary pirate era, and are we gonna be able to get reparations for white people from the 16th to 18th century for slavery?
16.
Is that fair?
Slavery or what?
Yeah,
For
what?
people?
Yeah, the Barbary pirate era or Barbary.
Okay.
Barbary
Well,
slave trade? Are we gonna get?
Go ahead.
Are we gonna get?
Go ahead, do that if you want to. If
is it gonna work? Are you gonna be cool with it?
Yeah, I mean, if
okay, so say you get the
ahead,
reparations. So you get the reparations from the whites, right, for the U.S. slave trade, right?
You
we
can
pull, we pull
you
the
don't have to go
Barbary
down
thing.
this line. I'm saying go ahead.
This is.
Hold on.
I'm just making an argument against.
Yeah, I hear you.
Who's paying
and I know
for
your
it
argument.
and why?
I hear you, and I know your argument. I'm saying that it's okay for you and your group, whatever your group is, to advocate for your group. Go ahead, right? So you can name me another trauma,
not against
and I'm
paying
going to say.
reparations.
I didn't say you were. I'm saying I'm just like responding to what you just said. So whatever group that is and whatever trauma that is, you can advocate for it. It's certainly within your rights to do so. That's fine. That's what I'm saying for everyone. Advocate
The
for your
issue is how do we
interest.
decide who pays and why?
What the answer to that question?
Right, because there's a lot of black people.
The
There's
answer
a lot
to
of
that
African
question is
Americans that
whatever.
live in the U.S. that were not slaves in the U.S. So how do you pay that out?
Nobody currently is
How do
a
you
slave
figure
in the
that
US
out?
unless you're in prison or industrial system, bro. Why is
No,
that?
I'm asking you, how do you figure out who pays reparations and who doesn't?
The United States.
And
I've got an answer
who
for that.
receives, Who receives reparations and who doesn't? How do you do
I've
that?
got a
I already
partial
answered
answer for
this.
that.
It's like you don't want to listen. It's so frustrating, bro. When I already
Dude,
answered this earlier.
you're just talking, and
I'm not.
you're
So
not relaying
I'm going
any
to
kind of
repeat.
information
So
whatsoever.
are you? So in the next 1
Just
minute, I'm gonna
shrug
say,
back. Go
in
back.
the,
Lean
the
back
next
into your
1
chair
minute,
farther,
in the
and it'll
next,
be
in
more
the next,
accurate.
in the
Come on.
next
Just keep
1 minute,
leaning. Keep
in the
leaning
next
back.
one. So do you want the answer?
Yeah.
In the next 1 minute, I'm gonna say it.
Who
And
pays it? And how? And why?
in the, in the next 1 minute,
Keep
I'm gonna.
going.
In the next 1 minute, I'm about to say exactly and answer your
Just
question.
fucking say it.
Hey, hey,
Jesus
hey! Shut
Christ.
up! Hey, whoa, shut up! Let Dream go, please. Stream.
So who receives it is going to be based on a specific type of reparations. So if you're going to do slavery reparations, then that means that the descendants of slaves are going to receive it. And however metric you want to use to find that out.
How do you prove
All
that?
right.
Let him talk, man. Just
Yeah,
listen,
man.
okay? It's time to listen. Let him
These
finish.
are basic, vague
Finish
Oh
it.
statements.
my!
How do
I'm
you
gonna
prove
have to
that?
mute you. I'm gonna have to mute you
Oh
because
my
like I
Finish,
need.
okay?
God.
There are different ways to confirm how you're a descendant of slave. They have very good records that are being kept in terms of like family names or slaves, and then you can always track. There are different ways. So, however, whatever, there's gonna first of all, in order to have reparations, right? To actually before they even hand them out, there's gonna be a reparations committee done by the United States government, and the reparations committee is going to figure out all the answers to your question. So, whatever I say to you may not even be the answer that's gonna come when it actually happens pragmatically, because I'm probably not gonna be on that commission, right? So, whatever the reparations commission that there's gonna be like an appointed body by the president cabinet, right, or whatever. However, they're going to choose the reparations commission. They're going to do delineations. They're going to take in account public comments. They're going to do multiple months of investigation and these meetings. They're going to come to a conclusion, just like what we're doing now in San Francisco. Personally, we're doing that. They're going to do that on a national scale and say, for slave reparations, descendants of slaves are going to do it, and this is how we're gonna enact this criteria. We're gonna look at the U.S. Census all the way back into et cetera, whatever age, whatever year, or we're gonna look at the slave ship records, and we're gonna cross-reference that with like birth records, et cetera, et cetera. And sometimes there may be scenarios where you can't confirm it, and it might be a scenario like, oh well, since you can't confirm, just like with Native Americans, if you can't confirm your native identity, oh well, you're not going to get reparations. So it's not a perfect system, but it's going to be as perfect as we can make it. That's how reparations usually is. That's for slave reparations. Now, if you want to do Jim Crow reparations, anybody, which is way easier to track because Jim Crow was only like 50 years ago. So anybody that was a victim of Jim Crow segregation, discrimination legislation is going, and people of those families, and there's probably living people that are going to receive those reparations. That's one thing. And then there's other reparations like redlining reparations. Any family that was affected by redlining, you can get those specific reparations. In San Francisco, it's one city. There's like 1 million people, and there's only like 5% of Black people. So it's a very small sect of San Franciscans getting specific set of reparations. And I'm not including that because I didn't live back then in the 1970s, where Black San Franciscans were forced out by the San Francisco government outside of their homes. So we're getting reparations for that specific instance. So whatever instance of grievance, whatever harm that was done specifically, whoever was affected and the descendants of those affected are going to receive those reparations. That is in terms of who. In terms of how, is going to vary on the different commission that's going to come out. So I can't give you the answer.
So I want Aiko to be able to answer that because he will also want to do that. Brento, please don't forget what you wanted to say to me. I know you had something to say, but we're going to get back to that, I promise. So write it down.
Honestly, I feel like I spoke and I said it, but if you want to talk more, we can do that too.
Okay. Aiko?
Yeah, just on the Tripoli thing, because that thing was like really kind of bugging me. Because now, if you're talking about specific kinds of reparations, like Dream's talking about, where you're tracing back to an individual harm that was done to an individual person, and then you're seeking reparations for that, then I suppose you could do that if you could find like wealthy descendants of Barbary pirates or whatever, and you could trace their wealth like back to that. But if you're talking about broader reparations like come from larger society, then you're going to have to talk about like how dominant like parts of society are. And if you think that like that white America broadly is suffering from disadvantages because of what happened to people like off the Barbary Coast, and if you think that that Algeria is like predominantly wealthy superpower that's sort of dominating America because of that now, then you can seek to equalize that, right? But that's not the case now. So there are no, like, it's like getting blood from a turnip. Like the idea of getting reparations for a group with lots of resources, getting reparations from a group that has no resources. I'm not saying it's impossible to do. Like if a poor person hits you with his car or whatever, they still have to compensate you in court, even if the victim's rich. So it's not impossible, but as a practical matter, like it's a fruitless endeavor.
Wouldn't we say it's also a fruitless endeavor for the American government to make such a radical decision as to give reparations, where like half the country doesn't even believe that that's a thing that should happen in the first place?
Nope, because
can I
they did
ask
that.
you
I
real
mean,
quick?
that's not true because they did that with
The Japanese
Native
after Pearl Harbor.
Americans, Japanese, like
So-
there's no consensus. Nobody asked anybody for those reparations. I don't know why we have to ask
Let
people for
Waterkai
permission for these reparations.
let
So,
Waterkai go.
Thank you. So, when the Japanese got reparations, what did Americans gain from detaining Japanese people? Was there any measure of goods or anything gained to where we progress as a society? But they got reparations. Did the entirety of America agree that the Japanese should get reparations for Pearl Harbor or for
I think
World War II?
I would say
think
one
one of
thing.
the reasons why reparations for the Japanese went through so quickly was because they were able to mobilize by saying that, you forced us to like literally vacate our property and sell all our shit, and then they raided all our shit, and then
No.
we want it back now, and we want money and for the people who are still alive who had to go through that. I think
They
Why was
were
that
just
different?
detained. They didn't lose all of their property.
a lot of them did, yeah.
Some did,
There was
not all.
confiscations.
There were this
Some.
conversations. Well, yeah,
But
so that
how's that materialistically different than what happened with recently freed slaves that got their 40 acres in a mule and then that got that shit taken back? How's that
um, I,
materialistically different?
So I'm saying
I
in
think
the
no,
black slave trade,
I think that the black
America
deserve
benefited,
reparations. I
but
just
there
don't
was
think, as
no.
a practical matter, just like Aiko was saying, as a practical matter, I don't think it will happen because we're not going to be able to delineate who exactly is going to get the reparations, who is actually going to pay the reparations, how this is going to be
Well, in
done.
terms of who is going to pay, that's an easier question to answer. Has anybody seen those commercials about Camp Lejeune victims? Like, if you've been around Camp Lejeune and like you have these particular symptoms, like call this, lawyer or whatever. It's because the
Mesothelioma.
federal government has to compensate you for for what you had. Nobody's asking if Camp Lejeune people victims, who have these symptoms, like get millions of dollars because in compensation, or if like when we were compensating vets for breathing in the fumes from burn pits. Remember John Stewart at the Capitol, trying to fight for veterans to get those benefits and stuff like that. Nobody's asking, well, who's going to pay for that? I didn't burn those, start those burn pits. Like that wasn't my idea to do those burn pits. I was all the way over here in Texas. What do I have to do with those burn? Why do my tax dollars have to compensate those veterans? But we do it anyway. I mean, the word reparations sounds like scary to people, but it's really just compensation, which is what we do in law courts every day.
Tort courts. Yep.
Yep.
I want Waterkai, just letting you know, I think you're using a different mic because you don't sound the way you usually do. I think you are. Yeah.
Okay, let me fix it. I plugged in my
You're normally
PlayStation
silky
control and it
smooth.
screws up
Yeah.
my mic settings.
Okay, no worries. And I'll give Will a chance to respond once again, but before that, I want to hear from our newest individual, Darkness. Hello, Darkness.
Prime, I would like an answer for you on my affirmative action response at some point later, not now.
Okay. Oh no.
I find this conversation being very interesting because my family is also we came here as slaves in the early 1600s, and we arrived in North Carolina. So obviously, the British Empire is responsible for a good majority of the slavery in the West. So obviously, I think most of the reparations would come from the UK. If you really think about that.
I wouldn't object to them being part of that.
I wouldn't say. I mean, yeah, you can certainly if you were subjugated by the British government, then yeah, sure. But then I think American reparations deals with post 1776 and onward.
Well, exactly, and Irish faced a lot of discrimination as well as having trouble finding work, and basically lots of members that were former members of the slave class were basically forced to compete for work, housing, all these things, and you still see it to this day, kind of like this focus on skin color and this focus on the blackwashing and whitewashing of America.
I want it to be clear. I want to be clear and say that reparations for slavery is going to be really hard to get. It's probably not going to happen. But what's way easier to get is reparations for things like happened more recently that still affect Black people, like discrimination that happened in the 1960s and forward, and redlining laws that still affect people, and environmental racism that still happen.
That is true, but I think a good start would be that people that are descendants of slaves or that are victims of these systems should not have to pay taxes whatsoever.
Yeah, that would be a form of reparations. I think really I agree. Something like free college, just like Native Americans have. They have basically free college to whatever school they accepted in. Land grants, just like Native Americans have. I just don't understand why, if it's okay for Native Americans,
grants to Native Americans, land grants to Native Americans just sounds funny to me.
Yeah,
we're giving them we're granting them
they're granting their land back. Yeah. So it's like, so I understand, sure, Native Americans are here first, but I still think that the harm is, comparable enough for them to both receive reparations. So if it's justified for Native Americans to receive reparations, you're logically have to agree that Black people also receive some form of reparations.
Well, the thing is, I can't necessarily say that the Irish were slaves. They were indentured servants.
Under the 13th Amendment, forced servitude is considered slavery against
It's
your
not
will.
forced servitude. Indentured servitude is not forced.
Being forced into a contract against your will and sent across the seas to a new world is slavery.
Well,
from my understanding, indentured servitude was like you're
understanding.
You're agreeing to be a slave for a certain amount of time.
There may have been some people under those circumstances that were coerced into signing these things, or whatever the case may be, but they still had some will in the process.
Definition of slavery under the 13th Amendment: forced servitude against your will is slavery.
I still don't necessarily agree with the against your will portion and the indentured servitude.
And we still have slavery to this day within the court system.
Yes, in jail.
Yeah, but I think the issue with reparations is that there's something to repair. From my what I can see right now, there's not a lot of current Irish problems because people are Irish. That Irish.
It's because of the blackwashing and whitewashing of America. Basically, this is what happens to all minority groups that are quote unquote not considered black. Is that eventually they're basically tricked into the political system of believing that they're part of the white group when really they're not. Their history was never part of being white.
But they still get put under the umbrella and gain the benefits of being under that umbrella.
Yeah, and whiteness changes over time. So if you are accepted into the white group,
I think the reason. Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay. You go first, Kobe.
I think the reason that the Irish get brought up in these other examples, I don't really think any really good ones have been brought up today, to be honest with y'all. But I think whether it's the hypothetical or the Barbary pirates or whatever, these get brought up because I think most people get the feeling that people are advocating for both reparations for Black people and for affirmative action from a principled perspective. That it doesn't really even if it really was that actually Black people, white people, if the difference was significantly less, there'd be less people who would support it, but many of the same people would be making the same arguments. I feel like a lot of people principally believe that because black people were disadvantaged in the past, that should be made up for with current policy. And I think that on top of that, they use the currently standing disadvantages as like evidence for that. But I think there's a deeper principle that's being talked about, and that's what we're trying to get at, or not that
That
me
is
or we. But
exactly what we're getting at.
Well, I'm confused a little bit.
So there are disadvantages that were imposed upon a people in the past that are perpetuated throughout this time right now that we have to address and make changes for, and in some cases compensate for. This is the gist of what I believe was said.
Okay. I thought he was saying that that's not what's being said.
Yeah, no. So the feeling that I think a lot of people that are critical of reparations or critical of affirmative action is, and when they try to bring up these counter examples, these other groups that we wouldn't support it for, what they're trying to get at is they feel as if a lot of times people will say, oh, well, I want reparations for this bad thing that happened, the specific bad thing, redlining, or this other specific, the 14 acres and a mule. A lot of times I think people get the feeling that you support it for a deeper principled reason. You just believe that because black people were enslaved at some point in America, that money should be given. And that those other kind of specific reasons and specific discriminations are less important than the overall principle. So they try to appeal to that principle with another group, right? They try to say, well, hold on, if the principle is that any time that a group has been historically discriminated against, we have to help them, then what about this other group? What about white? What about Irish slaves? What about blah, blah, blah?
I understand now, but I've qualified already that if you have been historically harmed and the harm continues to persist, then reparations need to enact.
Yeah, like I said, I don't really think that anyone's brought it up very well so far.
I thought I put that in pretty good.
Yeah, it's not previous harm alone is not enough. Previous harm plus persistent.
Now,
yeah, that's why I said it persists.
I will agree
that's what I'm saying.
I will agree that it's hard to like pay back something that happened over 400 years ago, but like we said, something as recent as Jim Crow and the Red Line laws, that's within the past like 100 or so years. That's something that could easily be given reparations for. Because that's my old man, he's in his 70s and he still remembers Jim Crow.
Yeah.
So, my mom got to see segregated water fountains. Like my
exactly,
great grandfather was a sharecropper and a slave.
Exactly.
It's not that far back.
Exactly. So it's still early enough to where these groups can be given their reparations, but obviously certain groups were still under the umbrella of discrimination for a longer period of time, whether that be an extra 75 to 100 years plus.
So I'm gonna give space for Will to jump in. I haven't forgotten about you, Aiko. I'll answer your question, and I do want to engage with Brento some more. But Will, go ahead.
All right, so I'd like to know with the redlining thing. I can't remember who brought it up because I've been muted for so long. Who brought redlining up?
I did. But everyone was basically.
All right, Dream. Do you know that redlining has been illegal since 1968?
Just because it's illegal doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Hold on.
Wait. Practiced by bankers
Hold on.
And others.
What? There's a difference between.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but
this is what I'm trying to.
Still happening, and you're not reporting it. Whose fault is that? It's
I'm
illegal.
trying to. Hold on. All right. Let me.
First, you have to prove.
It's not
First, you have to prove.
Let me look this article
Oh
up.
my God! You have to prove that somebody's doing something wrong before you throw them under the bus. It's crazy.
If you have the means to do so, yes.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
You have to prove.
You don't think there's enough people that would get behind you proving that a bank is redlining or any sort of industry is redlining?
Well, I mean, most people only care about themselves in the modern day, so like, no.
You don't think?
Yeah, who's going around policing bank loans? Didn't we have a collapse of a banking system based on really shitty bank loans? Did we not?
Do you think redlining is systematic in today?
I do believe so because
I believe it's still happening, but not to the degree
systematic.
it was happening
Why?
before.
If it's already illegal and it's systematic, why is it still systematic?
Because the people that are in control of those systems are the same people that were in control of it generations before, and it is up to we, the people, to basically hold these people in power accountable to use their authority properly.
That's a great answer. So you're saying that it's systematic because we, the people, haven't held any of these people accountable for breaking the law, yes?
Yes.
Okay. I love that answer. Thank you. I'm
Wait,
just gonna sit back now.
So I have a question. Like, wouldn't like redlining be a kind of the thing? Like, I feel like wouldn't you kind of have to have like a group of like a group of a certain minority, like a specific category of people, all come together and kind of compare their experience in the banking system? I don't know. How could one person
What
argue?
category of people though?
Well,
Are
like
you
in this case,
saying
we're
that
talking
like
about like
the
racial
only way that
discrimination.
this gets fixed is if white people come together and come against it?
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No.
No.
What I'm saying is
Okay,
that like
yeah.
so
So
if
like
just
people affected.
Let him explain what he's trying to say.
if just Prime told me, hey, I went to the bank and the guy was an asshole, I'm not like I'm going to value that way less than if Prime says, hey, I had a town hall meeting in my community and we had story after story after verifiable story. I feel like that the kind of issue that redlining is requires that kind of response. That's what I believe.
So you're saying that like everybody in the community got together based on
Well, in
the
the 60s,
stories of
definitely. Like
people that
definitely in
went through it. Yeah, I mean,
definitely
like
in the 60s, but
it's
like
the same with
I'm
everywhere. Like
answering your
if
question, right? So your
you
question
know,
was like, why are these people
no,
not
I
doing
mean,
anything?
I
Because
grew
like
up
an
in
individual can't really do anything.
I grew up poor, and like if everybody came together and like, hey, this bank sucks. Like I've been trying. Everybody in
You'd
this
come
town
together
is
and do a
trying to get a
lawsuit.
small
Alright.
business.
You'd come together and do a
All right,
lawsuit.
you're not
is
gonna
what
let
I'm
me.
saying.
Just
I
keep
got the
talking
answer.
over me.
I got the answer now.
If everybody in this community came together and was like, hey, this bank or these 2, 3, 4 banks are doing this shady shit. I was trying to get a small business loan and they didn't have a reasonable reason to deny me for that small business loan, right? And we were like, oh, they're redlining, right? And we all got together and we came at this bank. You don't think that like what we had to say would be heard?
That's like actually literally exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like redlining's already illegal.
Yeah,
So
but
if
hold
enough
on.
people-
Woods.
Yeah.
The point about redlining is that you said it was illegal in 1968, correct?
Yeah, it's been illegal for a
Yeah,
long time.
well, yeah, but the harm was already done. So just because it became illegal in
That's
1968,
not what we're talking about.
am I
Everybody
not
here
allowed
has
to talk
agreed.
about that?
Yeah,
Am I not-
Everybody here has
hold on.
agreed that reparations are probably a definitely good thing for people that were affected by slavery, redlining, Jim Crow, etc.
So
I'm arguing that like if redlining's still happening today, which you said was happening,
no.
while
I
I
said
was
the
server
effects.
muted.
No, I didn't. I didn't say it's still happening
No,
today.
okay.
I
Change
said
your
the
fucking
effects.
okay.
Okay. Let me
Keep
clarify because
going.
the
Change your
effects.
story.
The effects. Okay, maybe I
Walk it
misspoke.
fucking back, Dream.
Sure. I'll walk it back because maybe I misspoke. But the point I want to make is that the effects of redlining is still happening today. So although it was barred in 1968, the damage was already done, and the areas that were redlined still see disproportionate negative effects towards Black people.
But a prime example of this is like even though the redlining became illegal, people were still already stuck in those areas, and they were trapped in a way where they couldn't get out.
And why are these areas bad?
Because of what he just said.
Because first of all, you ever heard of environmental racism? Do you know what that is?
No, yeah, that
Please
sounds so
explain it.
dumb. I
Is
hate
that when
environmental
is that when you
racism.
guys burn down the fucking stores in your neighborhoods?
My gosh, the dog
That
whistling is
one?
crazy.
Is that it?
Okay,
No,
I was going to say like
it's cringe.
Yeah, if it was
it's when-
dog whistling,
when-
you would not hear it because your
I was-
brain is too small.
just to
No,
say to you,
that don't even make sense. But this,
environmental
hold
racism
on.
is very cringe, and
Go
I can
ahead.
explain it.
The
So environmental racism is the cringe proposition that because there are certain like very high development countries in Europe and what people would consider the global north are doing like all sorts of industrial revolution and industry, and it's polluting the planet. Global warming and climate change is causing all sorts of fuckery on our planet that tend to localize in the global south. So like all the poor countries that are like brown, I guess.
That is not
They're
environmental
getting
racism.
fucked up, and that's environmental racism.
That's not what I.
That is not environmental
That's
racism.
not what it is.
Absolutely not what it is. What environmental racism?
I've read lots of articles on it. I think that's one aspect.
It's,
of it. I'm not saying
I don't
it's-
know. Well, that's that might be like some fringe definition of environmental racism, but generally, environmental racism is things like if cities understand that one area to be like a predominantly Black neighborhood, they would put like the most toxic, sewages. Let the city. I just said the city.
You said they.
Yeah, I said the city. They. So obviously, I'm referring to the city.
Like the city planners.
Calm down.
It's so obvious. Anyways,
Okay. Yes.
the point I'm making is that cities understand cities say, here's we got to put a landfill somewhere. Where should we put it? They're gonna put it in the blackest neighborhood, and they intentionally do so. They're gonna put like the sewages and the stinkiest places.
And that drives down what?
I'm saying that's
Housing prices. Yeah,
that.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of bad
nobody wants to live near a landfill. Number one, so it harms the prices. And number two,
Nobody.
And number two, okay, most people wouldn't, obviously. And number two, nobody wants to, and this is a definitive nobody. Nobody wants to feel the effects of a landfill, like the added rates of asthma, the added rates of cancer because of the fumes that emit from the landfill and factories and stuff like that. Things that cause environmental harm are placed in black neighborhoods disproportionately than other types of neighborhoods.
And in other examples of things that are placed in black neighborhoods, disproportionately are things like abortion clinics and stuff like that to keep the black population in line and all this other stuff.
So wait, are you saying abortion exists?
Oh no,
to
I'm
keep
sorry. No.
black
I don't want to get distracted by that.
populations
I don't want to get distracted by that abortion
It's
question.
so
Let's move past that.
Okay.
Good call.
Yeah,
There you
sure.
go.
I have
Change
so like
the
I have a
subject.
question like to William, just like I think here's like a really
But that is something
easy
that does
example. Like the U.S. government like secretly put nuclear waste in Navajo land because it was like really out of the way, and Navajo were really poor and they didn't really have the money to like go and look in the middle of the fucking desert for barrels.
I know.
And it took a really long time for them to find it, and it caused a bunch of like groundwater problems. The argument would be that, like, they did that because Native Americans were the group that we genocided when we made our country, and we put them onto reservations, and nobody cares about them, and there's no money, and there's no attention there, and so they put the environmental toxic waste there. That'd be the argument. And you can disagree. You can say
Have
that's
you
soy.
looked up a lot of Superfund sites across the U.S.? Are they strictly against Navajo or Native American communities or minority communities? Or
It's just like
is it
it's
all
just
the
a
communities that
specific
live there?
example. Yeah, just be like this one.
Well, there's a
one
I
general.
could name
Okay,
you off a million Superfund sites that affect everybody, and it's
Go
just
ahead.
because they live near that base.
Yeah, but they were.
Listen.
Hold on. Yes, they affect everybody who lives there.
I do want to hear from her. I said Aiko.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
I'm
so
sorry.
listen, this is a broader trend. Okay, we're not talking about like an absolute like phenomenon that never has any exceptions to it at all. Like that's not what this is. Like, so the reason why we call things like, I like to say structural disparity, but structural racism is a fair enough term too. Structural means that it's part of the structure and not because of like some intent, right? Necessarily, and it's something that can happen, sort of like Adam Smith's invisible hand. It sort of just happens as a result of the way economic factors coalesce. For instance, if you were to have a Superfund site, or if you were to have just something small, have like a coal plant, like just open up in a part of town or whatever, property values go down around the coal plant, and as a result, lower economic strata, people from their lower economic strata, are the ones that are likely to live in those houses because it's cheaper to live there. It's not
Now, does
because
that
someone's
affect
trying
one
to
race
stick
more
it
than
to
another?
black people. Yes, of course. Yes, there are more black
really?
people stuck in poverty proportionately than there are white people. Of course, like this
Really,
is
per capita.
per
You want
capita.
it, that's you want to die on that sword.
Yes,
Logic
yeah,
is literally
absolutely
factually true. It's
Okay.
factually true.
I
You're
absolutely
denying that?
will.
On that, I'm gonna leave. It's been fun, y'all. Super
Good
real.
one.
Peace.
GG's.
But no, like I said earlier, I just think that these groups have been historically disparaged against should one not pay taxes on their income, not pay taxes on their land, on their homes, basically no taxes whatsoever.
So I want to. So we got a little lull here. I'm gonna try to engage with Aiko here, and then Brento, and if anyone else wants to join in this conversation, please do. Aiko, so you asked me a question. I don't remember what it was.
Just to respond to my affirmative action, like how college is too late to do that sort of like to do affirmative action. That at that point you're just, it backfires and you do more harm than good.
Absolutely, yeah. So I agree with you. I like I don't totally agree with you. I agree that the focus should be at the younger years, because we do, like you said, at like kindergarten or pre-K through like
Yeah,
fifth
universal
grade.
pre-K should be a thing.
Absolutely. That we should focus our energies there, because that's where we'll have the greatest impact. You're 100% right about that. However, on the other hand, we're not going to do that, right? We're just not. Like, we're not doing it. I want us to do that. That would be great. But in lieu of that, I'm fine with the extremely inefficient affirmative action college admissions. That because of society
Well,
just
inefficient implies that it helps, but it doesn't help as much as it should. What I'm saying is it backfires, and it actually like people end up dropping out of college and then having a bunch of student debt without the degree.
Yeah, if the reason I jumped in because I really wanted to investigate this. Seems like the question of what are we trying to do with affirmative action? I read into this recently, and I found this was very curious. That one of the stated goals with some of the previous Supreme Court stuff had to do with the fact of the educational benefits to the entire student body that having a diverse campus brings. That is very different than one about whether or not black people themselves can succeed. That says nothing, in fact, about whether or not black people are going to be graduating. That is to say, with whether or not the Asian kids, the Mexican kids, the white kids have a black friend in the class. Or a lot of people on Twitter are making arguments about like, well, I want my daughter to know that there's somebody at Harvard, or I want, somebody was making, and I think maybe on your panel, Prime, of like, I want the guy who's going to be the next Pete Buttigieg to go to Harvard with black people. So when he goes back and governs a town, he'll have positive experiences. All of that seems to be very much focused on like white interest and like whether or not this is going to benefit white people's experience. I'm curious sorry for rambling, but how effective is this on getting the graduation rates of African Americans higher? Because that seems to me to be like the overall goal, but maybe I'm short-sighted.
Well, I don't think the overall goal, and then maybe I could also jump in here. I don't think the overall goal was that. It was more to getting them in college. You're absolutely right. Everything you said about like the origins of this, and like at least the general understanding and the way that was sold to the public was about white people's experiences. That is simply having like breaking white people's circles, right? So their social circles wouldn't all be like completely white, because they had no other opportunities to meet black people, right? So that our presence there like added some sort of unique value, and that just made things better, right? So I hear you, but right now, like, it's the best that we have in terms of like educational reform. It wasn't really intended to do that. It doesn't do it very well. I can grant that. I can grant that to Aiko. I can grant that to you. But it's like the best that we have, and until we have the political will to do better, I'm perfectly fine with using this. But yeah, Aiko wants to.
Can I go?
Yeah, I think. Well, I'd like to see graduation.
I don't think that. I don't think.
Aiko.
Okay.
I'd like to see graduation rates improve too. That would be, if you were gonna try to convince me that this would work, that's one of the things that you would have to do, is show me graduation rates, but also show me like future success out of college, because what we don't want is for standards to drop. One of the consequences of this court ruling, and by the way, like, I have big problems with this court ruling. Just because I don't like affirmative action at the collegiate level doesn't mean that I like the reasoning of this court. But one of the ways in which the colleges plan to respond to this is they're going to say, okay, if we go strictly based on like SAT scores and grades, then we're going to lose diversity. And so we're just going to stop looking at SAT scores, like just get rid of it as a concept. And SAT scores are a prediction of future success in college. Like, I like SATs. I like the SAT as a standardized test, and I like AP tests. And I think that if you start getting rid of the ways in which we measure the things that we do, we're going to be started going into a murky place where we don't really understand how to interpret the data. I think that's one of the risks too.
So, Kobe, you said you want to say something.
I
Then
yeah, well, it's personally a question. I mean, like, or maybe it's like less of a question, more of an observation. I noticed the past, like maybe like right before COVID and like maybe during COVID, you started this big push of this kind of like, for lack of a better term, decolonial math kind of shit, where it's like, well, is the standards racist? Is it racist to expect people to be able to do stuff? That I feel like is super obvious. There's a really good article I think in the New York Post that recently got posted about a woman from Harvard who is ahead of a lot of the American curriculum stuff, who's pushing some of this like decolonial math. And I mean that term, that's not the right term. They have their own terms. I'm just saying that as like a jargon term. I feel like was a preemptive of getting rid of affirmative action. We're not going to have affirmative action anymore. So what we need to have like a next thing, which is, as you're saying here, we're not going to look at SAT scores.
Getting rid of standards.
We're gonna. Well, hold on. I mean, to be fair to that side, I feel like what they would say is we're not getting rid of standards. We are reimagining. We're changing the emphasis on standards. The standards are going to be more so on like.
That's just
I'm open to that so long as there are standards. But here's the problem: is this is all a way of not doing what Prime says we won't do, which is this like. Okay, we have these standards. We have this problem that we don't get diversity in terms of like high performance on SAT scores. So let's just get rid of the SAT. Instead of saying, let's make it so that people in all these different communities can perform on the SAT. That should be the goal. Actually giving people a better education. And instead of doing that, we're just saying, let's not measure it anymore so that we can't see how bad we're failing.
Well, this is like lowering standards so women can fight in combat roles in the military, and I don't agree with it at all.
I know that the new Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, she recused herself, but she did release an article about this, and I read it. I thought it was kind of interesting. I feel like that was like the argument that I felt like she was making. That what Aika was saying here, that it's like the standards like because she said was that there's a head in the sand or an ostrich like head in the sand obliviousness to the way things actually work. I feel like what that's saying is that it's like the origins of these standards are white supremacist. Unless we address that fact openly, it's just going to keep happening. I don't know.
Can you send me that article when you have the chance, please?
Yeah, let me find it.
So
put in the group chat because I'd like to see it too.
Yeah, also DM it to me because I'm not going to look in the group chat. But let's go to Will want to say something. I do want to give space to Brento Box and then Debate Boar because they haven't had a chance to say much.
I just think it's, completely bullshit. As far as I mean, I'm glad affirmative action is gone because people should be, admitted to colleges based on merit, not based on race. I think that's just fighting racism with more racism. And you've probably heard this and you're gonna laugh at it, whatever. But I mean, our literacy rates are like at the bottom compared to all these, even third world countries across the world. Also, when it comes to graduation rates, only 36% of black male students completed a bachelor's degree within 6 years. 52% of Latino, and white males graduated at 63% in 6 years. So I think it's also like you're setting people up for failure. And this is, if you want to be mad at it, basically like you like Reagan. If you like affirmative action when it comes to being done in college at the college level, you like Reaganomics because it's trickle up, not trickle down. Or trickle down, not trickle up. What you want to do, I think getting rid of this is going to give a lot more credence to, hey, these inner city schools need more money, because the teachers suck, the curriculum sucks, and these students aren't getting any better. Let's fix that. If you're trying to give people, their best chance at the collegiate level, they're not going to fucking succeed because they're already at a disadvantage compared to everybody all over the world that's gone to done regular 12 years of high school and whatever else. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, great.
But I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna listen in, but I gotta get out of here. It's late. It's 1:30 in the morning. Good night, y'all.
Sure.
Thanks for having me.
I actually had a question about for the panel about this topic as far as colleges. Should we get rid of scholarships and just make college free for everyone? Because in my eyes, I believe that student loans should be considered predatory ones.
Absolutely. I think that's absolutely the case. But like, I think it's going to be. I want to focus on this subject because I think that's a different subject. But I think it's a good, important subject that we should definitely talk about. So if you have time later on, let's do that. So I want to give our friend Breto Box if he wants to say anything, and then Debate Board and Breto Box might be able to engage a bit more on that previous question if you want. But do you have anything?
Sure. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. I don't have anything specific to add though. But no, nothing. But thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah. Do I have something specific for you? So are you okay? Let me ask you what Aiko asked me. Are you interested or in favor of massive intervention during like the pre-K years? Like you're not for affirmative action, I believe, right? So are you
Not for affirmative action? No.
okay? So would you be for like increased intervention? Like okay, so let's say that we spend $1,000 on the average like white child, right? But would you be okay if we spent $2,000 for only average black child, like especially like from pre-K to fifth grade or something like that? Just like Aiko said, that to make up for the inequities of the past, and to close the educational gap, we put like a massive intervention instead of affirmative action.
Sure.
That's not exactly how I would structure it, but yeah.
Right.
Okay.
My answer to the question that I thought when you're asking it is, I'd be okay. I'm in principle. My real answer to your question is, I think targeting demographics like that will have negative outcomes. I don't think that's good. So I don't think that's a good thing to do. I don't think you should say we need to invest in black communities this much or white communities that much and then do this. I think that's a bad metric, not good. I think that you could look at the performance of schools and districts and target those. And if the districts with black children at pre-K, which is the right place to start at the very least, that is exactly the right place to start. Aiko's 100% correct. If those are the districts that need it, then those are the districts that get it within that metric. So yes, that is fine to do, but I don't know about targeting by demographics and saying black children need this, and therefore I don't know how.
Okay.
I don't think that works.
I'm with you. I'm with you then. That's fine. If we are, because it's not just black kids, for instance, that are having these troubles. It's like rural white kids, who because of the lack of access to resources to their schools, they fall behind, and they're just as underprivileged. And in this case, so if you're saying target the districts are underperforming and like spend double or whatever it is to even things out, if you're okay with that, then I'm okay with that too.
Sure, right, yeah, and I think I am okay with that, and that's okay. Ultimately, I'll throw in a caveat that it's something I just think is actually important. I really do think that it's that schools are a part of the solution, and they're where we measure it, and it's where a lot of learning is done. But it's a home thing. It's like it's your parents, it's your friends, it's behavior, it's all sorts of things. It's a whole social community aspect. It's the expectations. It's what you see your friends doing. It's where do you expect to go to college, and like if you come home and you have a C, are you in trouble? Like that is the difference. That's the real difference. Like did you fail? Like if I failed the test, I was like, oh fuck, I failed the test. Like I'd be in trouble.
This is a conversation that happens in faculty lounges across the country, right? Because teachers are very aware that the home environment is a big, big factor.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact is, like, we can only have an impact on what happens when they're at school.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, and I think you probably agree with this, that the environment that they have at school is also a factor. So what we do know is that if we can intervene at the school level, make sure everyone gets fed, make sure everyone gets an equal education, that the resources are put in the right place, you can have an impact even when the kids have a bad home life.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that you 100% make up for it, there'll still be sort of a disadvantage going forward, especially in the aggregate among like disadvantaged groups are in that area. But if, let's say there's 60% disadvantage and you can bring it down to 40% disadvantage, whatever that number might represent.
Right.
Like that's worth doing. That's the kind of investment that really pays off.
Yeah.
Even though we know that there are certain things that you cannot control.
So I'll say, and I mean, okay, so we're talking about kindergarten, and I think that's the right place to talk about the solutions. I mean, I think the problems are then manifest later on from that. I've heard things, and I mean, I don't want to open up a new avenue of conversation. If anyone else had anything they wanted to say, I feel like there's a lot of problems that kind of like reach throughout their entire high school career, not really, but experience. And,
I will say, I will say that honestly, me personally, I don't think that the education system at the pre-K and like in like elementary school level is really that important. I think it's more important in the middle school to high school ages, personally.
Because that's where it's too late.
It's the strongest foundation is when you're a kid. But go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like there's a better chance for better development once a child is actually developing and questioning things and actually has a more of a broader open eye and spectrum to the world around them.
Well, that's when the education, all the work that's been put into a child, then becomes visible to everyone around them. So you can see by middle school the results of all the hard work that happened, like from pre-K to 5th grade. You just don't necessarily see it as obviously as when they become tweens and then teenagers, sort of like expressing their curiosity and doing things like that. Like here lately, this new job that I have, I've got 10-year-olds writing oratories that my high school kids like couldn't write. So it's absolutely true that the education that happens in the earlier years is what's going to turn you into an impressive middle schooler and impressive high schooler.
Right, and then builds. It's just all building on itself and
scaffolding. Yeah, that's what education is all about.
Right, of course. Yeah, compounding learning. Go ahead.
No problem. And interesting stuff. I want to let Debate Boar in. Debate Boar, our friend, who is going to say something that I'm not going to like, but he's going to say it eloquently. So, so I'll enjoy it nonetheless. So, Debate Boar, I know you have a lot. I'm sure you have a lot to say on this. So, please go ahead.
Well, sure. First, I want to congratulate Kobe on one of the greatest T-shirts of all time. It was at WrestleMania 3 at the Pontiac Silverdome, it was awesome seeing Hulk Hogan just body slam Andre the Giant. It was fabulous. My favorite wrestler of all time, Junkyard Dog. He was there wrestling too. It was fabulous. I'm sort of lost in the conversation here because there's a question that Aiko asked you, Prime, and then Prime you asked Brento, and it seemed to be about enacting affirmative action, another name, through a different approach. Is that about right?
I mean, I guess I'll leave that up to you to decide, right? So, our friend Aiko, and if he wants to re-explain it himself, he can. But basically, he was saying that with what we were doing with affirmative action on the collegiate level is like trying to in some people's minds, trying to right the wrongs of the failing educational system, right? To allow people to graduate, right? To enter these universities, right? And then graduate later on. But saying that at that point it's too late. That instead, if we are going to have these interventions, we should have them much earlier, and so we should increase the resources spent on children from ages from pre-K to the 5th grade. That would have the maximum impact, and that would help get you to where you're going to go. Because since those kids have that base, they can be building on that for the rest of their lives, and then by the time they get to the collegiate level, they'll be much better prepared and have better outcomes. So I think I got that right from Michael, but yeah.
They won't even need affirmative action at that point because they'll be performing better compared to their peers.
Right, which completely undermines the first instance case for affirmative action in the first place, right? Which was to correct historical injustices, right? And then we abandoned that to try to address this essentially racial balancing in the collegiate classroom by achieving some critical mass of diversity, where skin color was used as a proxy for certain viewpoints and otherwise really kind of gross and cringy stereotypes based on skin color. I'm not so sure that I can buy into the starting at pre-K. I am partial to the argument that Head Start, that even DOE says has been ineffective. Primarily since gains realized are eliminated by grade 3, is something we have experienced over decades of Head Start.
Can you give us, because I forgot exactly what it is. Can you tell us what Head Start was again?
Oh, Aiko, you want to take the reins on this one? I know the big broad brushstrokes of it.
Yeah, Head Start is he's right about in terms of like gains being lost. A Head Start is a program that basically tried to introduce, it still exists, I think, tries to introduce reading to kids at a younger age. And the problem is Head Start ends at a certain age. And so if there's not something else to pick up the baton after you like sort of age out of it, then yeah, you're going to lose the gains that you had. The idea is that people succeed in terms of reading if they get hooked on reading, and then they'll become lifelong readers. That was the thought. And also, you have to have a culture of reading. So if you go to this Head Start place and they're encouraging you to read or whatever, but then you go home to a home where the parents don't value reading and they're just sitting and watching the television all the time, then when you age out of Head Start, that sort of culture of reading is going to start to bleed out of you. Well, now, if you had a program that continued that throughout elementary school, that, I think that's a better idea. Having a program that like starts and then stops and then like doesn't really do any effective follow-ups, like it's a big problem.
What are the ages of Head Start? Just because
I'd have to look.
3 to 5.
3 to 5. Okay.
Yeah, 3 to 5 year olds. So generally you'd be expecting to see kids that are aging out of Head Start will be starting preschool if they're born early on in the school year, or in the kindergarten, depending on what cohort they're part of. Yeah. So I'm not sure that I'm ready to buy into pushing more and more resources into the early years. Aiko, I heard you say that you had, I think, 10-year-olds that were writing oratories that were more sophisticated or better than what your high school, kids are. And part of me wants to congratulate the kids for that and be happy for them. On the other hand, I don't know that I'm all that impressed by that. That doesn't really say much about the quality of K through 8, let alone K through 5 education. And we have for decades, though, pumped billions of federal dollars alone, just billions of federal dollars for decades now into K through 12 overall, but also directed at the lower grades. And we still see a declining scholastic achievement in the U.S. And I don't know that we can overcome what I think are what is the cultural core of that declining scholastic achievement by just throwing more dollars at a K through 12 system that isn't either willing to or prepared to teach. And with the emergence of K through 12 public education systems wanting to turn kids into political activists as opposed to well-rounded citizens, I don't see any reason to continue to pump even more dollars into that sector.
And that's also why I said that I don't really believe that the elementary school level is really that important. I believe it's more when their kids are going into their teenage years and up, when they can actually have a better perspective on the world around them and actually ask questions. Whereas prior to that, they're just spending more of their time, kids just being kids, not really caring about education.
But no, that's the exact opposite, though, right?
No, that's just my perspective.
I understand. I'm saying, and your perspective is wrong here, though. But because what you want to do, as an educator, is want to get people hooked on learning. And a lot of kids are apathetic by the time they get to their middle school level, right? I know I certainly was. And like you want to get that investment in as soon as possible to build
Fourth
that
grade is the critical line.
Yes, fourth grade. I've heard exactly that. That fourth grade is a critical line, and I think you maybe even explained it to me before, right? That basically, right up to like the third grade, like you're learning how to read, right? And then on fourth grade, you're actually reading to learn. And that's a
it
big
exactly.
difference. Yes, and like during that time, you gotta put that investment. You have to expose them to more experiences. All these things that like more privileged kids have, right? They have access to books, right? They have access to a safe environment to study. There's a whole list of things that they have, and that gives them a strong foundation from them to build on. Afterwards, they're already apathetic, and they don't really care. And I mean, not that investing in like high school is just a bad thing. Certainly not. But I'm definitely with Afranico here when he says like the younger the better. To get that to get those basic building blocks in.
Right. And that's the problem though, is we keep hearing these appeals to the younger the better, and of course the devil is always in the details, right? And what doesn't help children is that when school districts every 3 to 5 years are completely changing their instructional methodologies. For example, take math, where every 3 to 5 years school districts are introducing yet another macro approach to teaching math, where teachers struggle with the instructional methodologies, with the content of the curricula, and students. There's very little consistency between cohorts of students. So, like I said, the devil is in the details, where we keep pumping more and more dollars into public schools, and the new fad now is not so much figuring out how yet to teach a kid to read, because you don't need a lot of money to teach kids how to read. Books are not that expensive. They're certainly cheaper than the stupid tablets that we're outfitting kids in kindergarten with all across America. It's absolutely absurd.
Tablets are cheaper.
Oh, okay. Maybe tablets.
Tablets are not $32.
What about the fact that every
That's
school
insane.
has
Textbooks
a
are not
library?
$32. Like this is the problem: is
books in third
take,
grade are not $140 each, and even that's cheaper than a tablet.
Well, I don't have a lot of experience with third graders at the public school level, so you could be right about that there. But I can tell you,
if we're talking about a
high school
biology
level,
textbook in high school, I might be able to go with you there. That they cost upwards of
when we moved to
$100 to
Chromebooks,
$200.
So in the district that I was at the time, when we moved to Chromebooks, we saved a tremendous amount of money because we could go to textbooks that were public domain that could be updated like every year, really could be updated every month if we wanted to, for the latest stuff. The information was constantly being updated, and we didn't have to buy, thousands of really thick books that are like, don't get me started on the state of Texas like textbook industry, because it's horrible. And if you can go, if every kid has a Chromebook, and then you can control like what's on those screens, you can see what's on their screens like from your desk. You can like set it up that way, and I've done it. It's great. So it's not the distraction. It doesn't have to be the distraction that it sometimes is, depending on how teachers set up the classrooms. But what it is you can put a tremendous amount of information on that one device. The device lasts on average 3 to 5 years. Every year I used to at the end of the school year, we would collect them. I would volunteer to like collect all of the Chromebooks and like set them up for the following year. They lasted 3 to 5 years. And you could like update the textbooks on them like with the push of a button. You could also use them to do standardized testing, where instead of like kids doing the bubbling or whatever, they're doing everything on the computer. The devices instantaneously give us the score. It's saving us like sort of weeks of data calculation. There are so many ways in which those Chromebooks are saving school districts money, and also they're getting paid for by organizations like the Bill Gates organization, who just gives those free to the schools because they want kids like getting
He
used to
gives Chromebooks.
Microsoft
Bill
products.
Gates gives Chromebooks to. That's the part I find unbelievable. Bill Gates giving Chromebooks. Go ahead, Kobe.
Well, no, that would be Google for the Chromebooks. Like Bill Gates gives PCs, but
Okay.
whatever. It's
All right. Let's get that right.
He wants Microsoft products in the.
Let's not spread falsehoods here, buddy. All right, let's.
Right.
Kobe.
One thing, I'll say very quick. One thing I found kind of interesting when I was looking into Roe v. Wade and the history of the war in court in the 1960s is how much philosophical opinion ends up following Supreme Court decisions. The autonomy argument instantaneously got a significant amount of credit after Roe v. Wade got passed, and that kind of became like the vogue argument you would use, even up until right now. That's the argument most people use. And I noticed, I think a similar line, I think, could be drawn with the idea of diversity. When the Supreme Court rulings happen that sort of argue that affirmative action is okay for diversity, you'll sort of notice that people kind of just arguing that diversity is in and of itself the good thing. It is in and of itself, it is the goal. I think I find that maybe correlation causation. I don't know. But I find that curious. The next thing I wanted to say was, I think an under talked about in some different echo chambers are talking about this issue in different ways. One of the under talked about issues in some communities is the effect, and it was already talked about here, but the unbelievable weight that was put on Asian American applicants in some of these schools. It was fucking crazy. It is crazy. And on top of that, the kind of just subtle weirdness, I don't want to call it racism necessarily, but weirdness that some people have when they kind of start applying like, well, do you want the classes to be X amount Asian? I don't know. If you said that about other great races, we would view that as being a little bit sus. And I think like we would say, well, hold on, I don't really know if that matters. But
90% of my students are Asian.
Yeah, so
90% of my students are Chinese.
Look at that. On Breaking Points today, Brianna Joy Gray, she kind of made this argument. She was trying to get her co-host to agree with her, and he was like giga chatting. He was just giga chatting. Everybody's like, no, it's wrong. No. Legacy emissions, get him out of here. Nothing. No. And she got like, well, that was one of her examples. It was like, well, okay, then we'll have 60% Asian classes, and it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like. I went to a school that had a lot of Asian kids, and this is playing into the stereotype. I'm sorry to play into the stereotype, but when I went over to their houses, their families took education in an unbelievably more serious fashion than any other demographic. White, black, rich, or poor. I went to with some really rich people, and it was not comparable. And I don't think that just I don't think culture just falls on our heads. I think that we make choices, and so I think that there can be more discussion there. I don't know.
Kobe, it's been culture shock for me to go from public schools to like 90% Chinese, like private debating academy. Like it's the difference in the way that the parents act has been massive. Like normally, like the parents would be upset at you because you gave their kids a grade that was too low, or you disciplined them in some way. With these parents, they get upset if they think I'm being too easy on them. And they want me to give more homework, and they want me to be like harsher on them in class. Like if they walk into for instance, one parent like walked into the classroom while I was talking, and his kid had his head on his desk, and he was like, oh my God, like that kid never put his head on his desk again after his dad caught him doing that. But it's very different culture. What they expect from you, like as an instructor, is very different than what parents of public schools do.
We've recognized that for a long time. The cultural differences matter significantly, particularly in K through 12. And so, Kobe, your last point that you were making there about Brianna Greyjoy's argument, what's really cringy about that is that does she really believe that absent affirmative action or other helping strategies that all college, classrooms is going to be 60% Asian? And the answer is, of course not. We might see that at the MITs and the Cal Polys and the Harvards and MITs and whatnot. We're not going to see that at Eastern Michigan University or Western Washington University. We're just not. There's simply not enough Asian children in America to have that result. So it's really cringe how the affirmative action debate, how proponents have focused myopically on the top tier schools in the country. At the same time that they also recognize that the students they think they're trying to help are the least prepared, or at a minimum underprepared to attend these institutions, and you end up with high dropout rates. So I fully agree with you on that. That's a silly argument.
I don't like the argument, but to give the argument, I think the credit that it's due. I do think there is a disproportionate attention paid on the MITs and the Harvards, because that is where the Noam Chomskys, the Pete Buttigieg's of the world go to.
Oh, sure, the progressive elites. That's where they've come from.
Bingo,
okay.
the global
Pete
homo
Buttigieg
elite.
is not a fucking progressive. Sorry, go ahead.
No, but I mean, but the elites of whatever, the elites in general, just like it is a very much a pool of the elites.
He's a master debater, though.
I don't know. I feel like something that I do think is going to happen, and there's been a conversation that's been waiting to happen since 2020, and I shouldn't say it's happened before, but it's like, what does whiteness mean if Asians do whiteness better than white people? Well, what are we talking about? What are we referring to? And I've read enough books that I know that there's enough people that they say the word whiteness has like drifted off, and it means it's its own thing. It's a totally own thing, and you could have 0 white people and still have whiteness, and you can have all these kinds of things. And I kind of get it on one hand, but the way it kind of like the way it translates to common parlance, there is like a kind of a like the average social justice activist, not the person that's the good faith person that reads both sides, but like the average person that's like a little bit of an ideologue. They're not typically. I don't know. I feel like they don't square the circle too well rather. Right. I mean, there was quite literally the Chinese Exclusion Act in this country. We colonized the Philippines. We put them into mines and blew them up with dynamite. Obviously, we didn't enslave them. But that is true. Any kind of argument you can make that American white culture was biased against Asians, you can absolutely, like, there were very nasty things until very recently, and still now there are very nasty stereotypes about Asian people, but they succeed very much.
Michael, back to our earlier exchange. I want to appreciate the integration of technology in the classrooms. However, particularly in the early grades, I just simply don't think they're appropriate. One, we're not buying. Well, 2 things. My remark earlier about the rapid changes in approaches to teaching math, teaching reading, teaching writing in schools absolutely drives higher and increased costs related to textbooks and other instructional materials, because you have to buy all new stuff to support that new approach to teaching math. And so consequently, that's the problem that I was getting at. When you have K through 12 public schools constantly evolving in how they're teaching something, it necessarily means an unnecessary expense in constantly updating these hard materials.
Debate board. I'm gonna let Iko, because I'm sure he has a response to you. But I have to get this in, because I don't think you actually responded to me when I put that question forth to you. Right? I talked about a massive investment.
Oh, please bring us back.
Years. Yeah, sure. So I talked about that, and then you go on to talk about like how, well, there is change happening in terms of math instruction. I haven't heard about that, but I believe you. I'm not gonna. I don't think you're trying to lie to me or anything like that. But like, there's that. Then there's the technology. Then there's like the activism, turning kids into activists. Okay, so you brought in all these other distractions, but you didn't actually address the principle of the matter, right? So let's say you, debate board, get to design public school education, right? And by that I mean you don't get to eliminate public school education, because I know you want to do that. But I mean, like, you get to design it, the curriculum, however you feel is most effective. Okay. Now that you've done that, you can recognize that you put this curriculum out into the world, but there are some schools that are under-resourced and cannot effectively deliver that curriculum to their students. So once we've decided you've created this curriculum, like, are you okay? And everyone's following it. Are you okay with increasing the amount of funding to underprivileged schools so that they can get the most advantage out of the debate board curriculum?
Well, so first, your premise. I don't I don't believe that generally our schools have been underfunded. What I do believe is that our schools have been exceptionally mismanaged. And consequently, with the mismanagement of the school district means less dollars actually flowing directly to instructional time. Here's what I mean by this. Back when I worked back in Michigan, the city of Detroit's public school system, they had this outrageous administrator to teacher ratio that was extremely low, meaning having one administrator per, it was less than 50 teachers. It was an insane ratio, right? And at the same time, though, we were being told that the Detroit public school system was severely underfunded. We needed to pump more dollars into it. We still see this problem in K through 12 education, and it's growing worse now with the DEI mania that is going on. The additional dollars that go to support this administrative activity that doesn't actually result in any improved transmission of knowledge to students. And so I think I would argue first with your premise that these school districts are underfunded. Secondly, back in the day, disadvantage would mean that kids were coming from more poor households. They were what title is it? Title I, ICO? Is that how we designate schools where they get additional monies for lunches and breakfasts and these sorts of things?
I don't know. I've never.
Yeah.
Didn't deal much with that aspect.
Yeah. So anyway, disadvantage was socioeconomic conditions. Now disadvantage has sort of like Kobe was getting at in terms of a concept completely like whiteness losing its meaning. Disadvantage now seems to mean anything that we want to use to try to explain or rationalize some disparity that exists that we can observe. And I'm not sure that I'm buying that. In fact, I know I'm not buying that. I am fine though. I am fine though with states like the state of Michigan, like the state of Oregon, and the majority of states in the country that go beyond equalizing per pupil spending and will supplement individual school district per pupil dollars with additional state dollars, and will allocate federal dollars more heavily towards these districts that have poorer households, that have poorer educational results and outcomes.
That's basically what I've been saying, though.
I don't think I'm disagreeing with you. Okay. I think I was disagreeing with this earlier point about chucking more money at the early grades just to chuck more money at the early grades. I'm more so for
But we're doing it to underprivileged areas, right? So you just said that you're okay with districts allocating more money to places that have been underperforming, and I'm saying, at least I'm saying what
I don't think we're disagreeing.
Okay, so we're not disagreeing. Okay, all right, fair enough.
Okay, but I will say this: we chuck zero money at the pre-K kids, so it's not because we consider education to start at kindergarten. So at least in terms of public education,
Start, though?
I don't want to.
Head Start is an experiment, but the problem is
it's a long running experiment. In every
but
state.
It's not universal. We don't have universal Head Start, and we also don't have a way to extend the culture of what Head Start does beyond the age cutoff that it has. So
it was great talking to you guys. I'll head out. Okay, thank you so much.
Hey, Brad.
Yeah, see you later. I just wanted to say on the school lunch program, people have been noticing the very problem that you're talking about, like identifying people as disadvantaged and then giving them resources, but not giving the other people resources. Then everyone having to figure out who deserves the free lunch and who doesn't. Some schools have been going to a flat program where it doesn't matter what your race is. It doesn't matter where your economic status is. We're just going to make school lunch free. And the district pays for it, and that's it for everybody. So you could be the son of a millionaire, and you can get a free lunch just like anybody else. And that flattens it. It makes it to where it's not a discussion anymore. Now, I've been to schools that have something in between, which is everybody gets a card that you swipe in order to get your lunch, and nobody knows if you're getting a free lunch or not because everyone swipes a card the same way. That sort of flattens the perception among the kids. But the next step is to say, let's not even differentiate it that way. Let's just say everybody gets to eat. Yeah.
That's what it is here. And In the city I live in here in Oregon, the third richest city in Oregon. I mean,
Bragging, but go
everybody
ahead.
who walks through the grade school or through the elementary school, high school, and middle school doors, they're eligible for free lunch, which to me is an egregious waste of dollars. It's an egregious waste of resources. As much
It
my
cuts down paperwork. I'll tell you that.
well, no, it does. Can you guys still hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Or yes, those different methodologies of delivering that resource, sure, can become more efficient. But when you're ensuring that you have food in a district where such a small number of kids would be eligible under normal circumstances, that's money that doesn't go into books. It's money that doesn't go into classroom resources. It's dollars that don't go into improving and enhancing facilities.
Yeah, I think it depends on the district, right? If you're in a very wealthy district like Plano, which is a very well-known district, like nationally, that which is happens to be a district I do a lot of work with, I think you can do the card swipe thing and only pay for the handful of kids that are like disadvantaged who are in those communities because it makes more sense. If you're in one where a very small percentage of the community like has a lot of resources, I think then it can make sense to make the school lunch free for everybody. Like, I don't think there's any one solution that fits all of those situations. I think a lot of like accountants have to look at each one of these scenarios and say, okay, what's like, how do we get the best ROI in terms of benefiting kids the most for each dollar
But
that
we're
we
not
spend?
going to do that. So that's my my problem with this. Like I think it would be fine. Like if we instituted your I'm sorry, whoever just jumped in. I'm getting a little feedback. If you could just
Yeah,
hello,
I
hi.
got it. I got it.
No
Hi,
problem.
Prime. I got it.
For sure. Um uh what was I saying? I'd be fine if we took that tailored approach, right? I love a tailored approach to most problems, because of, like, it's maximum efficiency, right? Find the most efficient thing for each specific situation, then do that. But we're not going to do that. It's just not going to happen, right? And we're going to have localities who just don't give a shit about kids, or especially poor kids, right? Like we have now. So instead, it's better if we had a federal law that says that kids everywhere get to eat. That this is just something that we're going to pay for. That this is worth the investment of the United States government. And yes, in Plano, Texas, like you said, there's going to be some waste there. There'll be plenty of kids who could afford it, and we're going to lose money there. But who the fuck cares? It's minuscule amount compared to the federal budget.
But then you
and
can
it's
just
worth it.
like, but then you also get the increased like school funding in Texas is based on property taxes, and believe you me, the houses here have very high property values. So
We should change that too, but like that's not going to happen.
the amount of money that's going into like feeding kids in the Plano district is minuscule compared. Well, Texas does. Texas has something called Robin Hood, where the lower resource districts get a slice of the money that richer districts raise through their property taxes. We've been doing that since the 80s. Like, you wouldn't believe it, but that's a Texas thing.
Yeah. So like debate board and Al, who haven't had a chance to say anything. I wanted to maybe respond to what I just said. And that at least in this case, I don't want to expand this too far because I might not be able to defend it on every single school policy. But in this case, do you think it just makes sense to have this blanket policy, considering that different localities like really might not care about kids enough to feed them? Debate board, Al.
I was giving Isle a moment to
Okay.
To check
Al,
in, but
Al, you're asleep. You're asleep. Al's asleep. Okay, go ahead.
No, I don't think so. I think we adopted this universal approach because we perceived that some kids were being bullied by virtue of taking free lunch at school. In all my years of being in elementary school and middle school and high school, where for years at a time I was taking free school lunch, I wasn't being bullied. I was being bullied for other reasons. I wasn't as fast,
Yeah,
not
you're
as
a
big,
fucking
whatever.
nerd. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was a nerd, right? So I think this thing where we've adopted this universal approach, it isn't based on, well, if we just provide the environment where free lunch is available that has a positive impact on scholastic achievement. More so, it's an anti-bullying campaign, and so no, I don't
That's
think
not.
we ought to be doing that.
I don't think that's true. So I think part of it certainly is the anti-bullying thing. I think you're certainly right there. But it's more than that. It's that when kids are hungry, then they can't do as well in school, right? Like basic, and that poor kids shouldn't just be hungry in general, even beyond their scholastic achievements. We don't want poor kids to be hungry.
Sure,
Listen,
I would.
we
I
also
would
like.
go.
I know.
Go ahead.
I know
Go
you
ahead.
say that we don't do like the efficiency thing, even though it sounds like we should, but we kind of do because school districts have an interest in like increasing their test scores for very selfish reasons. Because if your schools like get a higher reputation, then people will want to send their kids there, and that means more people will move into that area, and property values rise, and that allows you to like collect more tax money. Like that's the incentive. The school districts here in Texas have bidding wars as to who can pay the teachers the most, so that they can like end up with those high test scores. Like that's kind of the way it works in Dallas, and so if you so you can incentivize the like schools in that way too. And one of the things that we found out in that district that I was in was that if you provide breakfast as well as lunch, test scores go up.
Yeah. So yeah, debate board. Like I'll give you a chance to respond, and then chess piece. I know you want to jump in. Um, like I feel that one again, just as a human being, as a core principle, kids shouldn't go hungry. I think we should provide 3 meals a day to kids. I think it's worth the investment to do that. To just like provide breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
We have sack lunches in the summer for kids to come pick up year round.
We
Yeah,
should
same
absolutely do that. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah. I love those programs. Because some people are in a fortunate situation, and then let's say there's food that doesn't get picked up. Hey, well, there's a lot of hungry people out there. We can put them in food banks, and or we could deliver it to the homeless or whatever. Right. It doesn't have to be a waste at all. There are plenty of needy individuals. But anyway, focusing on the kids, and let's just say school lunch for now, right? School lunch, and if we can see that that has this improvement, that is a worthwhile investment. Do you agree or disagree?
I agree.
Vapor?
I also agree.
Yeah, I'm not convinced on the premise that school lunches have a direct causative effect on test scores. I will agree for those children who are chronically hungry, who are in chronic poverty. I would go as far to concede that kids who are marginally hungry, as they all are in school, eat lunch at 11:30, at 2:30 in the afternoon, they are hungry. They eat breakfast, they are hungry at 11 o'clock in the morning. This is not the chronic hunger that our food programs are designed to resolve or to address. However, Prime, I do appreciate though that we can use the school systems as a way to supplement nutrition at home, or in other words, is absent from home, right? But these ought to be programs that are funded not through regular school funding, but these ought to be discreetly financed programs from state governments coming out of the general fund, and they ought to compete against other priorities and other programmatic responsibilities at the state level. We should not be redirecting, although Michael wants to say it's minuscule. Sure, it might be minuscule at the school level, maybe at the district level, but not the state and national level. We ought not to be robbing our school dollars to provide supplemental nutrition to kids in wealthy neighborhoods, wealthy school districts, even middle income school districts either. Um, so that's where I'm at with that.
So okay, well, like I said before, I think it should be at the federal level, and not rely on the states, because we can't rely on states for anything, especially when it comes to poor kids. We can't
Well,
rely on them to be uniform in their approach. But
sure, but
I,
your reliance on the federal government is reliance on the printing press, that we can just arbitrarily continue printing dollars.
Okay, so what was I gonna say?
That's it.
There's also something to be said about the 50-state experiment.
Yeah, I'm gonna we're
You're
not
gonna let
gonna
that
agree
go.
on
I know.
this. Yeah, that's fine. I want to let we're gonna be at it all fucking night.
No, I hear you.
Chess piece. You want to say something?
Yeah, thanks. I guess two things, and really, I'm kind of that's it for me. I've been in the stream for 6.5 hours now since you started. I've listened to everything that's happened here today. I've been in chat. I've been reading the chat for 6.5 hours.
Oh, that's a bad idea. But
That's why he's so salty now.
I'm not as salty.
I know, I'm teasing.
I certainly, but I think I seem very calm. But
You do.
I am appalled at what I've been reading, and I mask off. I'm a leftist. I'm in favor of social programs that benefit society, and I think that's where the majority of our tax dollars should go, not to exporting suffering to the rest of the world. I think our priority should be taking care of our citizenry of all races, creeds, and colors. That's my bias. However, there seems to be a lot of people in chat who just don't want to pay taxes at all, or don't want their taxes going to things that aren't their fault. Well, I hate to tell you, the railway spill in Ohio wasn't your fault, but your tax dollars are going to fix that. You don't want to. But then, thirdly, beyond that, what has come out in chat in the last 6 hours based around this topic, especially of affirmative action, as earlier the first topic was less controversial, is an immense amount of racism, an immense amount of racism that I think has been. I mean, Aiko knows this argument has been going on with this exact same dialectic since the 80s. There's nothing has changed in the affirmative action discussion since the 80s. I've heard the same arguments my whole life. There's nothing new about this. What's new is the Supreme Court decision. That's all. And suddenly, all these people are coming out with these original thoughts that they've done their own research on that magically sound exactly like every talking point I've heard for the last 40 years, and they're all racist talking points. And I feel I'm very afraid, based on what I've witnessed here today, that this Supreme Court decision has unlocked the magic racism gates. I mean, there's someone in chat who literally, you can figure out who they are. They literally said, Black people contribute nothing to society, and now they are crying for money. That was written here in the chat today. So granted, Twitch chatters are brain broken, and this is a very small segment of society. But what I've witnessed here this evening concerns me deeply, and I don't know what to do about it. That's what I have to say.
Well, it also just goes to the point that, this is the reason why certain groups of people don't feel like they're really part of the makeup of America. And that's why they consider themselves as, indifferent to the American government and American society.
Opening the racism gate. So I'll try to address this. I mean, yeah, I mean, within the context of our red versus blue politics, where we're always looking for a win, then yes, this will be a win for the other side, and then an excuse to go on, racist diatribes about black people and their achievements and why that might be. Yeah. I mean, we have all these cultural moments where this exact same thing happens. Um, like the election of Donald Trump was one of those, where like it's perceived as a win, and then that winning side um, uh, goes on to do outlandish things and say outlandish things. Yeah, I mean it's just kind of the way it is. Now, outlandish thing that people said when Obama won was that this is going to be a some sort of racial coalition that'll last forever. This eternal coalition, and that was proven false very quickly. Yeah, I don't know. So I hear you.
Well, considering Clinton was the first black president, the coalition
Oh well, yeah,
started
fair
early.
enough.
I just just to finish the entirety of my thought, because I realized I left something out which may elucidate this. I woke up this morning to this news, and the first thing I did was go to a largely black Discord I participate in and post this news, because obviously it has a large impact on minority communities, and I am a minority. And that's why I participate in minority communities, although I realize I pass for white. This is uh and the response I got from that black Discord was why are you sharing this with us? That was the response, because that's how displeased that they feel about this. So when I see this other side of it,
Maybe it was a question of wrong time, because if it just happened, like maybe they didn't want to be reminded immediately of it happening as it happened.
Get
I
off.
think maybe it was just a thing of that time.
yeah, it's possible. I'm just, this is a yet much like the Roe v. Wade reversal. I find this a very perplexing time in U.S. history, and I'm afraid of what I saw here tonight becoming a larger trend.
Yes, I was for a reversal of well, actually no, I was not for um the whatchamacallit, versus when it came to Roe versus Wade. I thought that it was probably not good that it was like just the Supreme Court doing it, but I think that that really is like the compromise position that we should try and codify into law, is what I was thinking. And so I think that that was probably a mixed bag. For here, I also think that this was also a not good decision, because I think that there's not going to be anything to replace it with. There's no agenda to help black people out, and I think this might lead to some bad outcomes for the black community going forward. Although I think that this was flawed in the sense that having people get into places that they can't attain, they normally would not be able to attain, was almost self-defeating in the sense that lots of people, when once placed, were dropping out or flunking out. I think that was something that was not good.
Okay. Guys, I gotta end this here. I got an errand I have to like complete. So it's very important. Stardust is in chat, like taking a victory lap. Shout out to Stardust there. Uh, I was moderating a thing with her today with her and what's his face, Tread Logic. So go check that out. That's on the YouTube channel. Follow us on all the socials actually. But I have a thing to do. So I'm gonna do that. Chess. Okay. Well, I was gonna. All right. Well, whatever. I was just gonna tell him something. Chess piece. I don't know if you're still listening, but I need you to come earlier next time. Like don't wait until the end. Till like this late into discussion to jump in. You don't know how long I'll necessarily be here, but yeah, I don't know if you're hearing any of this. All right, anyway, thanks all for being here. I'm going to send our Twitch audience off to I guess Riverboat Jack. Sure, why not? And you know, enjoy your time